Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning. Sorry, 1 second, I'm starting with this. I am so sorry. I started with the sneeze. Good morning, everybody. Oh my days, good morning. Not a good start, is it? Because starting with the sneeze, I was fine, just vibing to the music, and the sneeze came in all of a sudden at the last minute, and bothering me. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Paula. Good morning, Willow, Lois. Hello, Pickles. Hi everybody. I hope all you are okay and had a great night of rest. Well, I'm sorry, Paul. I know that. Sorry, you didn't, but hopefully you can have maybe a good rest or maybe a coffee today, or maybe that energy drink after all, that maybe today might be the day that you might need it. The energy drink. I was so on energy mode last night after the stream that it was hard to fall asleep. Was very, very hard to fall back asleep and just shut it off and then actually sleep. So it took me like a hot minute or two to actually fall asleep. Sorry, I was half ready to start the stream, so just making sure that everything is set up. So today we have a big day ahead again. We have a verdict watch for the Stacy Rodriguez case, the house fire and living trial, and we start today a new one. We're gonna call them the snow plowing trial, because this trial actually did not had a victim that had passed away. So definitely, I think that is a for sure today, Paula. You deserve it. Everyone deserves it. Happy Wednesday. We made it halfway through the week. And today I started my day by doing my nails, because I'm off from work at the moment for the rest of this week and until Tuesday next week. And we have the wedding on Saturday, so I decided to do my nails. Look, I decided to do my nails again today. So let's see how long they. Oh, thank you. I actually decided to wear down the hair again, because it was not as poofy as yesterday after the wash. So, um, my nails are done now. I really like doing them, but because of working, thank you, Paula, because I work in the bakery, I can't. So every single time that I get the chance, I do it, and not on purpose, but I'm matching my hoodie, which is amazing. My nails match, so I am all matching today. I am in a very rested mood today, so my apologies for that. So court only kind of starts in about 15 minutes. Thank you, Lois. So I thought of before we start court, we can talk about the. Thank you, Pickles. You say that every morning, and I really appreciate, my friend. Thank you very much, and thank. Hey, good morning. Good to see you, Nancy. Hello. So I thought before court starts, because court is gonna start in about 15 minutes. Uh, they will can do like an introduction to this new trial, maybe watch a news clip if we have time, and then go through that. But before I do so, make sure you press the like button. It does really help the channel as well, and share it out if you want to as well. I'm a bit awkward asking about that, but anyway. So Jason Levesque, I think I'm saying it correctly. I might take a couple days to say it correctly, the name. Is 45, I think, at the moment. And he's charged with second degree attempted unaliving. It's a class A felony. Second degree assault, it's a class B felony in New Hampshire. And reckless conduct is also a class B felony. Good morning, Case One. Hello, good to see you. Welcome in. Good morning. So those are the charges that he has at the moment. Our victim's name is Kyle Vidette. He because of this incident, he got pew-pewed at 6 times and lost one of his family jewels, and sadly is now bound in a wheelchair. This incident happened in April 4th, 2024. After a snow plowing incident. Basically, Kyle said that he did not want any snow on his property, on his side, and he had his daughter, Kyla had his daughter next to him, and apparently the defendant was not happy about that for some reason. Probably there's more to the story, but this is what we know so far. The defendant pew-pewed him 6 times. He survived. Is supposed to start to testifying in this trial because the defendant Jason is claiming self-defense. That Jason's side is that Kyle threatened to unalive Jason's family, and it's a whole thing. Apparently there is footage of this, there is videos out and about not out and about, but out that's going to come out in the court about this whole situation. And I don't know how long the trial might be, maybe a week or so, but I'm not expecting to be more than that, because it is, I think, in my opinion, a very simple case. In my opinion, don't quote me on that. I don't speak English if it is more than a week. No, I'm joking. But I'm sure it's not going to be much more than that. It seems a fairly simple case, I think. So this is basically what is the case in a nutshell. The Stacy Rodriguez one, I will start the clock at half 10 Eastern. Yes, 10 Eastern, because the judge yesterday said that they're not gonna come on a record. They are gonna just send the jury straight into deliberation, so they might not come. But no matter what, I will have the feed of the court on my phone. Just to make sure that if anything happens, or if they do go back on the record in the morning, we can pop in there and then come to that. But I'm assuming that they're not going to come on a record to send the jury out to deliberate. And in terms of the verdict game as well, you guys can hear me, right? I'm not just talking to myself. Well, I am talking to myself, but I hope you guys can hear me, because I didn't even ask if the sound was alright or not. But anyway, otherwise I can just repeat everything again and start from the beginning, which would be amazing. And okay, alright, so thank you, Nancy. Now sometimes something's I understand you don't have to chat all the time, but it's just sometimes it's a bit scary. Just me putting my hands through my mouth as always. And good morning, Maria. I hope the dishes are okay and you're nearly finished with them, because I forgot we were talking to our friend Maria about she having to do the dishes. Never mind, I diverge. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start the clock in about half an hour. And I need to check if the feed for a new trial has come in, because we don't know really how this court is going to behave. But before we do start, I am going to show you guys the news clip from the about this case that gives you a little bit more probably insight than I already said. But sometimes it's always good to hear somebody else then
reviewed the complaints with him, and we would enter no pleas.
Court paperwork says Jason Levesque was plowing his house Thursday night when his 37-year-old neighbor came over and allegedly threatened to kill Levesque and his family if he plowed snow onto their property. Levesque told police he then took a gun out of his waistband as the neighbor was walking towards him and shot him. Rochester police say there is video of the altercation and describe the victim falling to the ground, Levesque then shooting 5 more rounds at him. The victim was not seen with a weapon.
There are many concerning aspects to this that show the defendant's violent and unpredictable nature.
Prosecutors say Levesque does have a criminal history of domestic violence-related charges.
So another big concern to the state is that it seems he was federally prohibited from owning a firearm. So we're still concerned with how he was able to obtain one.
They only mentioned 2 prior convictions that are over 10 years ago.
The defense says there are no pending charges relating to the gun and reinforced that the defendant and his daughter, who was in the plow truck, says the victim threatened to kill Levesque's family. They asked the judge to release him on community supervision.
We feel very unsafe.
The victim's mother-in-law asked that Levesque be held, which the judge ordered. She told prosecutors that her son-in-law remains in critical condition.
He was shot in multiple places and has fractured bones. A testicle has been removed and he has suffered various other injuries. He's scheduled for more surgery today.
In Rochester, Kelly O'Brien, WMUR News 9.
So, okay, so that is a bit of a snapshot of the case that gives a little bit more of an insight of it, and that tell us about the prior convictions a little bit, because I was not able to find much on this case for some reason. I couldn't so this is basically the summary of our trial. There's obviously other questions that hopefully it will come out on during the trial, that the answers are gonna be answered to, and as well exactly what was the, like, probably it's like with every trial, and we might never know exactly 100% of what happened, because it's a he say, she said, or he said, he said, she said that type of situation. Like, for example, the Stacy Rodriguez one, but that's where the evidence comes in and shows that there is evidence that the crime occurred, that that person was responsible for it, and they have to suffer the consequences about. So I think it's, in a nutshell, all of that. But I am excited. It's a new trial. I'm always excited when a new trial starts, but then it gets a little bit, when they get long, I get a little bit like, is it over now? But we need to figure it out what we are counting. And there's always the standard objections counter that we can do. Obviously, if there's nothing else to count, which is the pretty standard one, but we can always count something else. Just as a thing, the case Stacy Rodriguez is on verdict watch, so if at any point I have to pause the current trial, the new trial, to go back to watch the verdict, that is going to happen. That's what we are going to do. So that's what we normally do. So we pause the current trial, go back to the old one, we'll see the verdict, see what's happening in terms of sentencing. I don't think that the sentencing is going to be today anyway. I think the sentencing is going to be at a later date, because I think because it's a judge, done by the judge, and because probably she has a criminal record. I'm not sure. This Stacy has a criminal record. Do you guys know that? I don't know, actually, because again, Colorado is another of those states that we can't have that much information in terms of court records as well either. So it is a little bit new. And hey, by the way as well, guys, we have a new state that we are covering. So I have already put on a spreadsheet, which will be available tomorrow or whenever this trial ends, because I just need the statistics from the Stacy trial to put in there, and then I can share with you all. But yeah, we love spreadsheets. In like Lois, that's definitely something we're gonna get in this channel is spreadsheets, because any reasons that I find to do a spreadsheet, I will do one. I literally will find any reasons to do one. Absolutely will do. And if you guys have any suggestions of what we should include on in the spreadsheet, let me know. We might have another look at some point with the with that, and then hopefully this, I'm not saying, but this will probably be the trial that will take us to our Lori Daybell Vallow case. I don't think it is gonna be, because again, like I was saying, it's not gonna be that long. So we might have another case before Lori, but or it will be the case that we're gonna stop while Lori's there, and then Oh, okay. All right. I don't think it's gonna be long either. I think they had a pretty good discussion yesterday as well already about that, and I think they are gonna be pretty quick today. Maybe today is just come back, sign the documents, finishing up, and maybe that'll be it. Done. But yeah, so the clock also from the verdict watch game will be reset today. So, oh my days. I forgot. Did anyone take notice how long they deliberated yesterday? Because I forgot to note that down for the overall time after. I think it was an hour and something. I need to go back to the stream of yesterday at the end and actually see it. Oh, crap. I completely forgot. Oh no. So I need to go back. I think I'm gonna ask Gardenbot. Sorry, he's just next to me. Gardenbot, can you do me a favor? Sorry, give 1 second, guys. I think it was probably something like that. Paula, I am not sure, but in terms of just for the spreadsheet, the accuracy, yeah, because obviously for the verdict game, because it resets, that's fine. But it's just for the spreadsheet information overall. I count both of them together when they go over 2 days, and then use that figure for the counter for that. I know it sounds very complicated. My apologies. Probably I'm complicated a lot more than it actually needs to be complicated. But then again, it's a new courtroom. It's going to be a new trial, a whole new situation, because we'll see if this court is going to be on time. Who is the judge? I think we have a female judge in this case, because on the video that we just watched, they showed a female judge on the bench. So we'll see. He has been also Jason, the new defendant, he has been in custody since the arrest in April 2024. So yes, 1 hour and 12 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, Gardenbot. 12 minutes from yesterday. Ooh, thank you, Willa, for that. Judge Ann Edwards. Oh, and this is the same courthouse. I think the same courthouse, not courtroom, courthouse that Adam Montgomery had this trial as well. I believe, because when I was doing some research on the new Hampshire case thing, it showed high profile cases section, and all the Adam Montgomery's trials were on there. So I'm assuming that is the Adam Montgomery. It's not his courthouse, but you guys know what I mean. Yes, 3 charges: attempted second degree unaliving, second degree assault, and reckless conduct. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that, Willow. Awesome researcher and information person. Amazing. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. So it should start soon, because they said, right, normally I think court is going to start at 9 o'clock in the morning, but they had some arraignments and court situations before the trial starts, and they had a juror issue scheduled on the docket for 9:30. So I am a little bit curious to see what has happened there, because yeah, apparently there's already an issue with one of the juries, because apparently there was it only said jury issue at 9:30 before the trial starts at 10 a.m. So I am assuming something has happened, because I'm noisy and I like to cause drama. No, I'm joking. But that it's already, maybe it was just some scheduling issues that the juror couldn't be there, but because I don't really know what possibly could be already, because the trial hasn't, well, technically it has started. I think technically the trial starts when the jury selection starts, but for us, I don't think he has started, because we don't get to see most of the times we don't get to see that part of the trial, sadly, because I do find interesting the jury selection process, all the questions, but and I would be interested in watching this one because normally they like ask questions about how you feel about like DV or um something else, the like arson and fire and everything. I wonder if they ask on this trial, how do you feel about snow plowing? Because, all of this happened because of snow plowing. And I, I wonder, like, I imagine the jury's faces. I was like, why are you asking about snow plowing? Um, in a jury questionnaire, but that could be a thing. I don't think there's no one that likes snow plowing, but trying to analyze someone over it, I think it's a little bit of a stretch. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot to say that. Yeah. It says it's too dangerous to remove the bullets from those areas. The neck. Oh, hang on. Fade is up. Oh, that's a nice seal. Hang on. I am gonna get on K and do so. I've got the counter ready. So once we know, oh, I need to move myself down. I need to. Oh my days, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, 1 second. There you go. I'm in the right position. Once we know what we're counting, we'll put the counter up. But probably could be more likely objections to count. But yeah. I mean, I really like that seal of Strafford. Is that how you say Strafford County? Because I think that's the county that we are on. Yes, yeah. I definitely need a sip of water. No, well, we can try to count the sips of water if there is sips of water. Oh, hang on 1 second. One second, guys. I know. Sorry, just sorry, it's just trying to deal with something. Sorry, Willow, I'm on it. I'm trying to No, it could be like if we have someone that counts that drinks a lot or fakes a lot sips of water, we could definitely count of that. Because the thing is, I mean, I would think this defendant might testify as well because it's a self-defense occurrence. So as long he's probably gonna have to tell his side of the story that will hopefully for him contradict the state. So he's gonna have to tell his side, and one of the best ways, as well as some witnesses that he can call, is testifying himself in the trial. That's just my opinion. I think in a self-defense claim you should not making mandatory, because you can't make mandatory testifying in your own trial, but making almost mandatory, if you know what I mean, if you get like try like yeah, because you have to say your part, not just relying on something else. Good morning, Sherry. Good morning. Hello, darling. We are ready to start our new trial, the Jason Levesque trial. While we are on verdict watch for the new one, for the new trial, and I am keeping an eye on the feed if anything happens, and in about 20 minutes I'm gonna start the count, the timer for the verdict watch of the other trial, and then we're trying to figure out what we're gonna be counting on this one as well. Maybe we could try maybe a reference to something, maybe a reference to snowplows if they talk about that too much. I mean, they're gonna have to. Oh, good morning, William Santiago. Hello, hi, good to see you too. Hello, welcome in. Hello everybody. So we're just waiting for court to start. Really, I think. Well, figures right, we are late again. I think all the courts like now they were dealing with other situations, probably that's why they are a little bit late. It is the first day. I'm hoping that the sound will be good. I am hoping that I don't have to do much. Actually, I did forget to do something in terms of the sound. Give me 1 minute, 1 second. Okay, sorry. I just trying to figure it out something. Oh, I also, oh my days, I am definitely not ready today. Is it Monday or something to me? Cause okay, there you go. Sorry, just I normally get rid of the reactions at the bottom of this chat because it gets way of people sometimes seeing chats and everything. So I just remove it. You did not miss much, well, Pickles. You missed like the summary of the case, but you already know a little bit more because you were the one. Yes, this is the Jason trial. We are starting with the Jason trial. We'll go to the new trial when there is a movement, a verdict, a question, or anything that happens, and then we'll bounce back. So yeah, so you are probably the one that doesn't need the case because you were the one that gave us the suggestions for this trial, which I appreciated so much, my friend. I love when you guys suggest trials and things for us to watch all together. And the cameraman, I think, is positioned the camera. I think we might be getting ready for the action. Yeah, I think that's what Core TV is calling it, Willow. Yeah, thank you. But the bad word trial, yes. So this one is an I'm gonna have to know how to say it. New Hampshire and Jason Levesque. It's a snow plowing bad blood and trial. There is yeah, the victim is still alive. Sadly, it has a lot of medical conditions because of the incident, but the defendant is claiming self-defense. We are literally starting today's day one while we are on verdict watch for that. I normally I hang on, let me turn on the captions just to have it on, just to make it easier for everybody. I think it's I don't know. I like, to be fair, they are quite intriguing and they are made like to be a little bit clickbaity too. I just lost my sock. Sorry, I'll fix my sock later. I just lost it. I think they are made a little bit to be. Oh, I wonder what that's all about, and to make, well, people click. I think, but they are funny. I absolutely agree. Some of them are absolutely great, and but some at times are a bit laughable as well too. Hey, I'm so glad you are home safe, Paula. Yay, awesome. I am very happy about that. I mean, I can talk about the verdict game that is already I've already done. See, me being off from work from my day job it makes things run smoother because I have already done the verdict game form for this new trial. So you guys would be impressed, and I've already updated the command as well for it. So I am on the case, and we'll be sending the spreadsheet tomorrow out. So if you want the spreadsheet that of the cases that we follow in this channel, that says the statistics about the defendants, about the states that we cover, about the length of sentences, and all of that information, let me know if you want to. I can send you a shareable copy of that, which I'm gonna try to make sure, or you guys can update yourself, or it every time that that there is finish a case, I can upload the most recent updated spreadsheet, and then you can have a copy for yourself. They are late. Wow. I think we are well, why do we always have courts that are late? I understand that things happened and situations are out of people's controls, but so what really happened, like from what we know, we are on verdict watch actually for that one at the moment. Apparently, it was these two girls that lured this gentleman back to his house. Good morning, Stephanie. Hi. Oh no, it's fine. Oh, okay. I'll definitely do that, Stephanie. I'll keep that in mind. So on the house fire, so basically these two girls lured this guy to his house. Apparently they fed him drinks. They were drinking water apparently for their account, and then they just unalived him and then set the house on fire. Stephanie, thank you. Only fun got it. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Stephanie. Thank you very much. So that's the small little thank you, Stephanie. You got Oh, that is awesome. Thank you, Stephanie, for your support. You guys are amazing. Thank you. So that's basically the house fire trial. This one is the Jason Levesque that he pew-pewed someone 6 times and he lost the family jewel to that and sadly is in a wheelchair. So there is no sound yet. Let me make sure that I have the sound on. Yes, I do. No, yeah, oh. That's funny. So that's our defendant with the man bun. I think at least now it is kind of tidy because on this mugshot it is definitely sounded like, sorry, a crazy person. I don't know who that is, but that sounds funny. That doesn't sound. That sounds very funny. Can I Google? Is that safe to Google? That Well, we can start doing nicknames. Oh. Oh, judge is coming. Oh, I thought he was a female judge. Hang on. Okay.
Counsel, are we ready to bring the jury out? Yes, Your Honor. All right, please bring out the jurors. Please rise, jury inference. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. Welcome back to Stratford County Superior Court. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, we're going to begin the proceedings in this case by taking what's called a view. So we are going to go to a location in Rochester where the events that are involved in this case took place. Before we do that, let me explain a little bit about what a view is and what is expected of you during that view. The reason for a view is fairly straightforward. During the course of a trial, you're going to hear people talking about incidents which took place at a particular location. And the idea is that that testimony will make more sense to you if you first have an opportunity to see that location yourselves and get an idea of the layout and where things are located. So your obligation on the view is to look as carefully as you can and remember what you see as well as you can. There are a couple of important rules I have to tell you, however, first. First, you may not ask questions on the view. So you're not allowed to ask questions. If you do so, neither of the parties is permitted to answer your questions. Second, you're not allowed to take any notes or measurements while you're on the view. And third, you're not allowed to go back on your own later to that location to have a second look at it. This is the only chance you'll get to see this location. You're not allowed to go back on your own and view it again. And finally, and this is a very important rule, You're not allowed to talk amongst yourselves or with anyone else about what you see on the view, your impressions about the location, etc. This is a more specific instance of a general rule that I'm going to tell you later in my instructions, and you're going to hear me say this many times during this case. And that is that you're not to discuss the facts of this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else until the case is over, until you're back in the jury room deliberating at the end of this case. And that'll be after you've heard all the testimony and my instructions on the law. So you're not to have conversations amongst yourselves about the trial during the course of the trial. That can be a very hard instruction to follow because there's a natural instinct you're going to have when we take breaks to want to say, hey, how do you think it's going? Or what did you think of that witness? Or, ooh, what do you think about that? You're not allowed to do that, all right? So when you're on breaks or when you're on the bus coming back to the courthouse, talk about other things. Talk about the weather, talk about the Celtics. Don't talk about the case, all right? All right, so what's going to happen? In a few minutes, you're all going to get loaded onto a bus, and we're going to travel together to that location. Once there, you're going to take a look around. The lawyers might point out particular things to you at the location that they want you to see. Pay careful attention. However, you are not limited to only look at the things that they point out to you. You're welcome to look at whatever you want to look at. Counsel, is there an issue? Do we need to just...
Well, I think I found what we can count sidebars, because I think that's gonna be one of them trials. It's giving me the impression of being a sidebar trial. I was trying to as well find the location, the proper location of the incident. So because I don't think we are gonna be privy to go on this field trip, which it's sad. I really want to go on a field trip, and we start this trial with a field trip, which is interesting, but it's okay. So yeah, so we can't find, like, maybe I was thinking Google Maps it and be stockish, and we could do our own field trip. So if anyone knows the exact location of this whole situation, please tell me, so we can be stockish and do our own version of field trip without leaving the house and without having thank you very much, Toxic, for welcoming everybody. I really, really appreciate you. So, shall we count sidebars or objections, or both?
This may sometimes happen in this trial. It's been pointed out to me that I've actually failed to do something I was supposed to do, and so I want to correct it right now while we do it. Before we started all this, I was supposed to have you first sworn in as jurors. That's the first step in this process, where you become officially jurors by being sworn in. So I'm going to ask my clerk, Madam Clerk, will you please swear in the members of the jury? Yes, we'll do that when we come back.
All right, so members of the jury, will you please stand, and will you all please raise your right hand? Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charges against the defendant? If so, please say I do. Thank you. You may all be seated.
Okay. So now technically you're now officially jurors on this case. I'm not going to reread all the instructions I just gave you. I'm going to trust that you can remember what I just told you. And some of those instructions you're going to hear again later anyway, so I'm not worried about that. But let me just finish up with what's going to happen in a few minutes. So as I said, we're going to get on the bus. We're going to travel to this location. Once we're there, you can take a look around. The lawyers may point out things to you they want you to pay close attention to, but you're not limited to only look at those things. And I will tell you this, an important thing to understand is what you see on the view is evidence in this case, just as much as any of the other evidence you're going to hear in this case. So that means that what you see on the view can be considered by you when the time comes to render your verdict at the end of this trial. So it's extremely important that you pay close attention to what you see on the view, that you observe, and you observe carefully. It is your view, so you can stay on the scene as long as you like. and you'll be given a full opportunity to see everything there and get a good perspective. I request of you all that when we're at the view, though, it would be helpful if you try to stay fairly close together. I don't want individuals wandering off on their own. Please don't spread out too much. Then if you do, you'd have a hard time hearing what's going on if the lawyers want to say something to you. So that's important. During the view, as we're traveling there to the view and back, we're going to be in the charge of the court officers and the sheriffs. If anyone should attempt to talk to you about this case during your time on the view, I want you to please notify a deputy sheriff or a court officer immediately. One last thing I want to mention to you, you probably already noticed, there is going to be media coverage of this trial. As you can see, there is a camera here in the courtroom recording this, and there may be live streaming, I'm told, of this trial. I want you to know several things about that. First, the media has been instructed, and I have every reason to think that they're professionals and will follow my instruction. Your images and likenesses will not be put out there in the public eye. Second, I'm instructing you, and this will also be part of my general instructions later, that you're not to view any media coverage about this case. So you're prohibited from going home and watching any of the live stream. If you come across articles or reports about this, you're to disregard those. And also, because of the media coverage, it just makes it more likely that members of your family or friends might approach you and want to talk to you about what they saw and ask you questions. I'm instructing you, you're not to engage in any of those conversations. All right? So if anyone approaches you and wants to talk to you about this trial because what they saw on the media, you're to not engage in those conversations, to immediately disengage. Okay? Very good. Now, at this point, before we go and get on the bus, the attorneys are given an opportunity to give what's called a preview statement. A preview statement is simply a short statement given by the lawyer to assist you in understanding what they want you to observe at the view. These preview statements are not the opening statements. Those will come later after we get back. And importantly, an important thing to remember is these preview statements, just like the opening statements you're going to hear later, are not themselves evidence. These are things that the lawyers are telling you they'd like you to pay attention to, but they're not themselves evidence. All right? So with that, we'll now turn to the preview statements. Attorney Bark, you may proceed.
Good morning. So it's been a week and a half, and maybe you've forgotten the crazy Swedish name. My name is Joakim Barth. It's J-O-A-C-H-I-M. Together with my co-counsel, Sarah Varela, I'm presenting the evidence for the state, appearing on behalf of the state of New Hampshire. And over the next course of several days, we'll be presenting the evidence to support the charging document. The view. First, where? We're going out to an address, residential address, actually two, in Rochester on Summer Street. These are adjacent addresses. Number 43 has 2 units in it, and the victim, Kyle, Violette, lived there. He lives there with his family, the details of which we'll talk about later. Immediately next door, separated by a driveway, is 41. And there, Jason Levesque lived there with his family. And we'll talk about more details of that later. That's where we're going. We're going to go out front. We're not going to go into either of those residences. We're going to go out front because that's where the events underlying these charges took place. A shooting in the street right out front of these residences. Why? Why are we going out there? The judge touched on some of these issues. Look, we expect probably 6 videos to be introduced. 6 videos that capture really significant events in this case. The part of a confrontation, literally the actual shooting itself. But here's the catch. These videos come from different angles. They integrate, they overlap, But literally, you know, one is looking up the driveway from 41, one is looking down from the corner of 41, a porch view from 41, and a bay window view from 43, kind of at an angle. And so it's true that these videos overlap, they link together, they can form a cohesive picture, but the theory about going out on this view is, you know, some people learn differently. You know, some people could look at these in sequence and it all comes together. The theory is other people are visual learners, and that going out there and seeing a panoramic that allows you then to integrate and overlap these videos more effectively will serve you and a clear understanding of the evidence best. And so when we go out there, we're primarily, from the state's perspective, going to be pointing out things like line of sight, distances, perspectives, that we hope will assist during the course of this trial when you receive other forms of evidence. What's the catch? The catch is this, you know, the judge also alluded to this. You're going out there without the benefit of opening statements that give you an overview from both sides' two perspectives about the important issues and facts in this case. And so you're going out there a little disembodied from a coherent narrative. All I'll ask you to do is take, you know, clear images in your mind and keep in mind that what you see out there is in fact evidence. And it's going to be evidence that we're going to ask you to draw from, to incorporate into the greater body of evidence in this case to return a guilty verdict at the end. So it's important. Again, we can't tell you the full story yet. We'll do that when we get back. So we've got that. Again, we can't answer your questions, but both sides are going to just point out issues, and I just ask you the importance of it. This is evidence. And see you out there and then back here afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Sisti.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning. Sorry. Good morning. Good seeing y'all. Sometimes we lose jurors over the week and a half, 10 days, and if you guys can count, you know that we did. We did lose a juror this morning. So it's very important that you listen to the judge's instructions and keep it together. We can't afford to lose too many more jurors. Let me start by saying thank you again for your service so far. You're about to get into the meat of the case. And the meat of the case starts this morning. Meat of the case and the first reasonable doubts that are going to come to your mind are going to be developed this morning through this view. And I can't emphasize that enough. A lot of people, you know, slight it off as some kind of a field trip. This is not a field trip. This is the real deal. This is just as important as any of the medical evidence that will come in during the course of this trial. It's just as important or more important than testimony, even from some of the individuals that will be testifying. You know, the prosecutor told you that these are adjacent homes. They are adjacent homes. He did define one of the individuals as being a victim. That will be up to you to determine whether he was a victim at the end of this case. I want you to understand that, okay? We take issue with that starting now. We take issue with that starting on the view. And I can't push that hard enough. You were asked if you could be open-minded and if you could decide this case without bias or prejudice. And the true test is about to begin. When we go out there, you're going to have to understand a couple things. Last April, there was a freak snowstorm. I don't know if you folks remember that. It was a wild, wet, terrible snowstorm. And it actually, I think, went on for, I don't know, overnight even. It went on for a few hours, a lot of hours. And it accumulated a lot of snow. Now, there's been snow, but there's not been accumulation like that. And there's been a lot of melting. Okay. So when we get out there, just try to envision the area, snow covered too, okay? One other thing, we're going out in the daylight. All right? This thing took place a little bit after 10 o'clock at night. All right, so keep that kind of a context going too. This is a nighttime situation. All right, so keep an eye around, take a look at where we are. I have to emphasize with you that you're going to get some really good video captured on some Ring cameras and other things that evening. It's actually going to be very helpful to you. And some of the video we were able to actually enhance. And by enhance, I mean blow it up, zero in on certain areas, so that you'll get an even better, look at what's going on. But it is important to draw the big picture this morning, the layouts. We'll fill in the blanks. It's our job to fill in the blanks. It's your job to get the outline. Okay, we'll plug it in as we go. But I got to tell you, I can't emphasize enough. I can't emphasize enough how important this is. All right. I know you can't ask questions out there, and I know you may want to. And I got to tell you, we'd probably love to answer them. But there'll be a time and a place. We get to do openings and we get to do examinations of witnesses, and hopefully we'll be able to fill in those blanks for you as we move through this trial. That's our job. Okay? Your job is to remain neutral. Your job is to remain open-minded, and you got to really turn it up as far as observation, because by the time you get to the deliberation room, okay, it's not going to be 1 day or 2 days from now. It's probably going to be into next week. So try to really lock down on this. And if you can, we'd really appreciate it. Jason's depending on you to stay open-minded and neutral. You got to do it. And we're going to get going on it right now. And the judge told you this. I can't emphasize it enough. This is your view. This isn't our view. This is your view. If you need time to look at something, that bus doesn't leave until you're done. Okay? This is where you guys are the boss now. And you get to take over certain parts of the case. One of them is today. One's today. And one's going to be at the end of this trial. Deliberation room. When you decide the fate of Jason Levesque. So take advantage of those two opportunities, all right? And we're going to get out there. We'll point stuff out to you. It'll all make sense as we move through this thing. But I want to thank you again. Thanks for hanging in there. We got a while to go. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Sisti. All right. So at this point, I think we are ready to commence with the view. So I'd ask the court officers to start that process, please.
Please rise.
Anything we need to discuss before we get out there?
Just wondering what the,
Oh, my understanding, do you want to approach? Yeah, thank you. We will see that.
Sorry, I was just waiting for the sound to finally go, so I can talk. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Hello, nice to see you. Nice to see you here today. We are starting the new trial, the Jason Levesque trial. While we are on verdict watch for Stacy Rodriguez one, I have found with the feed from court. They are having the feed live, but there's nothing happened so far. Um, as soon as there's movement in court for question, verdict, or anything, we'll pause this one. Well, probably we're not gonna need to pause, but we'll do that. We'll pause and then go watch the verdict. Celebrate that she will get guilty, and then come back to this one. But I was thinking maybe meanwhile, we could do our own version of field trip because we've got not the address but the location where this situation happened, and I found a very good image on Google Earth, and we can just walk down the street, kind of mostly trying to figure out where it is because they said one of the things that. I think was the prosecutor that said, they said that the house was adjacent, so we can see if any of the houses in that street are adjacent or not. I already kind of found one that I think it might be, but we can just go up and down the street and see what's going on and see that. So I'm gonna share that tab right now. So I hope you guys can see it all right and there's not too many obstructions. So yes, let's do it. William, just be careful with the caps. We have a Nightbot robot thing in chat and he doesn't like caps. Sorry, my friend. I don't want you to get caught or anything. So, oh man, Zia, we did not pack your lunch for the field trip. I'll get you, darling. Don't worry. I'll get you. So, welcome to Summer Street, Rochester, New Hampshire, where the incident happened back in April 4th, 2024. Obviously, I think apparently it was nighttime when this whole happened. Yeah. So, ooh, coffee's on Willow. Is that a place for everybody, Willow? I want free coffee too. Or we can just eat from Toxic too. No, I don't think you might need a coat. You like just to be comfortable because the weather might be a little bit cold. But yay! Everyone is on a field trip. Nice, awesome. So this is the neighborhood, right, where the incident took place. I don't think there's houses down the bottom. So let's start from the bottom of the road and then we can do our way back. Yeah. Sorry, this is actually a really field trip to me to the US neighborhood because technically I can say I've been to the US because Google Earth counts, right? Not joking. For those wondering, I'm in the UK. I'm Portuguese, but I live in the UK. Zio and I am gonna get stuck with that song in my head. Thank you very much. It's an old field trip. Yeah, I like those kinds of old. Oh, I'm going too far away. Okay. So apparently this is where the street begins. The Summer Street begins. So there's already the houses seem quite far apart, which I love. Awesome. To me it's incredible the amount of space that between these two houses and everything. There's so much space. In the UK you would have about 500 houses already there. They are glued together in the UK. We share a wall with a neighbor, literally. Houses here, at least in this street that we are watching, they are just so glued together. It's absolutely insane how far apart they are. You can fit the whole house there, or two houses in the middle of that. Look at that. So talking about from what we've heard in this field trip openings, if you want to call that, we heard that the houses were glued together. So there's a few options. So this ones, to me, they are kind of glued together, but probably not as much as the ones across the street. I know. I think Gardenbot will love this maintained lawns. I don't know when this was taken actually. It was June 2023. That was when this thing happened. Oh, nice, Pickles. That is awesome. It seems very quiet, you know. I don't think it seems like it's like a very busy area. It seems very, very quiet to me. I don't know. Am I having that impression? You can see, like, if it is, I know, cute houses for sure. I just like the space between the houses is just amazing me. You could, in the UK, fit like 3 houses in there. Like, literally, there is no way. Yes, 4 of 24. Thank you, Willow. Yes. So this could be because I think there's another set of houses down the street. They are very together. This could be our house. So, um, oh yeah. Well, I learned my English journey by watching TV and music and everything. So, I might have a weird accent there, but yeah, that's how I learned my English. But hey, s- um, oh no, Pickles, actually, thank you for bringing that up. There is just something going on with the YouTube, right? Because our friend Zio posted earlier. I'm trying to find again a message. There is something happening. Sorry, here you go. Something with happening with the YouTube. That's there's not letting messages to be posted. Thank you very much, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you for that. They're not letting a message to be posted. We are not timing out people, and there's just something crazy happening with the YouTube. So bear with us with this. If you don't think that your message I get through, please reach out to me, to one of my mods on Discord, and let us know. And yeah, absolutely. My apologies in advance for this. Just this, yeah, stuff that is happening, so just bear with us. Yeah. Oh, awesome. That is awesome. I am in the northeast area, in an area of Newcastle, Sunderland. That's where I am, in the UK. I've been here for 10 years now, so I'm 11 years this year. So love it here. I like the weather. I know I'm crazy. I like the UK weather. I know. But yeah. So that is where I am, and yeah, love it here. So going back, so this could be the houses of the snow plowing incident, correct? Because he said that the house. Oh, it's okay, Pickles. It's absolutely fine. I appreciate you because it is something that I wanted to talk about, that I wanted to bring up, as well on stream to tell you guys because Oh, nice, Windsor. That is awesome. Used to live down in Bedford, like Luton area. So, absolutely. So, but I appreciate Pickles because yeah, kind of like the Twitter attacks. I appreciate you bring that up because it was something that I needed to pass along to you guys in chat. So you are aware that is happening, and it's not as all my mods like blocking your comments or anything, because we do believe that everyone has a right of an opinion, and I love hearing other opinions as long as everybody respects each other. But it's just something YouTube wild thing happening, so our apologies for that. So going back to the new trial, actually I need to give a new Waukesha journey. We need to talk about what's happening in Waukesha. That you guys are busy. First of all, what do you feel about Darrow Brooks? Because sorry, now I'm still interested in the new trial. Sorry, Waukesha, it's an area that it's not that I am in love, because sadly there's a lot of that happens there, because you guys had Darrow Brooks, you had Jesse, oh, what's her name? How do you say Koroski? The eye drop trial girl, as well, and then there's a bunch of other trials going on, and and you have the amazing Judge Darrow, Jennifer Darrow. Oh my days, me and pronunciations this morning. Um, so Oh, you wanted the Jesse. That was one of my first trials ever that I watched online on the true crime. So, oh, that is amazing. Sorry, like that trial for me, it's like an highlight. See, this is what I mean. Like, sorry about that, Pickles. Yeah, it's. I'm so sorry, my friend. But we want you here. Just keep coming, Pickles. Okay. Maybe update your app, maybe as well, if that's something you could do. But I'm really sorry about that, friend. I will try to see if I can email YouTube to see if that situation can be sorted out or anything. Oh wow. No way, you spoke to the mother? Even after the spiciness that happened in court, that literally Jesse said that the mom knew where sadly the victim's body was. Journey, we need to talk. Reach out in Discord. Also check, everybody, check the Discord as the gavel drops. We have a lot of documents about, well, not about this case because this case is a little bit hard, but about a lot of other cases, and also we can chat there about this trial and the other trial. So there's a lot we can do in this Discord. But Journey, please reach out. I would love to hear more about your experience going to the Jesse trial. I am a true crime addict. I do, the name suits me, and I would love to hear your part on that. I don't want to overtake just to talk about this because we want to. I also want to talk about the new trial. Oh, okay. We probably can help you out. To maybe Toxic can help you out because she's the Discord girl. She manages the Discord server, and we are good friends. I hope. I know. I think we are. So we can. Yeah. So we definitely can check that out. Now, getting back to this new trial. I keep getting sidetracked, so sorry about this, guy. Guys, I need just to ask Garden what one thing. Sorry about that. I was just asking him a favor. Maybe I can ask some of you, of my mods in chat, if there's not too much pressure. Can you keep an eye on the main feed of the trial that we are following? Yeah, that we are following. So when they go back live again, I can see, because I have run out of devices. I have my phone only. Busy. Gardenbot is on his computer. So yeah, maybe try that link, Journeys, to check that out. And yeah, so thank you very much, guys. Appreciate that. So carry on. So our field trip. Sorry. Well, to be fair, we are talking on the way there because it's not gonna happen. I see. Are you okay? Are you having a fight with Nightbot again? There again. Nightbot is attacking Zio. Nice. I love that. So again, we have arrived again to the Summer Street in Rochester in our trial. Man, like, Nightbot is going crazy. I need to have a word with them. So this could be the houses of the case. We're still gonna carry on doing we're gonna go down the street and come back because there could be the houses, but I don't seem that big of a driveway though that needed plowing, unless it is the sidewalk they were talking about. Yay, toxic. Nightbot needs to, yeah. So this could be the houses, but I don't think there's a big massive like drive, right, to plow. What do you guys think? because I don't think it is that big. Let's carry on. Let's look at the other side of the street. Because see, that house, right, down the has the trees on the side that look like Christmas trees on the side, has more to plow. Hmm. Well, probably. Well, to be fair, we don't have a lot of snow over here in the UK where I live. So probably I'm not seeing nothing. You guys can give me your perspective that's deal with a lot more snow than I do. So carry on down the street. I wonder what this is. Is this a business? Yeah, it is a business. Huh. Probably, which used to be a business. Sorry, I'm just curious. Just down the street, trying to see if there's any possibilities of houses. They are adjacent. Well, this too could be as well, kinda. If, sorry, if that is a house and everything. Oh, that's the Christmas tree house. Now carry on. I like how the houses in the US, right, are long in length and not in width, if you know what I mean. So I really like that fact. Sometimes in the UK, houses are in the width, they are long, and then they are tiny on the length. So I really like for example this house with a white car, where the mouse is. Probably you guys can see the mouse. It is longer on that, and I really like that fact instead of the I don't know. I'm just talking. So carrying down, that's the other side of the street again. A lot of spacious space between houses. And then we come to the almost to the other side of the street because we start. I'm trying not to go too fast so it doesn't cause any motion sickness for anybody. If I'm going too fast, let me know. So we started at that far end of the street and we almost at the other end of it. So and then there is more houses that are a little bit together, like down here, but it's not really a big massive issue as the other one is. So I am assuming the Oh, thank you very much for that, William. I really appreciate it. I'm trying not to be too fast because obviously I don't want to cause motion sickness to everybody, and I want you guys to be able to see it as well. So I'm assuming, yeah, that those would be the houses because I mean these houses are not really that together. This one by the blue house. Or on the other side of the street. Sorry. See, this is why I shouldn't be moving that fast. Oh, 41 and 43. Oh, nice. Okay. Hang on. Let me see. Let me see if I can see. Oh, 40. We are apparently on 35. It says on the corner. And we're going on 36. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for that, Will. Appreciate it. We're going to 43 and 41. So... Ooh, Zillow! That is a great idea. Ooh. So, apparently, yeah, you know what? Truck is in front of it. Literally, there's a truck in front of the houses. Truck move. Oh, no! Are you serious? Are you for real? So, oh, I think, yeah, that's the houses then, I think, here. Definitely, I think that's definitely the houses there. 41. I was like, because on the other image, the truck is a little bit more up front, and now we went to the back. It's just weird how Google car works sometimes. So yeah, I think that might be the houses. Can I zoom in more to see if I can see the number of the houses? I will look on Zillow in a second. Oh, I can zoom in a lot more. Oh, I think I zoomed in too much. Hang on. I cannot see the numbers. Where do you guys normally put the numbers on houses? You'll be told, yeah. Oh, okay. So, is that 41 then, Willow, with the orange cable tie pole? Yeah. So that will be 41. So, I know it is. So, Probably, so that's 41 with a cable tie and orange cable tie where the mouse is. I think it's 41, and then the other one, 43. So they are the houses of our trial. That is nice. Now I am gonna try to see if I can find on Zillow any more information, because we need more information, because for our field trip to actually be completed, to see if we can have a house tour, even though the incident did not happen inside of the house. But anyway, oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Oh, so apparently that is not it. Which one? Like, hang on. Maybe it's across the street that it is. Oh my days, I am lost. See, I have no sense of directions whatsoever. Oh. Oh, it's the one beside the big fence. See, I like you guys. I'm getting us lost in the field trip. We might not get back to court because I got us lost. Hang on. So I need the house in front of the post. Willow, help me. Good morning, Ivamos. We are currently in Summer Street, Rochester, in New Hampshire. It's where the crime in our new trial occurred, and the jury went on an actual field trip to this place. And I said, "When can we go?" And I pull up Google Earth to try to see what it is, but I got lost. I got us lost. I know it is weird, so it's like, exactly. It's like, Stephanie, I agree with you. Don't tell me like go north, east, west, or west. I was like, hey, huh, hablo inglés. And I was like, no, like tell me, like turn at McDonald's, turn at Starbucks, at Wendy's, Popeyes. One second. Oh, okay. Toxic, can you check Journey's message above? And because Toxic is the sorry, let me try to find this house. Willow, if you help me direct, am I going that direction where I'm turning, or to the other direction? Sorry, I appreciate it. Oh, so that was the house. So, oh, wait, hang on. So they were opposite, not adjacent. Hang on, I was in the correct house then, wasn't I? Yeah, that is the house. That is the house that is there, yeah. So, the house that... Huh? Am I in the correct street? It's because that is the house you sent me, Willow, right? The one where the pole and the orange cable tie is? Yeah, that is the same house. And he has a house next door. Correct. That has a fence. Yes. It did not unalive him, actually, Journey. The victim is alive, but is in a wheelchair bound, and and lost one of the family jewels, and there's still remaining pew devices, bullets. I think we can say bullets. Inside of him in the areas that sadly it's too dangerous that to remove. So yeah, he pew-pewed him because apparently the victim threw snow to his property and he did not want it. So yeah. Oh, okay. So I think they could have done constructions, but just weird. Yeah. But thank you very much, Willow. Appreciate that. So yeah. What I was thinking, this is where probably our jury is. I just need to make sure that the Stacy Rodriguez thing is nothing is happening. Give me 1 second, because I was using my phone for the pictures. I agree with you. It is a very ridiculous thing to happen. That's why do you pew someone over snow. But well, weirdest things have happened. So yeah. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree, but I mean, I know the houses are very close and they are very like on top of each other. Not like UK though. But still, they had yes. I don't think they liked each other already, and I think this note thing drove it over the edge. But still, not a reason to pew pew someone. But yeah. Apparently our defendant is not a very good person because he was already being investigated apparently for DV claims and causes and everything. So yeah. Oh, good morning, Rachel. Hello. Hi. Good morning. We're just on a field trip right now of where our new trial is come from. Our jury it has gone already to this place. They are, I think, there right now. I don't think the courtroom is too far away from where this has happened. I don't know. I'm not from this area, so I don't know. Um, God, thank you. Good to see you too. No, did not find his previous court things because I have the case number, but I can't find any information on this case number that I found. So I might need to spend more time to with that. With that, I was gonna say something and now I forgot. I completely forgot all my days. I don't know. Oh well. Uh, so jury. Oh, because basically, do you guys fancy going on another field trip, but this one abroad? Because I don't think jury is back yet. I think they're gonna take at least about like an hour or something. I could show you where I grew up. In Portugal, obviously, because I'm in England, so I can show you that because I'm not there right now. My family's not there anymore anyway, in that area. So, do you guys want to see where I grew up in Portugal? We can make a trip down memory lane of where I used to live in Portugal. So, we could do that. Or you could just listen to me essentially. So, yes, awesome. Let's go. Let's go to Portugal. So, it's fine if I put the address because no one already lives there anyway. So I just need to write let's go to Portugal. Let's visit Portugal. Yay. Hope you're ready for the dizziness. So hopefully they will have a live view. Right, I need to situate myself on where we are in the neighborhood because it's a crazy neighborhood. I can say the name, but you guys will like, yeah. Okay, let me put the map. Hopefully, oh yes, it does. Yay! I will know where we are. I haven't been there in ages, so I might be a little bit lost of where we are now. Yes, and guess what? I am lost. Oh yes, I think I know where I am. I think I have to go up. So we just have to. Awesome, you have your passport ready. I think we just have to go through this very big hill. This is a road that both sides goes through, right? Like literally both sides in the street, cars go through this one, and it's a very steep hill. I remember when I was a kid, I was so very scared of going up this road. So oh my days, it's gonna take forever to go up. It is very, very, very steep. Like people would actually walk. Oh, sorry, Pickles. Come on, let's go. You don't need passport for this one. It is very steep, and people would walk that. And I was like, I would never do it. But then once my brother-in-law car like broke down by these houses, and we had to carry on. So it's just absolutely insane having to walk this. It's a very inclined area, as you can see, and it gets worse. Like in this part, it gets very worse. You kind of can get the perception from here That's where we came from, down there, and then that's, yeah. So this is the area where, oh, this road was a killer to get up on. I hated it so much. And two cars are supposed to go in that road on both directions. So it definitely is a workout. Oh, I remember that your friend used to live there. Oh my days, this is bringing back so many memories. You guys are no understanding. This is gonna sound bad, but this, do you see that steps used to be a shortcut to the other side of town? So if you didn't want to go all the way around the road, all around the road, you could take that shortcut, but that would be a very dangerous thing. Oh, hello, Trial TV Life, welcome and good morning. Hi, Aaron, I did not forget the name. Hello, hi, thanks for popping in. Hello, hi. Wow, everyone is popping in. We are making a drive by the memory lines while we are waiting for our court case to start today. So yes, indeed, Rachel, you are very, very right. Everyone, please like. It will help the channel a lot. Thank you very much for everything. You guys are amazing in the support and just listening me ramble. Yeah, this is where I grew up actually. So we are just in the neighborhood because our jury are now a new case that we're studying today. They are going for a field trip. We've been there, we've done our field trip, and now we are just spending some time together because we are double taking today. We are on verdict watch and starting a new trial today, so we are relaxing a little bit. So this is again the other part of the neighborhood. We are almost there. It might. Oh, Fala, hello, hi, hello, welcome in everybody. Also awesome, all of you coming in and say hello. Love you lots, guys. Thank you very much. So just carry on down the street, down the road. See how the houses like are very literally next to each other. We are nearly there. So, oh, thank you, Rachel. I really appreciate you. That is so awesome. We are almost there. Oh, that's a cafe. Oh my days, the times that I went right to this door here with the gate, it was a cafe where we would like buy pastries and stuff like that and bread, fresh made bread. Hey, therapist, hello. So it's oh, how old I was there? I think was between, I was about six until I was about 17 when I left home. So this was my second house I lived in, but the other one I don't really remember. This one is the one that I remember the most, and I was there for most of my life until I left home. To that. Okay, awesome. As like we are spending a little bit of time since both of our courts are on either verdict watch or on break, so we need to do something. Oh wow, they when is this? Oh, this is from 2010. Wow, they're building a new house there. That is so cool. That's new. That's this house where the mouse is was not there. That is awesome. Oh, we getting there. That is a massive house though, like, not gonna lie. Definitely big one. So, oh no, why they painted the house? It looks so ugly. And they are building a house next. Wow. So where they are building a new house, right? This one, it used to be like just land. Oh no. They're building a house next to my old house, and they replaced the garage door and the windows. What is this? The house? Hang on. No, it's not. Oh, it's not my old house. See, was the what I was talking about. The land place with nothing. That was what I was talking about, because my old house is this one. Oh, I was getting confused. So so it's like so how By the way, Trial TV Live, hello. Are you still enjoying your guys' trial? That trial is going on forever, huh? Day 28 today. That's a lot of patience. Well done for keeping with that one. I tried to listen to a little bit, but that trial is taking 28 days for the case state to rest. That's yeah, that is my patience would not. No, Rachel. My family doesn't live here anymore. My mom lives in the. I can imagine you guys are. Make sure you check Trial TV Live channel as well, guys. It's the same name. They also follow trials, and they are following the crazy case of the Monica Sementelli case for the last 500 million days, probably. That's what they could they say. So yeah, this is my hometown. This is where I grew up, but my family doesn't live here anymore. Otherwise, I would not be sharing where my family lives. I know you guys wouldn't do, but there is still not very safe people. So this is the house. Actually, this is the house, guys. They changed the door of the garage, but yeah, don't mind the clothes drying. At least that. So that with the bars, the window with the bars, that is the kitchen at the bottom, and then you have stairs, like spiral staircase stairs to the top of the house, and then here it's a bedroom, and then that one is the living room. But because to get into the house, I think the show, yeah, kinda, you have stairs to go up, so you go into the hallway, and then the kitchen and the cupboard is downstairs. So it's really, hey, you are in Discord. Awesome journey. That is amazing. That is awesome. So I know there's like that's how we dry clothes in Portugal most of the time. It's by putting clothes in the dry. So you don't want to live in a lighthouse. Why not? It sounds awesome, Ken. To live in in a lighthouse. Not joking. But so yeah, so this is the house I like literally my childhood. My best friend, he used to live on this house like across the street. Her house was amazing. It was it's like kind of can see she doesn't live there anymore either. So it has like two entrances, and it was amazing. It was like you know, I don't want to say this in a like bad way, but old people's house that has a like lot of stuff and everything. But this is kind of like how the house was, and it had has a lot of awesome stuff in it. And then they had a house down the bottom they used to rent, so it's two houses in kind of one. So yeah, and then there's very good friends as well. They live down there in that block of flats or apartments. And so yeah. Oh, did you just change your name, Rachel? Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, did you just change names? Oh, Kat, hello. And I know, I think everyone is trying to come across here. So this is where I grew up. Now, well, let's go to my first school. We are just trying to spend some time and waste some time on visiting Portugal and where I grew up. So my first school, it was like literally nearby. I could walk to it. I used to walk by myself. Hang on. I need to write in Portuguese. I think that's how you. I think that's how you spell it. I think it is. I don't remember. Oh no! Don't tell me there's no images. Come on, please. Yes, there is. So, are we? Oh my days, we got so far behind. Why did they like to drop us so far behind of the school, of where we are supposed to go? And then we have, yes, it is a very hilly place. Where I used to live, there's a lot of hills. So and that was not a reason to keep me fit, that's for sure, because food. That's a taxi, by the way. How taxis look in Portugal. At least Lisbon. They look like that with the greenish top and the blue bottom. And they look like that. Oh, can we go up? Yes, we can. Oh my days, why do we have to always go through the hills? So, I used to live on that street that would come to here. Well, yeah, 2 front wheels to trial TV life, yeah. So, coming up that hill, oh wow, they transformed that into a park? This used to be just an abandoned lot? They did parking. Wow. Sorry, I haven't been here in like 10 plus years, almost 20 years. Oh wow. That's crazy how this transformed. They did actually this in a park. That is crazy. Sorry, I'm finding things as you guys are finding, because it's been ages, donkey years that I've been here. So like this used to be just an abandoned hilly place that we would walk across to and from school and places. So that's crazy how things changed. Wow, that is amazing. So I am trying to keep an eye on the chat as well. Okay, so we got to the place where the school is, and this is the school. Oh, they painted the school. It used to be like a beige color. Nice. Sorry, I'm just having lots of fun. Ooh, Holy Fan, hey, hello. Hello, welcome in. Hey, you look good in green, Only Fan. Nice. Everyone looks great in green and gray as well. So this is my first school. Oh, it's college fetish now. I think you guys, if you wanted to go somewhere else apart from where I grew up, just let me know, because we don't have to do this, but both of our court cases are not working. Oh, what's that in the window? Is it someone in the window? I'm being nosy. But this is like a primary school, so you go from first grade to fourth grade in the school. I know, definitely we are going down to the memory lane, I vamos. Because again, both of our courts are not on, so we need to do something. And I don't think hearing me would be, well, you're still hearing me, but at least I'm kind of saying something interesting. Oh, I know. We are waiting for the Baby Joker verdict. I think it should come any moment now, because I mean, it's been almost an hour. They've been deliberating today. Together with yesterday, it's been an hour, almost 2 hours altogether. So I'm not thinking that it's gonna be much long. Oh wow, they did. So by the trees, you guys see the trees. This used to be just dirt, right? And you used to play how you call it, garden bot. How do you call the little see-through balls thingies that you play with?
I play with.
No, that kids play with. Oh, I can't remember the name.
Bouncy balls.
No, the other no, they're made of glass.
Marbles.
Marbles, that's it. We used to play marbles a lot across this stretch. So did they change that? Oh man, kids cannot be kids anymore. It's a big school. Like all of that we've been going down all the way up, it's all school. So oh. Sorry. Stephanie, I never had mine. I never so marbles is like a game we used to play as kids. It was actually quite fun. And we used to spend lots of breaks playing. Oh wow, they changed the school a lot. That's good, for the better. So yeah, so this was my primary school, the school where I was not in a lot of trouble. I was in a medium-sized trouble, not a lot. The other one that I got in a lot of trouble and actually got expelled from it. It's another school where we can go now there. if you guys want to. I mean, if you want to go somewhere else, we can go. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, it's just my mom sending me a text. Give me a moment, guys. Sorry about this. Just, yeah, one second. Sorry about that, guys. No. My mom doesn't know. Well, my mom knows that I do YouTube, and I've been doing this. She's not very happy with it, but it's okay. I understand it. It's fine. But it's just because I text her to make sure that she's all right. Because I text her every day just to make sure that she's okay and everything. And she replied back, but I haven't replied because she replied when court was starting, and I was getting busy with all of that. And yeah, and she was just making sure that I got the message, and that oh she sent me another one. Hang on one second. I need to make sure that she's okay. Moms. So if the trial starts, please. I try. I'm just doing my part, Stephanie. We have to take care of our moms and our families. If we don't take care, who is? So I just need to make sure, because she sent me now an email, because I think there was something that she needed to help with translating, and but I did not get an email. Hang on, where is it? I did not get an email though. Alright, sorry. Sorry. Just saying that she said that she sent me an email with something for me to do with, but I did not get received any email, so just making sure that she can send it again. So yeah, so of course I love my mom. I mean, my mom is the last bit of family that I have left. So I have brothers and sisters, but we don't speak. We literally don't speak. We grow apart. Life happens, and we don't speak. So my mom is the last fleshly family that I have. I know I have garden bot and his family, and I've got amazing friends, virtual and non-virtual, like you guys. But yeah, my mom is the last piece here. So I need to take very good care of her, and everything. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Ken. Thank you guys for understanding. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much for yeah. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, Stephanie. To give you a bit of an insight, my grandma passed away 2 years ago. My brother, that we grew up with my grandma. She was at the house all the time, every day, all day, and she was like a mom figure for us, while my mom was our father figure, basically. And at our grandma's funeral, my brother gave me a handshake to say sorry for your loss. He gave me a handshake. So yeah, that happened. But it's one of those things. So oh, I'm so sorry, Lois. I'm sending you a hug, darling. Yeah, so the families can be hard, but the good thing is, you can make your own family, either by relationships or finding friends and confidence and building friendships that can be families as well. So it's not just on flesh and blood. So moving to the next location. I'm just trying to type the name of the other school. Um, that is. I don't. Oh, I don't think. No. No, that's not that one. Because it's not coming up. What? The the school doesn't exist anymore? Sorry, trying to find the school, but apparently the... Oh, yes. Yes, the school is there. I was gonna say is the school. Well, you guys can see. So the school is there where the mouse is, and we have very good neighbors. They are very quiet neighbors because all of this is the cemetery. So, and this is actually where my grandma was cremated. So, talking about the school, that is a... Yeah. Oh wow, it actually took us to the front gate of the school. They put benches now. I am jealous. They never had benches when I went to the school. So that is a bus stop, right, in the in where the school is in Lisbon. And this is the school. I got kicked out of the school. I got expelled. Well, I was gonna say not by my own fault, but yes, it was my own fault. uh, we are very thankful of you as well, Stephanie and Lois and everybody. Oh hey, Garden bot, you typed in chat. So this is where the school. What did I do? Well, so there was this teacher, right, that I did not like. She did not like me. We were never friends. We are never gonna be friends. And she just got up to my case. And she was very, very annoying. And all she wanted me to do, which is understandable, was for me to do homework and to do the classwork and everything, which I understand it's her job. But I did not want to. I was in 6th grade, I think. So I was about 12, 13. And she just wanted me to do the studies and to do things, and I did not want to. I did not care. I was in the rebel phase, and I was just all I want was just to have fun with my friends, playing Uno, and not really care about school. One day, right, we were in class and I was just chatting with my friends and not paying attention, and she, in her defense, she already had said to me to be quiet quite a few times, and she even threatened to kick me out from the lesson, which, fair enough. But to be fair, in that year I never completed a class in person. I was always kicked out of every single one. I know it's not good. And then she got to a point that she was really grinding my gears, and I may or may have not, probably may have, picked up a chair, and I did not hit her. I won't profess I did not hit her. I hit the board, the chalkboard, and that was, yeah, the principal was already had enough of me at that point, which I kind of understand, and he said that there was no hope for me. So, oh, they're still okay. Thank you very much, Willow. Appreciate it. They're still on the field trip. So yeah, they kicked me out of the school because well, not just because of that, but it was an accumulation of situations and accumulation of things that has happened that year, that yeah. Yeah, no, there's no hope for me. No. At that time, the principal thought that I was gonna be a waste of, yeah. I know jury trips would be fun. I know we are trying. Well, it would be fun for us to watch, but I don't think we get privy to see that, sadly. But instead, you are walking down the memory lane with me, Pickles, and hearing stories about me. Yes, they have been for the last 58 minutes and, well, 58 minutes and 12 seconds. When you see this, will be, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, and it was the thing that's like, the thing is, at that time, I could not be bothered about school. All I wanted was to chill, and she, yeah, I know. Look at me now, following directions and thank you guys. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. I'm just being me. This is me in front of the camera and outside of the camera. Oh no, my nail. Sorry. That was a reaction. My nail is coming out. I can always glue it again. But now I'm following rules and learning about the law. Now, I later that year I got a very big scare in my life, and I had two choices basically. I either had a choice to straighten up, or going down a path that probably would have led me to worse situations, and I probably wouldn't be here today. And I am very thankful of my to a couple of friends at that time that woke me up. That woke me up to what I was doing and what I was getting myself into, and told me to stop, and like literally woke me up from days or something that I was on. But yeah, so, and that's like life. And yeah, but definitely I was no saint. So if you thought that I was a saint, yeah, no. I am far from it, especially when I was a kid, especially when I was in sixth grade. Because in Portugal, the thing is, right, in school, I don't know if in America is, but you can be held back a year if you don't perform well enough, because we have a grade. Our grade system in Portugal goes from 0 to 5, where 0 to 2 is a negative, 3 to 5 is positive. It's very good. 5 is like an A, 0 is like an F. So it's the two ends. And on the sixth grade, and then our school term is divided in 3 semesters. And so on the first semester, we had 10 lessons. I had 9 Fs basically. And then second term I had, I think was about 5 Fs. And then, because then the thing is, you cannot pass to the next year if you get more than 3 Fs. If you have 4 Fs, you get held back. But if you have 3, you can pass. So on the last semester, I literally was studying, but also being a bad girl at the same time. So I think it was exactly 3 Fs that on that year, and a teacher really helped me. She saw that I was trying, and instead of giving me the F, she actually helped me out and gave me the grade that I needed to pass. And I still remember, she said, I am doing this because I can see that you're trying, but it's still not enough, but I'm gonna give you the passing grade, because she feels like she wasn't gonna be fair, I think. Same, like that's the thing. Me too, Lois. Like, I can learn from seeing other people's doing things or saying things or things. Now, if I have to sit down in a classroom and having to pay attention, I will literally get distracted by a fly passing by. And all my teachers have said this to my mom, and if ever my mom comes on the show, and I can get that as like literally, I can get distracted by the minimal thing ever. Literally, there's an ad on another tab that I have open on my computer, and I keep getting distracted because of that ad, even though it's been the same ad since I started talking. So it's absolutely crazy how quickly I can get very, very distracted. So I've been really trying to teach myself not to get distracted that easily when I'm on stream, at least, because yeah, but I'm very detail orientated as well. But yeah, so that teacher saved my life, and I passed to the 7th grade, and then I kind of actually improved in the new school, because I had to go to a new school because I got kicked out of this one. I went to one in the middle of Lisbon, so with that one I had to actually take a bus. I couldn't walk, because this one from the other house I could still walk, was still kind of in the same area, so I could still walk to this one. And sorry, I just saw see, this is what I just saw, a head passing through the feed of the Stacy case, but there's nothing happened. So yeah, so this is the school. Where do you guys want to go next? What do you guys want to see next? Do you want to see the middle of Lisbon? Do you want to see another school that I went to, or any other places? Let me know, because I'm running out of places to go. We could go somewhere else in the world. Obviously not the area where I live. No, I'm joking. But yeah, so that's the air view of the school. Oh, is that a new building? Oh no, that's the gym. Oh, nice. Sorry, just have school. Oh, hello, Steph. How are you? Good morning. Hey, we are just on the jury in our new case is on a field trip, so we are just going down the memory lane where I grew up in Portugal and everything. In Portugal, and give you a little bit more of a background about myself. Ooh, yes. We. Well, what part in hearing is that one? I mean, we could watch some court-related things. That is absolutely, and I can stop talking. That could be an awesome idea. So let me just then. Yeah, that's my recommended videos on that. Yeah, because I think they are live, aren't they? The parole in Louisiana. Like, they've been going live a lot lately this couple days. So we could actually watch that, and I can stop talking.
I know right where he is, and that's what's got me through all these years.
Do you have Jay there with you?
Yes, but I would like to say one more thing, please. Since I lost my son, I've had breast cancer and a brain tumor. There were two more unexpected occurrences in my life. Once again, I was saying, how could this happen to me? Once again, I felt anger and sadness, emotional ups and downs, personal struggles. They were nothing compared to the feelings that I've had in losing Jeff. My son was everything to me. After losing my son and struggling, just trying to keep my sanity, my illnesses were things in my life that I was able to overcome. But grief has been such a struggling part of my life, and it's hard for me to exist even with it. My family and I, every day, we live like April the 18th, 1996. I'm asking the board to please do not give Terry Vance the chance to live the life that he took from my son, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay Barnett.
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to say, man, the things that Terry's done was being incarcerated. I guess it's to be commended. I know about making mistakes. I spent 4 years in prison when I was younger, and I can understand about your upbringing, kind of affecting your views of life and not having the support and knowing right from wrong and being taught the right way. So I think all that's great. I forgive Terry because I'm a man of God, and I've, since coming home in my 20s, I've completely changed my life and turned it around. But I didn't take another life. But that's not up for me to decide. That's between him and the Lord, and whatever happens, happens. I think whatever happens, hopefully, from what everybody's saying, it'll be a good outcome either way. If he stays there and continue to help those inmates, or if he comes home and shares his story and it helps other people from doing the same. I just, I hope he is truly a godly man, and I forgive him for what he's done. I hate that, we can't have Jeff back. I feel for his mother, who has dealt with this for all these years, these 30 years, and like I said, I think it's great, his record and everything he's done. But unfortunately, we can never get Jeff back. So that's really all I have to say.
For sharing those thoughts with us. We appreciate it. Also, here in our position, we have Jody Baker. Baker.
Hi, good morning. Respectfully, board. My name is Joni Baker, and I'm Jeff Pursley's aunt. I would like to tell you a little bit about Jeff. Jeff was a vibrant 19-year-old that loved life, having fun, his friends, and his family. Jeff loved sports, especially playing football, throughout his high school career. He was especially close to all of his teammates. Jeff lived next door to me, which made him very involved in our day-to-day interactions. After school and sports, Jeff would come over to my house and spend endless hours visiting and helping me and my 3 children. He loved them so, and they so loved him. Do you know what it's like to tell your children that Cousin Jeff will never come over again? It was totally heartbreaking. Jeff was a well-rounded young man with many goals and ambitions. Would have many talks about school, his friends, his girlfriends, family, and future goals. He often talked about having his own children and family one day. After he started his career as a wildlife agent, it's what he wanted to do. He loved life and always looked for the brightness of it. He was such a good, kind young man until he was taken from us. While Jeff was with his friends and high school football teammates playing cards, having fun, and making memories with them, his life was taken. It was taken by Terry Vince. He walked in and put a gun in the back of Jeff's head and pulled the trigger. He took his life. He took Jeff from us. Terry Vince took the life, the dreams, the ambitions, the humor, that smile of Jeff's from us forever. Terry Vince had a choice. He knew going there what he was going to do, and he acted on it. He made his choice. What kind of person kills someone to show off? Your own words, Mr. Vince. I was stunting for no reason other than something to do. Mr. Terry just didn't drop something and break it. It wasn't an accident to be forgiven for. Mr. Vince chose to intentionally create malicious intended death that day. He put a gun to the back of Jeff's head and shot him. He took his life and devastated his family. Our Jeff never met him, spoke to him, or even knew of him, yet Mr. Vince chose to take his life. Respectfully to the board,
Sorry, guys, there's movement on the courtroom for Stacy Rodriguez. I don't know if it is verdict. I don't know what's going on. I just know that the feed started movement on here, so I need to text a couple people. 1 second. Movement in court. Paula just literally left, bless her. I don't know if it is a verdict or a question or what it is. I'm trying to confirm. There is definitely action. Clock is still going, so until I have confirmation of exactly what it is. Awesome, Denise. I'm glad that you are here. I'm literally texting everybody that has asked me to text for verdict. I don't know what's going on. There's still no information on X or anything. So there is, it's right now 1 hour and 13 minutes of today plus the 1 hour from yesterday. That's in total 2 hours and something. So they means yes, they means that something has happened. Baby Huey is in courtroom. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a verdict. I don't know if it's a question. People are saying in the Lindsay feed is saying is question. There's are saying verdict. You know how those chats goes. So yeah, we'll just wait to see exactly. Yes, she is in the house. She is very present in the house, wearing I think the same clothes she was wearing yesterday. So we are just waiting on confirmation of what is going on, and I'm trying to see exactly what's happening, because it is interesting. I literally was like, oh, it is ready. Yeah, we can see it. Thank you very much.
Correct. That's absolutely correct.
That's funny, sorry. Okay, clock is still running. There's still no sound. I am listening. I'm gonna turn off the court sound so you guys can hear me well. Clock is still running for both of us because I still don't know what's going on until I have a verification of what it is going on. I will let the clock go. My days. If they have a verdict today, the amount of people that have won in our verdict game is the most that we ever gotten so far, which it is absolutely amazing. I would be very, very happy. Obviously, me and Gardenbot, we are not included in this verdict game, but if you are one of my mods, as well as people, everyone is included apart from me and Gardenbot is my husband, so he's also a mod for the channel, but he's my husband. He lives with me, so he can get the price whenever he wants. So it doesn't seem fair. So there's still no word on what it is. So ooh, WebEx is gonna be turned off. So yay! I am so excited that yours is out for delivery. So, oh, hang on. I think we are back.
The next portion was the body-worn cam of Detective Burrows regarding the use of the word gang. And then the final clip would have been Hosanna Varela detailing the sequence of events leading up to the murder with the beer bottles. So those would be the three clips, but no, the court is correct. There's not the proffer in its entirety, as there wouldn't have been a foundation to admit that at that point.
Can I ask, the clips that were played, were they in the first 45 minutes of that conversation, or did they come from different portions of that video?
I believe different portions. I would have to check those timestamps, but I believe
they're not.
They're, from the defense perspective, they're not from that first 45 minutes? Okay.
The first, I think what they're talking about is the narration portion. What we've described as Hosanna being just narrating. None of that information came out during that.
Okay. But you're confident from your, I guess your position is that neither of those clips are from that first 45
I am very confident off the top of my head. Of course, double check me, Mr. Pralia. My computer says it's working on updates and I'm only 30% complete, so I can't pull anything up on my computer right now, which is not very helpful. But I am like 90, 99% sure, because each of those clips came as a result of a question answer interaction between Hosanna and Mr. Burrows. And that initial 45 minutes, there was no question answers. It was just, as he's described, a narration, letting her talk.
All right. Ms. Devereaux, can you then give me the defendant's position on the juror question?
I would ask the court to respond something along the lines of the proffer video is not in evidence. You have all the information, or you can only review the evidence that has been submitted in this case.
All right, thank you. Mr. Peralta and Mr. McCormick, can you give me the state's position on the response?
It's 100%.
Judge, we would concur with counsel. I think that's an appropriate response.
All right. And Ms. Devereaux, can you repeat your proposed response?
Sure. The proffer video was not entered into evidence in this case. You may only consider evidence that has been entered, or something like that.
Or I guess the proffer video in its entirety has not been admitted, because obviously parts have been admitted.
I mean, you could also just say
Can you repeat the second sentence, Ms. Devereaux? You may only consider, and I can't remember the
you
phrase.
may only consider evidence that has been submitted and accepted into evidence, or by the court, or something along those lines. Sorry, it's not very, yeah, you can only consider the evidence that has been submitted. That's a much better way of putting it. Thank you.
But to Mr. Peralta's point, I think maybe add in that part two, that in its entirety, because they still have some clips.
Let me read you this proposal to see if it's acceptable to both parties. So this is how I phrased it. The requested portion of the proffer video was not entered into evidence in this case. You may only consider the evidence presented at trial in making your determinations.
No objection.
Ms. Devereaux, you're fine with that?
Yes, thank you.
And from the state, are you fine with that?
I appreciate the clarification. I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. Then I will provide that written response to the jury, and then we will call you all back if there's additional questions or any other communication.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. What's that? No.
Do you want us to wait until they ask?
Yeah, wait till they ask. And let's worry about problems later. Okay, that sounds good. You have the, so keep this, give them that in response to that question. Let me label them. Hey, how's that? Listen.
It was good. Okay, did you write it down? Okay, I'll be right there, okay. Okay, bye.
Deputies, they got another question.
Okay, so we are gonna go back. We are gonna go back to parole hearings, but we can also discuss the fact of the question. Sorry, I just got confused. So, before we go back to the parole hearings, the question of the jury was they wanted to watch the first 45 minutes of the proffer that Hosanna did, the 7-hour-long proffer that Hosanna did, and she talked during her testimony. The thing that the prosecution was saying is they did not admit the 7-hour-long as an evidence, but only saw clips of this. No, case one. As BAP was saying, that, and I agree with BAP, and I think they are on the lines that they don't believe Stacy, but they are trying to decide whether or not they believe Hosanna. That's why they wanted to listen to that clip again, and that can give us a good indication of where they are leaning on. They are and they are discussing the unaliving charge. They're not discussing the burglary. They're not discussing the fire. They are not discussing the mess with the unalived body. They are talking about the unaliving charge. I think. I'm assuming. Because I think that was the most serious charge, because she admitted to the fire, she admitted to the burglary, and she admitted to no, you haven't missed anything. No, Paula, don't worry. Verdicts normally take a little bit longer. It was just a jury question. I was just texting everybody saying that there was movement in court just to make sure that everything was all right. Oh, Hui is back. Hang on. We need to go back. Oh my days, why are they so busy today? I know we are on verdict watch, but yeah, I don't want to press the button. Who is in courtroom again?
I thought those were numbers.
I don't know what's wrong going on though.
Do you have Mac's cell phone?
No. I called Nikki and I just texted him.
Anyways.
Do you have Jessica's cell phone? Maybe Jessica can.
I don't know.
I just got one. That's why I was like, this is not something I need to know.
Okay, let's see.
And I was like, you can see which one, you know, I just really like.
Hey Matt, this is Sonia. They have another question. Yeah, I'll do that. Oops. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Oh, we should have asked them to bring over the clean laptop. Or you can. Oh, so you have to use yours.
So what I did when I was in that security trial, I just used my airplane map. I used your DVD.
And I figured out, okay.
I don't know how long those videos are, so you can do it in the courtroom, or I can just go to the jury rooms with them. Or
It probably makes sense if we can move the TV in there to just move the TV in there.
so let me see if Josh is here. Clean up.
Is there like a plug by the sink?
Yes, I can get it.
Yeah,
set up.
there's several there, so.
I'm just gonna ask Josh because. Not my actual one.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
right, are we back on? We are back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. The parties are present as previously captioned. The jurors contacted us with another question just as the parties had left the courtroom. It appears the question is that they want to watch videos. It's a little hard to read. I believe those are videos 3D and 3E. Ms. Devereaux, Ms. Trujillo, do you believe I'm reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Praley and Mr. McCormick, do you agree that that's accurate?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Praley, remind me, I believe those videos are in the nature of surveillance footage, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Devereaux, Mr. Trujillo, any record that the defense needs to make regarding this inquiry?
No, Your Honor, I think these are fine. I guess the only thing is if the prosecution has a disk or, I don't know, however, like write a computer, I'm not sure if this can be unfettered access for them. I don't believe it's testimonial.
Yes, and so, Mr. Hill, I appreciate you bringing that up. That is my understanding that it's not testimonial, so I believe that they would have unfeathered access to it unless either of the parties disagree with that, but that's my initial impression. Mr. Praley, can I ask you, I do have some cases on this morning, but I imagine those are fairly brief. Is it reasonable to request, can we slide your TV into the jury room for the jurors' use for these two video exhibits?
Yes.
I don't want to do that without your permission since it belongs to the DA's office.
No, that's fine if the court wants to do that. I just need to get the trial laptop, and then they would have to, or the bailiffs would have to operate.
So we were just speaking with that. We have a laptop that we can utilize, and I am going to have one of my staff in there operating the laptop at the jury's discretion, just so they don't go onto the laptop for some other unrelated purpose. From the defense, do you have any objection to that procedure?
No, that was just our concern. It's like the logistics.
Yeah, my staff will be there in there to supervise. And Mr. Praley, Mr. McCormick, do you have any objection to that procedure?
No.
All right. And do we have those discs, 3D and 3E? Okay, all right. All right, then what we'll do, that will be the process. We will slide the TV that is on the cart there into the jury room for their use. My staff will take our equipment into the jury room and assist them with playing the video. Mr. Praley, can you give me a rough estimate? I don't remember them being especially lengthy.
They're
One is they're both about 5 minutes.
Both about 5 minutes. So they will have the ability to stop, rewind, and watch them again.
But I think we can do another 30 minutes.
I would prefer that you do it in the jury room, just so that we can get going on that when they come in. So we'll do that in the jury room, and my staff will be there to assist. All right, then we will get a hold of you all if there's another question or any other communications from the jury.
Thank you.
Mr. Praley, is there anything special Alyssa needs to know about that TV? Is it?
The only thing I think that we need to address is that the HDMI cord is underneath this strip, so we're going to need to take that up in order to disconnect it.
Do we have another one? Do you know? Like a spare? Do we have an HDMI cord?
I'm just gonna.
Otherwise, I can try and go back and get a different one, Joe. I mean, I think we're done in here.
If that's not a big deal, then we can do that. Alyssa, will you just get with Mickey and make sure that you know? Let me get my DVD
Yes,
player.
thanks for
Sorry. a yawn came when I was just about to talk. So while I moved to the new trial, so they were talking about the fact that the jury had another question. So this is question number 2. They want to have videos 3D and 3E shown again, about 5 minutes each, and they are surveillance videos. I think of the bar. I think it is the bar, because otherwise the other surveillance videos that we saw was the house videos or the body camera ones, but they would say body camera videos and not surveillance. So either maybe the videos of them getting out in and out of the house, and that, so that will indicate probably they want to see who comes in and how the order who comes in and out. Sorry. So I don't know what that tells me, but 2 questions in a matter of minutes. I'm gonna keep a very close eye on that again, as well as I've been, but our new trial has come in. Obviously, when there's always a movement, the old trial takes priority because we can always catch up on the new, so it's absolutely fine. But apparently, our jury from the field trip in the Jason Levesque trial are back from their field trip. That was a very quick field trip turning around, to be fair. So, to be fair, we did go to Portugal and back, and we had time for everything and watch a little bit of parole hearings. So we're gonna carry on with that trial because I think they are doing openings right now and everything. What? On lunch already? Are you for real? Well, it is 12 o'clock over there, so, but it's okay. We can. Oh my days, this is good. This is crazy. Yeah, true. I am hungry too. I agree with you. So we're gonna watch at the normal speed. We're not gonna speed watch or anything, just to make it a little bit more time, and then we'll figure it out what we're doing ourselves as well. Cause I need food too, cause I am hungry. So on this new trial that we are doing, and it seems it's gonna happen, we're gonna be counting both objections and sidebars on this trial, and then go from there and just, yeah, enjoy the trial and see what happens. Let's watch. I just need to press play and figure out where they are. Okay, there we go. When they come back, so they were about there, about, oh, there we go. I think we are just about there. Right. Oh, I was gonna say I don't hear any sound, but because the court probably hasn't done any sound. Let's go by fast. We can zoom in through this part. The jury is coming in. I cannot hear a thing. There we go.
Please rise, jury enter. Please be seated.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so the next step of the process is the clerk is going to read the charges to you. These are called the indictments. These are simply the formal way in which the state accuses somebody of a crime. The indictments themselves are not evidence in this case, they are just the formal accusations of the charges. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read the indictment?
Members of the jury, in docket number 219-2024-CR273, charge ID number 2228154C, the state has charged the defendant Jason Levesque with attempted murder. Charging document alleges that on or about the 4th day of April 2024 at Rochester, The defendant did commit the crime of attempted murder, and that he did, with the purpose that the crime of homicide be committed, repeatedly shoot Kyle Violette with a 9mm pistol, which, under the circumstances as he believed them to be, constituted a substantial step toward the commission of the crime. In the same docket number, charge ID number 222-8155C, the state has charged the defendant, Jason Levesque, with first-degree assault. Charging document alleges that on or about the 4th day of April 2024 in Rochester, the defendant did commit the crime of first-degree assault, and that he did knowingly cause bodily injury to Kyle Violette when he repeatedly shot Mr. Violette with a 9mm pistol, a deadly weapon. Members of the jury, the defendant has been arraigned on these charges. He has entered the pleas of not guilty. For that, he puts himself upon this country for trial, which country you are. The county attorney has joined the issue for the state, and you are to say by your verdicts whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the crimes charged. Please pay careful attention to the evidence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are now the judges of the facts in this case, and it is going to be your job to decide the facts as they are presented during the course of the trial. You will be deciding what the truth is and what happened here based on your findings of the facts. You will then listen to the law that applies to this case, which I'll give to you at the end of the trial. And by putting those two things together, the facts and the law, you will then go into the jury room and decide what your verdict will be. What you'll base your verdict on in this case is the evidence that's presented during the trial. And the evidence can come in a variety of forms. First, witnesses will testify during the trial. The attorneys will question them. The witnesses will provide answers to those questions. And what the witnesses say is evidence. And you can use that in reaching your verdict. Another form of evidence that you will see in this case will be exhibits. Oftentimes during a trial, things such as objects, documents, photographs, and in this case we've heard videotapes, are marked as exhibits. Those exhibits that are admitted into evidence go into the jury room with you at the end of the case, and you can consider those exhibits in reaching your verdict. And recall, as I also instructed you previously, what you saw on The View a few minutes ago is a form of evidence, and you can rely on that as well in reaching your verdict. The trial will begin, and probably right after we take the lunch break, with the opening statements by an attorney for each side. In a criminal case such as this, the state has the burden of proving their case by proving each element of the charges against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And because they have the burden of proof, the state goes first. The defense will then give you their opening statement. An opening statement allows the attorney to tell you what they believe the evidence is going to be from the viewpoint of that attorney. And the important thing to remember about opening statements is that opening statements are not themselves evidence. You can use an opening statement to help you understand the evidence from that party's point of view, but what the attorneys tell you that the evidence is going to be, or what they think the evidence is not in and of itself evidence, and you can't base your verdict on it. In the end, if your recollection of the evidence turns out to be different from what the attorney tells you, then it is your recollection that controls. After opening statements are finished, the state's attorney, who sometimes gets referred to as the prosecutor, will begin presenting the state's case. He or she, depending on which attorney is going, will call witnesses to the stand and will question those witnesses. That's called direct examination. When the prosecuting attorney has finished questioning the witness, an attorney for the defendant's attorney will then be given the same opportunity to question the witness, and that's called cross-examination. And the case will proceed in that manner until the state has finished presenting all of its evidence. And at that point, the state will rest its case. When the state rests its case, the defendant may then present evidence in the same manner. But remember, the defendant is not required to, because in a criminal case, the burden of proof is always on the state. The defendant does not have to prove that he's innocent. Rather, the state has to prove that he's guilty and has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So, the defendant doesn't have to present any evidence if he doesn't want to, but if he chooses to do so, that opportunity comes after the state has finished presenting its case. And then we will then proceed in the same manner with direct and cross-examination of each witness until the defendant has finished presenting all of his evidence. Now, during the trial, the lawyers may make objections. The lawyers are supposed to make objections when they believe that certain evidence is not admissible. If they do so, I will invite them up here to the bench to discuss the legal issue outside of your hearing. If I sustain an objection or exclude any evidence, you must not guess as to what that answer or evidence would have been, as it is not properly before you. In contrast, if I overrule an objection, meaning there's an objection but then I let the evidence in, you should not give any special weight to that evidence simply because there was an objection that was overruled. When the evidence is all concluded, we will then move to closing arguments. The defense will give you their closing argument first, followed by the state giving theirs. The closing arguments by the attorneys are essentially the opposite of the opening statements. In the opening statements, they're going to tell you what they believe the evidence will show, and in the closing arguments, they're likely going to tell you what they believe the evidence has shown and what its significance is. And again, closing arguments, like opening statements, are not themselves evidence. After the closing arguments are completed, I will then give you the instructions on the law. And then you'll know what the law is that applies to the case, and then you will go into the deliberation room to discuss and reach your verdict. I also make it a practice to give you a written copy of those instructions so you can have those during your deliberations. The day will normally start as it did today at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we will go normally until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We try to take a short break in the mid-morning of approximately 10 minutes, and then we take another break of at least an hour at around noon or 12:30 for the lunch break, and then we try to take a short mid-afternoon break as well between lunch and the end of the day. If for some reason you were to need an emergency break at some time other than when we're taking one, please draw the attention of me or a court officer, and we will do our best to accommodate you. I'd like to remind you of some of the important rules that you've heard about, and that some of which I've already told you about. As I told you previously, you should not discuss anything about this case until the end when you're in the jury room with your fellow jurors. So again, during breaks in the trial, you're not to talk about the evidence you've heard or what you think about it. You should also not discuss this case with any of your friends or family members. And let me remind you, as I did previously, you're not to do any independent research about this case at any point during the course of this trial. That means no Facebook searches, no Twitter searches, no Google searches, no looking on MapQuest, none of that. And as I told you previously, you're not to go back and re-examine the scene on your own either. And all that's because you're required to base your verdict solely on the evidence that is presented to you in court during the course of the trial. Should you violate this rule, it could result in a mistrial and the need for a retrial. And it could also put you at risk for prosecution for contempt. And again, as I told you previously, I do anticipate there will be some media coverage of this case. And so if you happen to come across a story about this case in one form or another, you are not to read it or listen to it, and you're not to watch any part of the live stream or any of the videos that may get posted on the internet about this trial. As officers of the court, it is your duty to follow all of these rules and to report any fellow juror who you believe has violated them. These rules are important to the court, they're important to the state, and they're important to the defendant. And in fairness to all the parties, we need to be confident that your verdict will be based solely on the legally admissible evidence that's presented to you during the trial and not on any outside influence. It can be hard work to pay close attention and listen for extended periods of time, but it's important that you do so because there will be no transcript of the testimony available to you at the end of the trial. So you'll need to use your collective memory of what the testimony is. So please, all of you, pay close attention to the testimony during the trial. And finally, please keep an open mind about the case, as things can change during the course of a trial. Don't lock yourself into any position until you've heard all of the evidence, the closing instructions, and the closing arguments and the instructions on the law. All right? And with that, that's the end of my initial instructions to you. I think this is an appropriate time that we take our lunch break since it's 12:03. We'll have an hour for lunch. We'll be back here at a little past 1, and then we'll start with opening statements. All right? Anything from the parties we need to discuss?
Thank you.
No? All right. The jury can be dismissed.
Please rise.
Enjoy your lunch, everybody.
Well, that was informative. Well, no, I'm joking. It was. I think I'm gonna have to listen to what the judge was saying because we were talking about the actor, and I want to listen because I think he said something about finishing at 4 o'clock. So, and I want to listen to that again. To the fact about the 4 o'clock thing, and the court the schedule, because he said they're gonna normally break for lunch at 12 o'clock, be back at 1 and all of that stuff. But I can listen to that later and make sure that I am listening to the incorrect information. But that gave us a little bit of an insight of the case in itself, and what we are expecting in terms of time as well. So there is no movement yet on the Stacy Rodriguez case. What we're probably gonna do as well is I need some food too. It is, I think, a good time to do maybe a short break for lunch. I haven't done a placeholder for this new trial, which I need to work on, but for now I'll put the old place card for lunch break if anything happens. Meanwhile, I have the feed always with me. Wherever I go, the feed will go, and as soon as there's anything happening, we'll be going on that. Otherwise, wait, me talking, and there's a lot of movement in court, so and I will retract. Let's hang tight a little bit to see exactly what's happening, because I saw a few heads moving around the court. So just bear me a moment and let's see what is happening. Might not be anything, might be just people walking in the courtroom and just, they pass by the camera, not being nothing, just me being aloof, and not actually nothing happening. So let's do that. Let's go break. If anything, I will come back as soon. I will send texts out to people informing the verdict is here if you're not here, but we'll do a little bit of a short break meanwhile, so I can get some food too. So I'll see you guys very, very soon. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you very soon, y'all.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth, our true crime addict revealing in the truth.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes to gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment.
Java the huts where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java's steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Blur's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive.
I had 2 in December and I had 2 in the end of January, and I wasn't able to work until this past summer. And I found work at first driving for Uber Eats, and they fired me because of my background. And I ended up getting a job at the Bulldog, which I had just started working there for the last few months, and I got promoted to kitchen manager. My wife and I had a very heated disagreement. We had a very bad argument, and I love her very much. And I'm sorry that I'm here in front of you guys. I did 17 months on parole with no issues, and I'm ashamed of myself because I did lose control of myself, and I was very loud, I was very verbal, and I was very angry. And I'm newly diagnosed with both bipolar type 1. I'm still learning how to deal with the symptoms of it. I have not missed any medication since I've been prescribed. I went to Crescent Care in New Orleans on my own volition to deal with my mental health problems. I asked for a referral from my doctor. Her name was Dr. Robin I. Vester. My psychiatrist's name is Dr. Wesley Leftwich. And I've been working very closely with them for the last year and a half.
And your supervision fees, which you were behind on them, but as you stated, you were sending money to your wife and you didn't get employment till later.
I sent money to my wife while I was incarcerated, sir.
Oh, okay.
I should have clarified that. When I was at Plaquemines Parish, I was receiving back child support payments from the state of New Hampshire. And I sent $5,000 to my wife to help build. So when I got out, when I first got out, she wanted to see if I was going to fall back into old behaviors, and I didn't. And then she came down in August.
Okay. Okay. I think your wife is Patience Hollywood. Are you wrong, Miss Hollywood?
You have to unmute Miss Patience.
And then do you want to show your face?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello.
Morning.
What do you have to say? First off, I want to ask you, was there any physical contact?
Sir, to be 100% honest with you, the only physical contact that happened was Jason did aggressively wrap himself around me and was trying to calm me down because I was in a mental crisis. I'm schizophrenic. And in that moment, sir, if I can be complete, candid, and open and honest with you, I was in a moment where I was outbursting that my whole life was over. I was giving him up. And my support people and everything, I was having a crisis of my own. And Jason was trying to hold me and saying that, I love you, I love you. He kept repeating that, and I wasn't receptive to any of that in that moment. I was angry and was flaring my arms and asking him to let me go, which he immediately did. And he jumped up, and that's when Jason had self-harmed himself. This whole situation, sir, is because I wish I would have known that there was support in place for mental health services. I didn't know what to do in the situation when it happened. The situation happened where Jason let me go. Like I said, he was trying to wrap himself around me and hold me and say, I love you, I love you. And then I was non-receptive, upset and yelling and flaring my arms, and he jumped up, let go of me, opened up the kitchen door, stabbed himself. And then I knew in that moment, that flash of a second is when I left, because all this happened in the kitchen. I left out of the kitchen, went into our bedroom, Googled the police department because I didn't know who to call. I needed help. I wanted help. I needed help for him, and I was scared to death, sir. I thought I was going to be arrested because when I did finally get contact after Googling the police department, first I called the wrong parish. They directed me to the right parish, but by the time I had somebody on the phone, Jason was claiming that I had done it. And sir, I was so scared. And when the police asked me if I was in fear of Jason, I said yes, because I was in fear of what Jason was potentially going to say, that I had harmed him. Because that's what he was claiming when I was on the phone with services, asking him to leave, backing him up, and he was backing up, the door closed. And now I told services dispatch that he left the premises and that I no longer needed services, that he was no longer there. And then after that, the police ended up dispatching anyways, but in the meantime, I had called his parole officer because ultimately I just needed help and didn't know what to do and who to contact. Now I have a different perspective and picture, Your Honor. And I do want to point out that at the time, I was not medicated, sir. Now I am medicated and have support in place. I really firmly feel, because of my lack of medication, because of my lack of self-control that I had within myself, it caused Jason to have the break that he did. And I feel highly responsible that I caused Jason to self-harm himself, because it was such a snap decision of him.
He barely stabbed himself. He kind of punctured himself on the arm. There wouldn't have been no blood.
To me, it was a stab. I thought.
Okay, I want to ask you this question. I mean, both of y'all. Okay, there's marks on your neck. We can see it with the body cam. So there was no physical contact.
The physical contact that was Jason was aggressively, he had wrapped himself around me and tried hugging me. And I believe with me flaring my arms and trying to wiggle out of that, it was either that caused it, or I have a pit bull, sir. Jason, he wasn't intentionally he wasn't trying to harm me. He was trying to calm me down. And I feel like because of my actions, it had caused Jason to react even more irrational. And Jason did the appropriate thing and left the premises, not once, but twice.
All right. Oh, does the attorney wish to comment?
Yes. Yes. Good morning. Again, I'm Simone Lonis. I'm Mr. Hollywood's attorney. I'm speaking today to advocate for his release. I've been working with Mr. Hollywood for over 3 months now, and throughout the time working with him, I feel that I've come to know his character. The underlying charges that led to this hearing were promptly dismissed by the district attorney's office only 14 days after Mr. Hollywood's arrest. They were dismissed because Ms. Hollywood, as you heard, was clear that the police should have never been involved in what was actually a mental health episode. Ms. Hollywood did call the non-emergency line, and she was clear on the phone that she no longer needed services. Now, Mr. Hollywood has been put in touch with client service advocates from our office. One is on the Zoom who would like to speak as well. He also receives therapy and medication services from Crescent Care, and so this is not a situation that would happen again. Mr. Hollywood was doing well on parole prior to this arrest. He was late on fines and fees, but as you heard, he was unable to work for some time due to some serious surgeries that he had. And after being medically cleared to work, he did begin working and was even promoted. His boss did submit a letter of support as well. Now that he does have steady income, he does fully intend to begin paying back the fines and fees. Overall, Mr. Hollywood has positively contributed to society by becoming gainfully employed, seeking out and getting mental health treatment, and maintaining his sobriety for over a decade. And so I do believe that he's capable of continuing to positively contribute to society if released. And so I'm wholeheartedly voicing my support for his release today. Thank you.
I think the client advocate is, and I'm gonna probably pronounce this wrong, Juan Chicon.
That is me, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly and asking. My name is Juan Chi. I'm a client advocate. I'm also the deputy supervisor of the Client Services Division, which is a division at the Orleans Public Defenders that offers social services and reentry planning. So I've had the pleasure of getting to know Mr. Hollywood, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of his advocate, Mia Barr, who I supervise. She's actually out sick today. But as you heard from Mrs. Patience and from Simone, the incident for which Mr. Hollywood was arrested was a mental health crisis. And we've come up with a plan together to ensure that he will remain stable outside of custody. I think one very remarkable thing that I want to state about Mr. Hollywood is that in this whole process, he has been an amazing self-advocate. There has not been a single thing that has been pushed upon him. He has suggested these things proactively for himself, and he's very actively engaged in his own success. So yeah, really, truly outside of this isolated incident that led to this charge that, has now been refused, he's really done so much to uplift himself with the support of his community. And so what that means is he has stable housing uptown. We've provided the address in the release plan proposal. He has gainful employment at the Bulldog. And I'd be remiss not to state that it's pretty remarkable that he's been incarcerated for a few months and his employer still wants him back. I think that speaks very highly to his work ethic, his discipline, and his reliability. Most employers would not advocate and write a letter of support and take that amount of effort to rehire someone and promote them when they've been gone for several months due to carceral challenges. And then speaking to the mental health crisis that Mr. Hollywood was going through, we've come up with a plan to ensure that he'll be more supported. So Mr. Hollywood advocated for himself to get medication management and treatment through Crescent Care, which is an organization that enhances the self-sufficiency of people living with mental health disorders to live and function independently. And we've also talked to both Mr. and Mrs. Hollywood about the Mobile Crisis Intervention Unit, or MCIU. That is an emergency non-law enforcement line that is available to empower folks to intervene in crises, such that, in this situation, police were not necessary, and rather mental health social workers and mental health professionals would have probably been much more helpful in that situation. And so I believe that the Hollywoods will be much more successful and advocate for Mr. Hollywood to be released as soon as possible. Thank you.
Been working with them upon his release to make sure his mental health medication?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are y'all going to continue working with them after his release to make sure?
Yes. Yes, the fantastic thing about client services is that even though we are housed within the public defender office, our cases are not married to the legal case. So even after the legal case closes and Mr. Hollywood is hopefully released, the client advocates and social workers at our office continue to work with people after release. And so in this situation, his advocate, Mia Barr, will continue to be available for service navigation, different referrals, like whatever other goals Mr. Hollywood has, even if these things are not court mandated or parole board mandated, we've seen that Mr. Hollywood, is very invested in pursuing personal goals. And so, we've been fantastic at that. And I will say, like, with different people, and obviously everyone is different, like we've helped people go back to school. We've helped people process grief in different like restorative circles, like whatever it is, the sky is truly the limit with an advocate. So yes, we will remain available.
Would the probation officer have anything to add?
She was stuck in court.
Sir?
She was stuck in court.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Hollywood, I think we're prepared to vote on your case, so Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Hollywood, and I understand the mental crisis part, but I think there was some domestic abuse battery there also, but it happened during a mental breakdown. Today, I'm going to choose not to revoke you, but in lieu of revocation, I want you to continue with the work of Ms. Chu at the
Yes, sir.
Governor's office. Concur.
Mr. Hollywood, I also agree. I'm not certain whose mental health crisis it was in that situation, so I'm glad to know that client services is working with both of you. So my vote today is the same as Mr. Freeman's, with the requirement that you do avail yourself to the client services division services that they're providing. So
Yes, ma'am. I also have a case manager with the Travelers Aid Society of New Orleans. His name is Benton Moss.
Follow up with that too. Yes. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Supervision. That concludes our business for today. So we're going to adjourn. It is 11:48.
did she just say they adjourned for the day? That is a short day for them. Well, we might start watching another one. Another parole hearing. Let me just see, because are they gonna? Yeah, they are gonna go off. Let me just swap to another one, because there is getting a lot of more movement in the Stacy Rodriguez trial as well, and I know that the other trial gets back in about 10 minutes. So let's see that they're still not back. So while, well, we can always watch a little bit of the beginning of the um Louisiana board that we saw, but I don't know where we were. Because, well, 2 trials, nothing happening. Hey, welcome back, Lois. I haven't done my break yet, because my food is not here yet, so I need to wait until that gets back. And how much do you want to bet that the food is gonna get back exactly when the verdict is up and the court is back? Everything has happened. It is gonna happen. So we just only need really to make 10 minutes for the new trial to get back. So hopefully they will get back on time. Until then, we can just chat a little bit. Ugh, of course they did. Sorry, I have to stop the share of the screen and restart it again, because I swapped too much and the platform doesn't like that. Okay, hopefully it will work. Let me test if the sound will come through. I know it's always so they're still on break. They should be back in about like 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Let me just test something out. I'm just testing the sound out.
But remember, the defendant is not required to,
Let me know if you
because in
hear
a criminal case, the burden of proof is always on the state. The
Very
defendant does not have to prove that he's innocent. Rather, the state has to prove that he's
Yeah.
guilty and has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So, the defendant
hear
doesn't
that?
have to present any evidence if he doesn't.
Ah, okay, awesome. No, it's just because I had a bit of a problem. It's just trying to see if he would. I don't know, case one, actually. That's actually a good question. I don't know. Um, well, that could be his nickname, William Marcy. Macy, sorry. Me and names. So, sorry. Oh my days, where did it go? Yes, sorry. I've got 2 phones. I've got one phone with the food tracker, right? And I've got GardenBot's phone with the feed. So and then I have the computer with. It's been a little bit busy. So it is all good, but trying to keep sure of that. I keep trying, but yeah, that can be his nickname, the William Macy. For the judge, absolutely, why not? So case one, going back to your thing, I think it counts, because they can deliberate while on can deliberate while having lunch, doing at the same time. I think that's what normally do. Oh no, I worry about everything. Because you know me, I am a perfectionist, so I really want to make sure that things are going smoothly and happening all right and everything. I think they can talk through it. Not, but then the thing is, we would not know that they would have to come into court. The judge telling them to go for food and then come back again, and I think that would be too much. So I think they work through lunch normally. It's my opinion. It's my speculation. So yeah, that's they normally through that through lunch. In terms of baby Huey, I don't know why I am slightly concerned. It's been 3 hours, more than 3 hours altogether, of deliberations, 2 hours and 24 minutes today. Slightly concerned, but to be fair, if we're thinking about the charges, she has 4 charges. pending. Oh no, it's all right. Of course, I love when people ask questions, and if I know, I can always answer or speculate. I know. Well, but the thing is, case one, you still have an hour and a half to go because the deliberations has happened in 2 days. You guys know that the clock resets, so the clock has resetted for today. So everyone started back at the same level, and then it depends on how it works. So there's still time. There's still an hour. Well, no. Well, yeah, 1 to 4, so that you still have time to being in the games. No, William Santiago, that was a case that we did not really get into because of the time zones. Sadly, sometimes time zones for me are very hard because I'm over in the UK. Just as an example, it's 5 to 5 p.m. over here right now. Seven case, sorry, it starts normally around this time, and I have to go to bed rather early because my day job, I work in a supermarket. I start at 5 a.m. my time. I need to wake up at 4 a.m. So that would be a very hard case, sadly, for us to cover, even though we are going to be covering the Lori Daybell Valo case pretty soon, which is basically the same time zone. I did not know what I got myself into with that trial, but but to be fair, when that one started, I think we were in the middle of a trial as well. Yeah, I've heard that they are on day 28 today, and they still on the state's case, but they might rest today. That's what I've heard. Don't quote me on that. To see. Yeah, it's a bit too long of a trial. 28 days. That would be kinda more like it. The Kohlberger case, that's gonna be even worse than the 28 days. So if you guys think that 28 days for state's case on a trial, 4 hours of opening statements that happen in that case, in the Cementelli case, imagine Kohlberger. I imagine Brian Kohlberger openings for his case lasting that long of a trial. So I don't like long trials. So yeah, I know. Exactly. Like putting a life on hold for a week, 2 weeks stops on the trial is already hard enough. Can you imagine on the Brian Kohlberger example, for example, because that's a big, massive trial upcoming this year? Can you imagine having to not work for 4 months, get only paid whatever they pay you as a juror, being away, if they ask a question of being away from your family, not actually able to talk to your family about what's going on? Oh yeah, 1771. That's nice. So it's too much of a 4 months trial. It's my yeah. Oh wow. No way. I know she was like a Donna Adelson, but if she did a Wendy Adelson, wow. So she pulled a Donna and a Wendy. Definitely. Oh wow. That's crazy. Think it's like that's awesome perspective to know. Like I said, I saw bits and pieces, not a lot, about this case. But definitely, yeah. Very interesting to know. Oh, oh well, that's awesome to know. A piece of history right there. Hang on, I need to give Garden Bot the phone back for the food. Um, so but yeah, so it's like long cases for me. It's not I don't have any diagnosed, but my ADHD would, or my lack of concentration, let's say that, factors would not allow me to follow a 4 month trial. Already a week, one long or 2 week long trial, I'm already struggling. Um, but I know the Lori Daybell case is going to be about 6 weeks, and I know I'm going to struggle with that one. But it's going to be more interesting because Lori's going to be a pro se. She's going to be Wild and she's gonna be Lori, so that one should be fine. But Brian Kohlberg, it's I still haven't made my decision about Brian Kohlberg. I'm still thinking about it. In terms if we are gonna cover it or not. That is still gonna take a little bit to make for myself to make a decision. But we'll see. Oh, let's see. Oh yeah, that is good though that they were established. Okay, cameraman is playing with the camera. I think we are. I think I'm just getting situated because it's pretty much time to get back. It's 1 o'clock. Sorry, I thought it was 2 for some reason over in Eastern, but it's not. Sorry, 1 second. Pardon me. So, yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think about this case? Do you think he was right in doing what he did, or do you think that he overreacted and definitely is guilty? I was like, obviously, I'm not saying that pew-pewing someone over snow it's good, or you should do it, but I don't know. There's a bit of there's the testimony, probably there's the videos that we haven't seen. I mean, we haven't heard almost anything about this case. About apart from the fact that they already had the field trip 5 minutes into the trial, but it's better that they did that and got it out of the way today than actually going into the into the trial and having to stop to do that. Okay, that is nice. So it's just like if it was a first altercation, it's probably something was, or okay, that's not correct, a first altercation, but if so, history was already there. Oh yeah, definitely case one. I absolutely agree. KR, it's too much of a circus right now. It looks like more a celebrity treatment trial type thing, and is it's I don't I lost interest in Karen Reid. I've completely lost interest. The first trial was very interesting, was very good. I liked it. I loved it watching it. But I lost yeah. I think I lost a little bit of interest in that one, sadly, because it does seem a very exciting one, like the facts of the case, and especially now on the second trial that she already kind of won a little bit of the battle of getting the mistrial, but now getting over the hurdles. But it's just becoming a too polarized case. So, and now like I tend to step back a little bit from the big cases. I like little cases that people are still not aware of, and I prefer that than rather big cases. I think we are, well, yeah, true, I get that. And that's that too. The judge is not being the greatest one. It just takes it's not the fun, but takes the interest out of watching court, in my opinion. The fact, sorry, the fact that there's a lot of decisions that probably she could have made it differently, but then again, she in a way sometimes she's only doing her job. So, Sherry, that's funny. It's I don't think it is, but yet again, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens in this second trial. Yeah, exactly. That is the thing, and that's the thing that I'm scared as well, Lois, is we've had a lot of work building this channel, and I want this channel to be a great place for people to enjoy coming and chatting about trials and make virtual friends and make friends and get to know people.
Are we ready
and
to bring the
everything.
jury in?
Not
Okay,
a trolling
please
case.
bring
Sorry,
them in when
Sam's
they're
coming back. A bit loud.
So loud. Please rise, jury entering. Please be seated. All right, thank you, folks. Hope you all had an enjoyable lunch. Thank you for being on time coming back. We are ready to proceed with opening statements. State whenever you're ready. Thank you. Jason Levesque is guilty of attempted murder, first degree assault, firing 6 rounds of 9mm ammunition into Kyle Violette's body. This in response to Kyle warning, if you take Jason's term, a threat not to put snow in front of Kyle's driveway. That the defendant responded to Kyle's words with lethal, deadly violence, responded to a hollow threat over pettiness, a petty grievance with that kind of violence is the crime here. Let me be a little bit more specific about this criminal act. After Kyle said his words, even a threat, he stepped away. And the defendant brought out a firearm and pointed it at Kyle. Kyle could clearly see the firearm. There's no lighting issue, no lighting problem. The headlights of the vehicle were on, street lights were on, house lights were on. The weapon was clearly visible to Kyle, and he responded. He responded by turning away from the defendant, back towards his home. And as he turned away, from about 10, 15 feet away, the defendant fired. First round ripped through Kyle's jaw, his face, breaking both mandibles, lodging near his carotid artery. And it caused him to immediately drop to the ground, facing away from the defendant, now facing towards his home. And after that first shot, it's about a 5-second pause, a delay. The defendant advanced on him, walked towards him. Kyle is literally crawling on his hands and knees, on his belly, leaving a blood smear across the road diagonally towards his house. The defendant opened fire. 5 more shots into the back part of his body, into the side of his body as he jerked and twisted on the ground, crawling away to try and get to safety. That's the criminal act. Each of those 6 bullets caused either maiming or potentially lethal or actually life-threatening injuries. Kyle Violette lived by sheer luck and the immediate intervention of some very sophisticated and effective medical care. First, from an officer who was highly trained in the military,
responded within minutes and helped stem the bleeding. An EMT with heightened training, a paramedic, took over from there. 3 separate hospitals, Frisbee, then transferred to Portsmouth, then transferred to Boston for the intensive medical intervention that was required, is what saved Kyle's life. And so, to be clear about this, the evidence will show Kyle didn't die for his lack of trying, but because of medical intervention. Let me talk then, just briefly, summarize this issue. The evidence will show that no, there was absolutely nothing to justify what was nearly an execution in the street out in front of Kyle's home. That's because the defendant wasn't responding to a reasonable belief, reasonable evidence that Kyle was about to imminently use deadly force against him. And let me be clear, this proposition, this law will come from the judge, not me, and it's not merely legalese, some hyper-technical statement, we gotcha for this action. This is a principle, a guardrail that we all live by, that restrains violence in our community, in our state, and should have in this case. Retribution, getting angry about somebody's scary words, is not the same thing as self-defense. That is another guiding principle in this particular case. You're going to hear more specifically about these words. And these words are unsettling according to Jason. Jason has claimed that Kyle came out angry. Angry about where Kyle expected Jason to plow, push, deposit a pile of snow. And according to Jason, Kyle used offensive, threatening, and scary language. Bear with me, I'll quote Jason's claim. This, he claims, was verbatim. If you leave that fucking snow in front of my fucking driveway again, I'll fucking kill you and your family. That's what Jason claims he said. But in this fleeting, and I mean the confrontation that starts this is about 3 to 4 seconds of these words. In that confrontation, Kyle was never armed. He never appeared to be armed. He never brandished a weapon. He never hinted that he had a weapon or claimed that he had a weapon. There was no imminent threat of actual deadly force married to, even if you accept those horrible words. Those are the core issues. Those acts of coming up behind him, standing over him while he's on the ground, having shot him in the face, and putting 5 additional rounds into his body, in contrast to the facts about what he was actually facing. That's this case. And let me now, if I could, talk to you about some background and some more detail about how it is we got here. He just went out to their homes. They had been neighbors for about 1.5 years. as I mentioned, I think in the preview statement, that the Violettes lived at 43, the one as you face the houses to the left. Kyle, yes, the victim, lived there with his partner of some 22 years, Angela, and Kendra, who was 17 at the time, his daughter, kind of split some time for educational reasons, and a son who need not be named here because he didn't witness anything. Next door, 41, the Levesques. Jason's parents lived downstairs, and Jason lived with his daughter, Kira, 19 at the time, in the building, in the home to the right as you face it from the street. And we heard a little bit about this, that on April 4th of 2024, last year, we got a doozy, a snowstorm, some 18 inches, the heavy wet stuff. Big deal, right? Well, Jason was out plowing. It's one of the jobs he had. He plowed all day. He had essentially been plowing for about 24 hours, working for about 24 hours. And he stopped on the way home to pick up his daughter, who was working at a local pizza place, 9:30, 10 o'clock, to bring her home. And when he arrived home with Kira still in the vehicle in the passenger seat, he did a couple of runs in front of the house with his plow. He first went up the street, did a run across and removed some snow in front of his driveway, and then he turned around and did probably 3 or 4 runs towards Kyle's home, towards 43. And it created a pile of snow next to that telephone pole that was pointed out to you, all right? But while this was going on, while Jason was plowing, Kyle's looking out the window, that bay window that we pointed out, and he sees the plowing activity going on, and he sees the pile of snow by the pole, and he sees the defendant, Jason, stop his truck, which is an older style big rig plow, where in order to put it in a 4-wheel drive, he's got to get out and manually turn the switch on the front wheels. And so there's this break in the plow. He knows, Kyle knows, that Jason is going to go down the driveway and back plow more snow out. And based on the last snowstorm, where he put it in front of his driveway and he had to deal with it, he was angry. He anticipated that Jason was going to push the whole pile because it had been set up and cleared in front of his driveway. And he was going to have to get out there and basically do it himself. And so he goes outside. We see this on video based on this prior incident where he had, in fact, asked him, hey, can you move this stuff? Here, according to Kira, his daughter, who was interviewed, her account of it was, yeah, they asked us to move it last time, but we didn't do it. After all, snow melts. And that didn't sit well with Kyle. So he goes out and to confront Jason about this situation. And here he goes. We can see him in the video, walking out rapidly, putting on a hoodie as he goes. You can see from there, he's not armed, other than being angry. You can see by maybe his pace, he's annoyed. And all of a sudden, because he's gone out, Angela and Kendall, the Violette daughter, look out that bay window too and watch much of this go down. And as Kyle walks out putting on his hoodie, he approaches Jason, who's at the truck. He's kneeled down by that hubcap, behind the plow, but just in front of his door. His daughter remains in the car, briefly steps out. And here's the thing, as Kyle approaches, his hands are out. And Jason admits, he can see his hands. He's not armed. And on the walk over, he makes no gesture like that he's packing anything. His hands are visible. And he approaches, and according to Jason, Kyle makes this claim. If you put that fucking snow on my property, I'm gonna fucking kill you and your family. That exchange is face to face, right at the plow. You'll be able to see it from multiple angles. During that 3-second encounter, Kyle doesn't display a weapon, doesn't hint he has a weapon, doesn't claim he has a weapon. If you put that, I'm going to use this, that, or any other weapon to carry out this threat. It's words. After this 3 to 5 second exchange, time it, judge it for yourself, it's on video. Kyle walks away. He steps about 15 feet back. You can kind of assess that measurement because from the back driveway forward, just past that evergreen, you'll see Kyle still in view from the all the way back of the driveway of 41. And so if you took kind of an eyeball measurement, it's about 15 feet from the corner of that fence to the angle of the evergreen. And that's about where he's standing. And you can see him in the video gesturing to the snow. That driveway, my driveway, and he's doing that kind of gesturing. The video, audio doesn't quite pick it up, but you know he's talking about snow not going over there. And at some point during this pointing and gesturing, he stops and walks back towards his house, kind of pacing. He's certainly agitated. But he then takes a turn back. He walks probably 4 steps back towards Jason, still kind of gesturing. Still, no weapons visible, nothing to suggest he was armed, that he obtained a weapon, that he was holding a weapon, that he claimed he had a weapon. And as he walks back, he reaches a distance of approximately 15 feet away from Jason. And it's at this point that Jason steps away from his truck and forward, closes the distance to him slightly, and raises his firearm and points it out. He brandishes it. And guess what? It did what you would hope it would do. Kyle stops. You can clearly see that right at the edge of that pine tree. You can see him emerge and then step back. And it's at this point, there's a pause between brandishing the firearm because there's sufficient distance that nothing happens. Not long, but enough to see Kyle stop and turn away. He has been warned. He's received the warning, and he's responded appropriately. He's turned away. But from this two-hand stance, despite Kyle stopping, despite him turning back to his home, Jason Levesque fires. I told you it strikes him in the face, penetrates from the left to the right, smashing through his jaw, his teeth, lodging next to his carotid artery. He goes down. And you'll have a sense of where he goes down, not from the videos, but from body cam of police officers showing up. You'll be able to see in various sweeps of body cam the blood distribution on the ground, where it starts, just the other side of that white line, and it drags diagonally towards Kyle's home. Kyle's clearly on the ground now, obviously incapacitated. He's not getting up, he's not bum rushing the defendant. He's on the ground now with a very serious injury. The hemorrhaging is going into his throat. Later has to be cleared by EMTs. They have to literally turn his body on its side to drain his throat. And yet, the collection of videos will show that despite this situation, Jason advances, takes multiple steps towards him. As he's on the ground, he's beginning to crawl on his belly, his hands and knees. You see these videos where he unloads 5 more rounds. All of them striking his body. Kyle is able to crawl, I don't know, 10 more feet, right about at that pole on the sidewalk. So he's come off the road at an angle, and he basically curls up. And I told you that Kendra and Angela were watching from Violette's window. They obviously, when they see the first shot, they start rushing out. And they meet him as he on the ground, and everybody starts calling 911. And Angela, Kendra, other neighbors who have heard these rounds go off. And I don't know if you noticed how close this address on Summer Street is to Rochester PD. We'll hear testimony about it if you didn't, but it's just around the corner. And Rochester PD responds with multiple units in minutes. They get there. And here's where the paths from this event, for Kyle, Violette, and Jason Levesque, deviate. You've heard about this awful intersection. Now they split. And here's what happens with Kyle. He is launched on the path of a medical odyssey that hasn't ended. And I want to be clear about this. You will see evidence, graphic evidence of these injuries. You'll see body cam images of treatment. You'll see photos from the hospital, and you'll hear detailed accounts. And I want to assure you that the reason is not shock and awe to offend you, to provoke you to reach a certain verdict, to trigger your passions. It's this. This medical evidence is relevant to show, to prove his deadly intent. The repetition, the location, the nature of a 9mm bullet ripping through somebody's body is relevant to show intent to kill. That's why it's coming in, and it will come in. And so let me just foreshadow this. You will see and hear from a guy named Sergeant Hurley, Williams Hurley, who's a combat medic overseas and has some real specialized training in triaging on the street. He's doing his thing. He cuts Kyle's clothes off. He is identifying gunshot wounds and doing compression bandages to stem the flow. He's the one who realizes he's literally choking on his blood and tips him over to drain his throat. He's the one who takes over on the scene. And the next person who arrives is this EMT, an actual paramedic, also with prior military and intensive training in acute trauma and triage. And she makes the decision, this guy needs to leave and leave now. Hurley says, if things didn't happen quickly, this man is going to die. And so they take him from the scene rapidly in a ambulance to the closest facility, a community hospital. Perhaps most of you are familiar with Frisbee Memorial. And there a guy named Dr. Freeze starts to perform medical services as well. He does a quick assessment of these gunshot wounds. They do some things there, primarily pumping in enormous amounts of blood. But they quickly reach the conclusion that these are life-threatening injuries, that there are diffuse bullet fragments through the body, that there are injuries, candidly, that they're not capable or confident about addressing. So they immediately, very quickly, emergency evacuate him to our community higher level of care facility, which is Portsmouth. At Portsmouth, another doctor takes over, and in similar fashion, they assess, they do a surgery. I told you about some of these injuries, the bullet going through his face, breaking his jaws, but also landing near and dissecting part of his carotid artery. That he's shot, I told you, from behind. 2 wounds are literally in his buttocks. his back that go through and penetrate partially his pelvic area, and also one is suspected of rupturing his bowel. So they do kind of this emergency surgery at Portsmouth. Look, it's graphic, but one of the bullet literally just obliterates his left testicle. It causes serious hemorrhaging. They have to do surgery, remove it, and stem the bleeding. They do that at Portsmouth, but they quickly conclude that if he doesn't get more emergent care, he'll likely die there. So they medevac him to Boston, and you will hear the summary. I don't want to belabor these issues. I point them out to show the seriousness, not just of injury, but intent. And so you're going to hear more about the injury to the clavicle, to the abdomen, to the enormous amount of bleeding and damage that was done internally. And that's for you to assess, not just the criminal acts, the criminal intent in this case. That's pretty much Kyle's journey. He's in the hospital down in Boston for about a month, discharged to home in the condition he was, which you'll hear about. Jason, at the same time that I told you people were literally descending on Kyle's prone body to save his life, there's another part of the reaction from the police, not surprisingly, that focuses on Jason. So let's go back to that scene right after the shooting. He finishes up with 5 rounds into Jason's essentially back and side as he's twisting. And then he takes a gun and he walks away, walks back to his truck. You're going to hear evidence about Jason's path. It's a different path. It's one he takes where he attempts to evade accountability, escape responsibility by recasting Kyle's actions to sound like he engaged in imminent, deadly behavior, that he created an imminent threat to his life. But you're going to hear evidence in more detail in this regard. Let me first share with you that Kyle returns to his, Jason returns to his truck, which is still parked out in the street, the edge of the sidewalk. And his daughter's has returned, has gone. She was only briefly outside when this whole thing happened. She got back in the truck, understandably, and witnessed much of this. And she'll tell you that when Jason got back into the truck, he turns to her and says, "Should I run now?" He turns to his 19-year-old and says, "Should I run?" Not like, I defended myself, did what I had to do. It's, should I run? His daughter, his 19-year-old, turns to him and says, "No." He says, "Well, what should I do?" She says, "This is your path. I don't know. Should I call 911? I don't know what you should do." And so he pulls into, doesn't call 911, pulls into the driveway and waits. He certainly doesn't have to wait long. Sirens have been going on now. Lights are on. It's around the corner. And the police come in and they do take him into custody. And he cooperates, seemingly, physically, sure. He puts the gun in the car. He steps out. He seems polite and cooperative. But here's what happens next. A guy named Detective Garston and Flathers take him back to Rochester PD. They take him up to an interview room. And they don't know what's going on yet. You know, when they first get on the scene, they don't even know who the shooter is or who's injured. They didn't see Kyle initially. He's over by that pole. That's how kind of uninformed they are. And so they bring him back and just kind of say, "Well, tell us, what happened?" And he describes much of what we've already talked about. He says that, look, I'm plowing, I'm minding my own business, I'm in front of my home, and I'm with my daughter, and out comes my neighbor, and he, while I'm doing the four-wheel drive thing, he comes up and nose to nose, and he repeats this. He's very clear on this, that the threat is conditional. Hey, if you move this over there, I'm gonna fucking kill you. There's no doubt that this was conditional, and those are the words that were said. No doubt that they were unsettling and grossly inappropriate. But what he also told the police is, yeah, no, I didn't see a weapon. I didn't take out a weapon, and he didn't claim to have a weapon. But this is what he claims next. That Kyle turned away after that and walked back to his house. But then for whatever reason, he turned back and he looked really angry. He looked like he was going to come and fight me, had his fists on, and just the look in his eye, I knew he was going to attack me. Then he says, that's why I pulled the gun out. Okay, fair. By the way, legal. Well, what happened after you pulled the gun out? Did you go towards him? No, I never closed the distance. Well, what did he do? This is what he claimed. He quickened his pace. Kyle, once he saw the gun, started rushing at me. He quickened his pace. And I could tell in his eyes it was you or me. I could tell he was going to come over and like take the gun. He was more aggressive. He was going to hurt me. He was going to take the gun. That's what he claimed to the police. This is after he pointed the gun at Kyle. That's the claim. Oh, and he continued to come at me in such an aggressive fashion that then I had to fire the gun. And he admits to shooting Jason. He said, I hit him. And after I fired the gun, Jason says, I turn around back towards my truck. But I look back and Kyle, despite being hit, he's not even fazed. Hasn't flinched. He's now continuing after me again, and I feel frightened. I feel like he's going to attack me because he's still on his feet. Shot didn't seem to stop or hurt him. Might have flinched because of the noise. That's why I fired the rest of the shots, he says. I fired the shots into his lower body as he approached me, and only then did he turn and start walking towards his house, holding his abdomen, situation diffused, self-defense manifest. Here's the problem. While he's making that statement to the police about Kyle bum rushing him despite having a gun out, continuing to take an assaultive stance and attitude after being shot in the face, there's an investigation going on. The rest of the Rochester PD is back down at the scene, assessing evidence. You can see the crawling smear of blood, not standing, not walking, and more importantly, they get surveillance tape. They get surveillance tape in the middle of this interview with Jason. And somewhere in the middle of this interview, detectives Garston and Flathers are actually informed. They take a break and they go out. And what do they see? They see one of the videos from 43 that catches it. They also police have also obtained the driveway video from 41 that goes from the back, that shed out. They obtained the video from the corner, high corner down into the driveway. They obtained the video from the porch, and they obtained the video from 43. Pretty much a panorama. They also obtained a video from 38 down the street that just captures audio, that 5-second pause between shot 1 and 2. But here's the deal. None of these videos are perfect, but together with the scene and the interlocking nature of it, here's what you can absolutely see is that Kyle comes out, just as Jason says, and they're nose to nose for a very brief period of time, a couple of seconds. You can't hear this audio of their account, which is notable because it captures, for instance, the discharge of a firearm. So whatever's being said isn't being said at such a volume that the audio can pick it up. And yet you see Kyle walk away after this nose-to-nose encounter, gesturing at the snow, and he walks further towards his house, and he turns and takes several steps back, and then Jason steps away from his vehicle with a firearm and advances 1-2 steps towards Kyle. He pulls the gun, and what do you see? You see him charging towards him, continuing to, attack an armed man now? No. You see Kyle stop cold in his tracks. There is a pause. Tick-tock. Nobody moves. Kyle then moves and clearly turns away, back towards his house, and that is when you can see in one video a muzzle flash and hear the firearm and see Kyle go to the ground. The brandishing worked. It's visible in the video. The first shot fully incapacitates him. He drops to the ground. He's on his side. He takes additional shots. You can see the defendant advance towards him, some 3, 4, 5 steps. Aim over him from behind into his back, his buttocks, his testicle, his abdomen, his shoulder, all shot. He never got up, never advanced as Jason claimed to police. And so the injuries are what I described them to be. The videos show something very, very different than what Jason claimed to the police to create circumstances that would justify this kind of behavior. The defense has taken these videos and they've sort of put them together in what they term as an enhancement. I'm going to ask you to carefully look at each one of these videos as they're introduced into evidence, and when you have an opportunity back there to really take a look at even shadow movements confirming that he stopped and turned. The tree, seeing just him coming forward and then turning and stepping back. These reference points all come together to show that this shooting was absolutely unnecessary and wholly unjustified. And so now we reach a different point in this path. They intersect again. Kyle and Jason's paths intersect here. And it may sound corny, but this intersection is called justice. The direction you take forward on this path, because it's now primarily your path to take, will be determined by the evidence, the law, and your common sense. You apply these principles, these values, into not just the expectations, but the requirements on the street of how we deal with threats, with words. We'll ask you at the end of this case to find that this shooting was attempted murder and a horrible assault that was criminal. Further ask that you not let this process confuse the notion of violent and deadly retribution, reaction with self-defense. Speaking angry words, without the deadly means to actually cause imminent deadly force are two different things. Brandishing a firearm in this case worked, stopped him for all these reasons. We're going to come back. the end of this case and ask you to apply those three principles: the law, the evidence, and your common sense, and return verdicts, just verdicts, guilty.
Thank you, counsel. Attorney Sisti? You may. Thank you.
So, while they are on the sidebar, yeah, I do a lot my nails. I used to them like my previous department that I was working on. I could have nails, and I did it myself every single week, and always had like doing my nails now. But since I'm being in a bakery, I can't do my nails sadly, so that's why I do it when I'm home from work and everything. So yeah, so this trial, we are counting two things. That's why you don't see it very well at the moment because it's thick, but you see two things. We are counting how many times I'm getting scared, and objections and sidebars. When the verdict watch clock will get out of the way, we'll put it back. But yeah, we defend. So this court is going to be one of those, huh? Taking breaks all the time. It's gonna be one of those, huh? Well, there's a lot of movement lately, and like I've been saying this, but there's been a lot of movement in the Stacy Rodriguez court. So what do you guys think so far of this case? Based on, I know we only had the prosecution's openings. Based on this, what do you guys think? Do you think that he's guilty? Not guilty? I don't know yet. Do you need more evidence, or do you think that, like, for example, if the defense would not put the case, could you convict on it? Because they technically don't have to put cases, right? We very well know this because of all the court watching that we are. So I know. I hope they don't take a lot of breaks either, Sandra, because we can't do another trial like this with a lot of breaks. We can't do it, can we? But hey, at least I will be a little bit more rested because the time difference is a lot less, and you get a more energetic TCA. So yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. And I don't know why he had a pew-pew, right? Because he was not supposed to have one of them. So, yeah, 51 knowing, yeah, we'll see. We'll judge them now. If they are back at 51 after the hour, we'll judge them now. So, what I don't think, the thing is, because he has a criminal past, it was very, from the news report we watch it, okay, fair enough, Sherry, absolutely agree. I think I am along with your boat too. Normally, I am in a guilty side and I'm cemented there and it's very hard to kick me out of there. But in this one, I don't know. I have doubts. Which doubts I don't know. I don't know. There's something, your gut feeling. I have one of those. And I have one of those. And that is telling me something about this case. I don't know that. I think the experience from the Colin Griffith case has made me wiser and made me more thinking about things like, and I think I'm comparing these two cases, the Colin case and the Jason case. So I think I need, I like you, Sherry, for sure. I need a little bit more evidence to see. Not supposed, no. Guilty. I am guilty on that. So I don't want to let, yeah. So still, I'm in a fence right now. So I'm not on guilty. I'm not on not guilty, but also I'm not on hunk either. We can talk about it. Denise is not here. She's gonna be on a replay. No, she's okay. Hi Denise, love you. But yeah, that case has haunted me since it happened. So now I'm a bit more realistic, I think. So hey, I don't think a plea deal was offered. Again, this is well, not a small case, but it's a case that there's not a lot of information on. So, the Colt baby trial, the Chloe driver, Sandra, yes, we followed that one here as well. That one was a hard one as well. Yeah, if this, well, yeah. The state says that there's videos and there's the testimony of the victim as well, because let's remember that we have the victim accounts from about this case, because the victim is alive. Gladly, the victim survived, even though sadly he has a lot of health issues now. He did survive. So yes, we did follow that case here, Sandra. It was a very heart-wrenching case for sure. In a way, I understand her position in terms of being in a cold situation, but still very sad case, and not deserve, the baby Hannah did not deserve what. Oh, it's okay. You found us now, and I'm really glad that you did, Sandra. We're still growing. We're still a small baby channel, so oh yeah, they are always tough. Absolutely agree, Sherry. I tend to not shy away from those, even though it's very gut-wrenching trials and very sad. I feel in a way we can help bring justice to the baby, like we did with baby Evelyn from the Megan Boswell trial. We followed that one, the Chloe Driver trial. We followed the baby, the Jewel, Rhonda Jewel, Aria, I think it's Aria, trial out of Florida. So there, it's like, it is very sad. It is heartbreaking. And one thing that we always say is if you need any breaks between any trials, absolutely any trials can be heart-wrenching cases and having different meanings to a lot of different people. So there's always what I say, if you need to take a mental health break, please do so. We're always going to be here if you want to come back. And with your mental health and your health, it's more important than the trial. So, oh, sorry. So am I loud or am I low? Because if you say I'm speaking lower, that would be a first, because no one ever said that to me. Because even earlier I was so excited talking to Gardenbot that he told me to be quiet. I am a fire. Okay, thank you. Sorry, because if someone ever tells me that I'm lower, speaking low, that would be a first. Sorry, we Portuguese people, we speak very loudly. We are very emotive when we speak, so apologies. Oh yeah, definitely. Mentally. And it can be very mentally exhausting as well, Sherry. I find that watching kids' cases does drive my energies quite a lot. So... Oh, okay. Alright. Are we back yet? Oh, damn, 1 minute. Late. Oh man, come on, 1 minute court. You can do it better. You can do this better. I think this court is going to be one court that's going to be slightly on time. Obviously, sometimes being exactly on 51, it's very hard. So, but hey, only a minute. I'm liking it. Good impression, good impression. They are leaving a good impression on the first day. There's still no news from the Stacy Rodriguez court. I am getting very worried because it is altogether way over right now in terms of deliberations.
Please rise to re-enter.
I am getting a bit worried, but this happened as well in the Zachary Hughes trial, that we were out for a very long time, and then we eventually got the guilty verdict. So it doesn't mean anything. It might be that they are on lunchtime, because it's about, what, 12 o'clock right there now, I think, ish. So, oh. No, the court is not back yet. Oh, hang on.
Please be seated.
Could have told me that the court was back and I was still talking. Sorry, guys.
Whenever you're ready, you may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. I got a few things to say. Let me say that was quite an opening. Interesting. Barely touches on what took place
on April 4th, 2024. It touches it. Let me start by saying just a few things, okay? Let me lay it down here for you in a very basic, common sense, everybody knows fashion. You know, there's a saying that goes around, it goes around in New Hampshire quite a bit. You don't mess with a mama bear's cubs. You ever hear that? It's bad news if you do that. Let me tell you something else you don't do. You don't mess with a father's daughter's life. You don't threaten a father's daughter's life. You don't threaten a son's elderly parents. And you don't threaten Jason. And even Kyle should have known that. And you know what? He did know that. But what was Kyle? What was Kyle? Kyle was a man who had a heart that was full of hate. He had a brain that was bathed in rage. And he had a mouth that was spewing venom on the evening of April 4th, 2024. And to sugarcoat what went on that evening, a little after 10 o'clock p.m., and say it was a petty, conditional threat is the understatement of this decade. What happened that night, ladies and gentlemen, I will give you some background. I will tell you what happened. And you will understand why somebody like Jason, protecting himself, his daughter, and his family, was pushed into a position where he reasonably believed that serious bodily injury or death was about to take place. And when that happens in this state, folks, the judge is going to tell you, you get to use deadly force. And that's exactly what Jason did. Kyle got what he deserved. And any reasonable human being that acted like Kyle should have expected to get the same. Should have expected to get the same. And anybody in the position that Jason Levesque was in can certainly utilize deadly force. You do not, ladies and gentlemen, have to stand back and wait for a screwdriver to get stuck inside you, or a sucker punch to the throat, or who knows what's in his pocket to decide that you're going to use a firearm. That's not the rule. Never has been in this state, never will be. You know, we all reasonably believe that we know what's going on in the cool, quiet confines, hours or days or months away from an event. But this happened in seconds. This happened quickly. This happened where you don't get to roll it over in your mind. This happened where you don't get to frisk his pants and see if he has something in it, or his jacket. This happens, and it happened that night, when a raging maniac, out of nowhere and for no good reason, was threatening the life of Jason and his family. Now that's the context that we're talking about. Not some petty, conditional threat. We're talking about a death threat. And when you reasonably believe that somebody is talking serious to you, you get to react serious. And that's the law. That is the law. Whether it be 1 bullet, 6 bullets, or 20 bullets, you get to utilize them. I'll give you a little aside, by the way. Kyle wasn't straight with the police. Kyle wasn't straight with the police. The police and the prosecution have been hoodwinked by him. He didn't tell them, hey, I angrily confronted Jason Levesque. Objection.
So he thinks that 20 bullets, 6 bullets to a person, it is good. It is not. And saying that the victim got what the victim deserved, excuse me? I'm sorry. When does someone deserves anything? I'm gonna say, like, Kyle might not be a perfect person, but who is? Who is a perfect person? But no one deserves to be unalive. No one deserves to be shot, pew-pewed at 6 times and almost losing their life and having health problems to the ends of the days. Especially, sadly, in a country that medical insurance and everything, I don't want to get into that. It's crazy expensive. But it's the reality. So just saying that is absolutely out of order. I Come on, the judge or the prosecution should have said something. Victim blaming, like, to that extreme? No, absolutely not. So, there is also another thing. I know I keep saying this. There is a lot of movement still in the Stacy Rodriguez case. Not sure what it is about. Maybe just people coming back from breaks, from lunches, court docket resuming normally. So I don't know what is happening right there. But I'll keep you guys informed if anything changes or if you guys see it very quickly moving from one feed to the other one, is because something is happening that I need to bring to your attention from the courtroom of Stacy Rodriguez. But so far, nothing has been today. 3 hours and a half of deliberations. It's been altogether 4 hours and 43 minutes. So basically now we are at 1 hour per charge that she is facing, and then we also have the lunchtime on top, which give or take might be an hour. So I would say don't get worried, but I am worried. So I'll say to you that doesn't apply to me. No, I'm joking. Uh, but it's kind of slightly worrying me, but it might be exactly that, the 1 hour per charge and then the lunch break on top of that might be the thing that's taking us over a little bit longer to wait for the verdict, even though we would like to be quicker than this. Wow, it is a long sidebar. I like the fact that in the courtroom you have like a little space between the like booth of the court clerk and the other person, direct to the judge. I like that part. So yeah, so that's what is happening right now. This audio is going to be a patience audio that we're going to have to work and wait for them to work with as well. But we'll get it done. We'll get it there. And yeah, I cannot wait for Kyle. Well, Kyle, I don't think he's going to be the first person to testify, but he could be a good foundation layer for the prosecution. But then again, he's the key witness for the state. So you might, like Hosanna, he might be the last person for the state to testify. I wonder if we probably are not gonna have a medical examiner because we did not had an alive victim, but we might get doctors that treated Kyle of the injuries, correct? And nurses that treated Kyle in hospital, and then he got airlifted to Boston. I want to say Boston. I think it was. So yeah, so we might, instead of a medical examiner, we might have the yeah, the doctors and everything, and with the lead investigator. I'm just trying to think about who's gonna be. Oh, and the daughter. That is true, and the daughter as well. She might come. She actually might be the first one, because normally they tend to do family first and get into technical, correct? I don't know. I'm just talking to myself.
What he heard,
Yes, yeah.
you heard a lot more.
No.
You heard a lot more. Kyle didn't say that he was going to fucking kill Jason's family. I want you at the end of this case to see who was straight and who wasn't straight. Okay? That's for you folks to judge. And you're going to judge the night of April 4th, 2024 on the videos and on the testimony. But let me tell you about that night. Let me tell you about the 24 hours before this took place. The 24 hours before this took place, Jason Levesque was working hard, 24 hours in a row, plowing snow, hitting all of his accounts in Rochester over and over again. It was a continuous snowstorm, cycling through and clearing all night long, and all day long, working hard. The last thing he ever wanted to do was have a confrontation with an enraged maniac coming out of his house. And you're going to see the video. It's not some calm guy strolling over to Jason Levesque saying, please, don't put snow on my driveway. That's not what you're going to see. You're going to see Jason Levesque finally getting home after 24 hours, finally trying to get inside the house with the daughter that he's raised, finally trying to get inside the house where his elderly parents lived, and by the way, where his 5-year-old nephew was that night, so that he could finally get some sleep after working for 24 hours. You're going to see Jason Levesque get out of his truck after making a couple of moves with the plow. And this is kind of important, like real important, because you're going to see the driveway, Kyle's driveway, unmolested by Jason. Jason didn't dump one flake of snow on Kyle's driveway. Not one. Nothing. You're going to see Kyle quickly moving out of his apartment, his residence, and be the initial aggressor in this entire scenario. He wanted nothing to do with him, and he didn't even see him coming. Jason's minding his own business. Jason's there with his daughter. Jason's there with his daughter that was also working that night. Jason's trying to get his daughter safely back into the house. When an enraged individual, unannounced for no reason, comes right up to Jason. And folks, the description of face-to-face doesn't even get close. Kyle literally, when you see this video, Kyle literally sticks his nose right into the cheek of Jason. And we contend as he's doing that, as he is having actual physical contact You say face to face? How about face on face that he initiated? Is threatening his life, threatening his daughter's life, threatening his family's life. He doesn't even know why. Jason hasn't done anything. And you're going to see that he hasn't done anything. The one thing on that video that is crystal clear is that Jason's done nothing. Nothing. Nothing to even deserve a "I'm going to fucking kill your family," like the prosecutor said. Not even that. But quite frankly, you'd interpret it, and any reasonable person would interpret that Kyle was out of his mind. That he was acting beyond stupid. That you couldn't predict what he was going to do because the initial act itself was unpredictable. It was without reason. There's no foundation for what he was doing. Screaming and threatening when Jason did nothing. Nothing. Nothing worthy of a complaint. But instead of a complaint, a death threat. That's what you're getting. That's what starts all this. But it just doesn't end. Now, is it a quick event? Yeah, it's a quick event. Is it a violent event? Of course it's a violent event. That's what we're doing here. Who started? I'm going to ask you at the end of this case. Who was the initial aggressor? Who threatened the life of another individual? Who could reasonably believe that the threat could have been actually executed, carried out, where serious bodily injury could have taken place, or death? Can you come to the conclusion that deadly force was utilized reasonably? Yes. But the interesting question and the legal question that's going to be placed before you is that can the prosecution eliminate self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt? That means, can you, after placing yourself or somebody in the position that Jason was in, eliminate beyond a reasonable doubt the need for deadly force? I'm going to ask you at the end of this case to answer that question. And I'm going to ask you to say, no way did they disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that self-defense should not have been utilized. You know, nobody wants to be in that position that Jason was in. Nobody wants to be in a position where you have to use lethal force. Nobody. But you do get pushed up against the wall sometimes. And that's what happened in Rochester last year. And when he got up in the morning on the 23rd of October and was called into work to go over and over and over and plow for hour after hour after hour, he never, ever expected anything like that tyranny that took place that evening. It's inexcusable. Was Kyle shot? Was he shot multiple times? Were there heroic medical procedures that were pursued? Yes, there were. That's not the case. That's not the prosecution's main point. I'll give you a little aside. Maybe you didn't hear it. If Jason wanted to kill him, he could have. Little fun fact for you. He had another magazine with him. He could have just popped it in the 9mm and emptied that too. He didn't want anything to do with it. He didn't try to escape. He stayed right there in the driveway of his own home, waiting for the police to arrive. No attempt to evade at all. That's a fact. You're gonna find that fact. You don't have to sit around and imagine evasion of the police or attempting to escape. It never happened. Waited for the police, took the firearm, kept it inside the truck. When he saw the police, he got out of the truck, cooperated 100% with them. Told them where the firearm was, went to the police station. Evading the police. I mean, I would argue that he was still in shock, but he sure wasn't evading the police. That's a heck of a lot of 15 seconds of activity that he just went through. Evading the police. He went to the police station. He sat down with the police. Did he lawyer up? Did he say, I'm not going to talk to you, I want a lawyer? No. Did he go through a long discussion with him? Yeah. And let me give you another little side fact. He offered his video film from his cameras to the police. Yeah. This guy, the video film we're talking about, he offered it to the police. It wasn't some grand investigation. And he spoke to him. And he told him he was threatened. And he told him that his family was threatened. And he told him that he shot Kyle. He told him all those things. And was he scared? Yep. And was it Kyle's intent to scare the hell out of him? Yep. And did Kyle succeed in doing that? Yep. And did Kyle succeed in convincing him that he was in danger? Yep. I'm going to ask you to imagine at the end of this case, going home after a long day's work, and out of nowhere, having somebody confront you, screaming and enraged, and threatening your family out of nowhere. And I'm going to ask you at the end of this case, just how long your blood pressure and your heart rate would be elevated after that. And what was going on in your head after that. And how you would react after that. Because that's what it comes down to. Because the true test, when we get down to self-defense, has to do with reasonableness. And it's an interesting instruction you're going to get. And I'll give you some of that. The judge is going to give it all. Did Jason actually believe that the other person was about to use unlawful, deadly force against him? Now let me just stop there. If somebody says they're going to kill you and kill your family, you can come to that conclusion. Did he actually believe? Did he actually believe that he was in danger of death or serious bodily injury? Roll that over. There's some interesting aspects of self-defense. And it can't be analyzed like I said, in some Spartan lab after the fact. It has to be analyzed as if you're living through the same events as the individual that is asserting the self-defense. So you got to live in the shoes of Jason Levesque. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those. Cooperated with the police, and yeah, his path was different than a medical path, no question. His path is one of defending himself in the court of law and forcing the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And he has no burden. We all know that. He doesn't have to produce anything. We know that. But as we move through the case, you'll see things will be produced on the part of Jason Levesque. Now the videos, they're not going to tell the whole story. I'm afraid we don't have a beginning to the end. And I'm afraid that you don't have audio, because I wish you did. If you had audio, I would assert you would have heard multiple threats from Kyle against Jason. That he turned back more than once and threatened to kill him and his daughter. If you had audio, that would have been a really great gift for you. You would have understood it even better. But you can just imagine and reasonably come to the conclusion that Kyle didn't just turn around and walk back to his house and tuck himself in for the evening. He just couldn't give up on Jason. He'd walk back, turn around, he'd shout out some more threats. Turn around, walk back, shout out some more threats. Taunting, threatening, continuously. That's what Jason's here. It wasn't a good night. It was a terrible night. Terrible night for both of us. Don't get caught up. Don't get caught up in some of that stuff. I understand the magical medical procedures. Understand the life-threatening wounds. Understand all of that. That goes with this turf. But in the end, the bottom line is going to have to be this. As the prosecution disproved self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. And as you go through this trial, I'm going to ask you to filter that, all the facts through that legal principle. Filter it. And ask yourself, if and when Kyle takes the stand, do you trust him? Do you trust him? Is he giving you the full story? Or is he giving you the petty little argument that was referred to in opening? Pay particular attention to all of the circumstances in this case, because if you do, at the end of this case, you will come to the ultimate conclusion. You will come to the ultimate conclusion that Jason Levesque acted in self-defense. That a reasonable person in his position would have perceived that he was in danger of death or serious bodily injury. So again, thank you for sitting in on this. You're going to see graphic images. You're going to see medical stuff. You're going to see all kinds of stuff in this case. But please keep an open mind. I'm begging you. Because if you keep an open mind, you're going to give us a just result. And the just result in this case is going to be not guilty. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. I'd like to approach Your Honor.
Yes, please.
So, my opinion. Oh no, no, he's not has been talking for 2 hours. It seems like it. It seems that he has been talking for 2 hours, is he? But no, he's only been talking for, I want to say, half an hour. Um, funny fact, that is hilarious. That is very, very funny. That is the clock, the actual time in the courtroom. This case is wild. I was in the no side, like guilty or non guilty or whatever side. I was not in anything. I was keeping mind open. I had some doubts. After listening to this opening, I don't know. I think I am getting closer and closer to the guilty side than actually the not guilty. I for once would want to be correct on a verdict. But this one starting to have my doubts a lot. For it's like, cause oh my days. So he said that if there was audio, right, on the camera videos, on the surveillance videos, we would have seen their fighting and everything. So the people telling the accounts of the events doesn't mean anything, because like it can be he said she said situation, but it's just I found it ridiculous that he's saying that because there's no audio, we can never be certain of what happened and hear the arguments. Um, I don't think. And oh, I forgot to count, didn't I? Sorry. There was a sidebar. So we do counting two things in this trial. The number two is how many times I've got scared. So top one is got scared, and the bottom one is the objection sidebars. I will change the name as soon as the clock is out, when we have the verdict for the Stacy trial, which still deliberating. It's been an incredible 4 hours already today of deliberations, and no verdict yet. It's been now past the 5 hour mark altogether from yesterday and today's deliberations. I think the juries are just coming out of their lunch or just about to probably resume, so we might have a verdict soon, hopefully. No, Pickles, no, you cannot go away, because we might, you know what, I'm sorry to say, but someone leaves and we're gonna have a verdict. Either Pickles or me. I'll leave, I'll step away for 2 seconds and the verdict will come. But we're gonna carry on. Yes, yeah. Well, you picked 5 to 7, so you still okay. They need to know. Okay, I'll pass them a message, Pickles, that's saying.
Two things, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to instruct you, as I told you previously, at the end of this case, I'm going to instruct you on what the law is and what the legal standards are. That will include a full instruction from the court on what constitutes self-defense and what that legal standard is exactly. So while both counsel presented to you arguments about what they anticipate and what they believe the court will issue for instruction, I advise you that at the end of this case, you will get a full instruction from the court as to what self-defense is, and you're to rely upon my instructions as to what the law of self-defense is. That's for the court to do, not for the parties to understand that. Second is, even though we just took a break a little while ago, we're going to take another short recess, just give you a chance to stretch your legs, and so we can set up some technology. So we're going to take a hopefully 5 to 10 minute recess, and we'll be back on track after. All right, thank you. Please rise.
Give me just a moment, Sandra. I'll explain in a second. Sorry, darling. Let them just go out and stop making noises.
Your Honor, I suppose I just have one question. Sure. As we're setting up the technology and the television, do you want us to try and enable it with this whole use the bench, or are you planning on getting down? I know it's
Always part of
awkward.
doing it. Where are we planning on putting it?
Ideally, it would be essentially right here. I know that that makes it difficult for you to
Where's
see.
the defendant? Where's
It
where's
does.
the defendant going to be?
So in the past, when I've done this for trials, defense has either gone over to where the, essentially, either where the bailiffs are sitting or in the table right behind where the
Well,
case is sitting.
we could move out of it.
That's your Honor's discretion for it.
Yes.
The past is what before.
I'm happy to do that. So let's set that up. If you put it over here, so that the jury can see it, defendant can move over there. If I want to see it, I'll just step down.
Okay.
And go over there. Thank you. Yeah, if you put it way back there.
It's difficult to see anyway.
That's
so
not
it's
going to
also-
do anything?
Yes. So we're likely going to be having it essentially here is where we would like it.
Very good. That's fine. Thank you.
Right, so yet another break. Well, I think case one had exactly the. Sorry about that. This courtroom, they make so many noises and very loud noises, so I am apologizing for the eternity of this trial. That sometimes we might all get scared and we might all get jumped on from court. No, the old man, I think, case one was saying it very correctly. I think the ponytail was tied a little bit too tight because I think he's a little bit delulu in terms of what is actually going on. So because they are setting up some technology, we are having another break, a break of 5 minutes. So hopefully they will get here just at like about 22 the hour, and see the first witness of this case. So again, on the screen that you guys have the numbers is one is the clock, it's the time of the verdict watch that we are on, and then what we are counting in this trial, we're counting the objection sidebars and how many times they scare me as well. So we're counting two things, which makes once again, when the clock is gone, I will make it better to be a little bit more simple and more easy understandable. But that's how it is so far for now. I like we were saying, I think it's getting to that. Obviously, the state cases think on like slam dunk. It's not gonna be a slam dunk case, but it's not gonna be the hardest to prove either. Again, how many charges is it? He has three charges. So, verdict watch on this one might be about 4 hours to 5 hours. I'm thinking already. I'm already thinking about verdict watch. I am mean. I just want to. No, I'm joking. I really want to listen and see the videos and all this evidence that the state says that they have to actually put pieces together, because there's obviously questions, of how it first started and who instigated what, and also if Mr. Jason was happy or not, if he was, you know what I mean, and not like Kathy says, a narcotics enthusiastic, or he had one too many. So I have that question as well, if anything was else apart from the rage that maybe Jason has provoked this, or exactly what happened, because it's just out of the blue. You don't, and why in the first place Jason had a pew pew with them, or did he go back inside of the house and grabbed the pew pew? Because then that shows intent, correct? Even though I don't think for second degree red rum you need intent. I think that's most for first degree maybe, but it just shows that like he had anger problems or has anger problems. I'm sorry. It's getting to that time of the night that I start yawning at every 5 words. And I'm sorry if I'm making anyone yawning in the back on stream. So still no movement. Oh my days. How much longer are we gonna have to wait for the verdict to come? It's gonna be almost all day. Can you guys imagine? How would it be hilarious? The court finishing. Law Pappy, yes, we talked about Law Pappy. Uh Pickles. Oh yes, Sandra, sorry. Sometimes if you because you new to the channel, and just sometimes during the trials we give funny nicknames to attorneys and judge in a respectful manner, obviously. That so if you see us as saying Lord Addy, Frank is the judge, it's not their proper names, it's just the nicknames we come up with. If you have any ideas, just let us know about it and we'll implement if I don't carry on yawning, because this yawning is getting in the way now. And I don't think, why am I yawning? Because I'm not that tired. I do need to get a little bit of a comfort break when we start back up, because I've been sitting down for almost 5 hours now, and I need to stretch my legs a little bit. But I know as soon as I do that, the verdict will come. So I should have probably gotten up a long time ago, and for the verdict to come and us getting done with Stacy for good. But after when they come back, I will do that, do a small little comfort break and walk around and see if the verdict will come. That would be hilarious. I would have to run probably. I know, that's the thing. So I can go do that, Willow. I am a very well told person. If you tell me to do something, I'll probably do it. So I will do that. I can go lay down. I don't promise that I will wake up again, because I could probably fall asleep right about now. But yeah, I definitely can do that. I'll take one for the team and do that. No, no joking. I mean, I can always take a nap, because I haven't taken a nap today. And normally I have a nap, and I have not had one. So, yeah. Oh, still nothing. Oh my days. The jury must been hang on one question or one charge or something, because they are taking this long. No, pickles. Okay. All right. Pickles didn't work. So I will try after when the court is back. I'll try to walk away for a little bit to see if it happens to me. Yay! You can nice. Enjoy your nap, Stephanie. I am very jealous. We Oh yes, Log Uncle. That is it. That's true. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I will stretch my legs in a second, friend. I just waiting for the court to be back, and because this sound is very temperamental, so I need to live in a good spot for you guys. I know, I'm very jealous of the nap too. Naps, when I was a kid, right? I hated naps. I didn't want the naps. I was against naps. Now, I love them. So I am stubborn. I am a perfectionist, and sometimes that is not even a good thing, because I put like the feet sometimes and the stream above my own needs sometimes, and I understand that that can be bad, but it's just the perfection and this thing, and yeah. See, I think me and you were the same, Stephanie. I used to wake up, right? I used to go to this childcare house busing thing in Portugal, in Lisbon, around the area you guys saw today. And I used to go there, and there was a bunch of kids of the area, and we all go there, and because parents, we used to work a lot. They still do. and we couldn't stay at home alone, so they left us there, and she would have nap time, and I was always put alone in the bedroom because I used to wake up all the kids because I couldn't sleep, so I would always wake up everybody up, and I would disrupt everyone, so I always got put in a room by myself, and I still would not nap. So yeah. Oh, oh, Stephanie, I'm so sorry. I was like, I think I have apologized to my babysitter as well, because I create a havoc by not waking up all the kids, and then you know how kids are. If they don't get their naps, they get cranky and everything. So all the kids were always cranky because of me, because I would not let them sleep, because I used to talk too much. But hey, now I found somewhere I can talk too much too, even though Court is always interrupting me. Rude, Court. No, I'm joking. Now I found an avenue that I can speak until I literally don't have anything else to say, which is very rare to occur when I don't have anything else to say. I always find some way, something to talk about. Oh my days. I don't know who allowed me to get a mic and push the button to go live on YouTube, because that person, whoever had the idea for me to do this, absolutely not a good idea. I know, I will go. See, they are coming back. Oh, he's getting told off by something. I'm just saying, he's getting told off because the other guy doesn't look happy, and they don't look happy. Whew. That was good to see. I will have a walk, Pickles. I'm sorry. I go in a second, okay? I promise. Okay? Because as soon as I go, you go see me running that the verdict is coming. Oh, judge is in the courtroom. They're not too late.
Okay. We think that's going to work okay? In terms of the television?
I believe so, Your Honor. It may just require some coordination between you and the witness, because we both of you will be standing down here.
Right.
Attorney Breck and I did test it earlier, and we'll see it from all spots that they're sitting in.
Okay.
So,
very good.
If you're comfortable with this?
How soon into the first witness's testimony do we anticipate the videos coming in?
5 to 10.
Okay. All right, so I'll probably start out, I'm going to start out up here, and when you get to the video part, I'll probably move.
The problem though is that we're obstructed, and I finally asked the court if we can move positions.
You're obstructed from seeing the jurors, you mean?
Since we know where it's going to go, I mean, we could dial it back. So,
And then pull it forward when it's time to play it. Is there enough cord to do that?
yeah.
I think that would be the smart thing to do. If we could pull it back for now, if there's enough cord, and then when you actually go to play it, we'll pull it forward, and everyone can then move. When you're moving the TV, we'll all move.
You know, I said that with some confidence, but I really have no idea.
I can do it, Your Honor.
Don't let him touch it.
I can do it.
You did say that very boldly.
Yeah. Okay.
That's good. That's fine.
And so what? We're
All right. Very good. Ready to bring the jury in? Good. Very good. Let's proceed. However we want, everyone.
Yes, please bring him in.
Please rise for the entry.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're about ready to start. Counsel, you ready to call your next witness?
I am.
Or your first witness, I guess I should say, work correctly.
Your Honor, the state calls Kendra Violette.
Okay. Come on down this way, ma'am. Just remain standing for a moment. Raise your right hand. Swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the pain penalties of perjury. All right. You should be seated right there. Do me a favor, just kind of scoot forward so you're close to the microphone and try to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Thank you.
Counsel, when you're ready, you can inquire.
Appreciate it. Can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter,
Yes,
please?
I'm Kendra Violet, and it's Kyndra.
And would you mind spelling your last
Yes,
name for her as well?
Viollette.
Where do you live right now?
I live at 277 Chestnut Hill Road with my grandmother.
And is there another address that you call home as well?
Yes, 43 Summer Street on the weekends and my vacation time.
All right. Tell me a little bit about that. You said you lived at a specific address with your grandmother. What town is that in?
It's in Farmington. I go there because I've proceeded school there ever since I was in 4th grade, and we've lived with her for like 5 years.
In order to facilitate your education in the
Yes.
school?
Yes.
People you've met there, friends in the Farmington school system?
Yes.
No teachers in that school system as well?
Yes.
At some point while you were living in Farmington, were you living there also with your parents?
Yes.
And can you just tell us, if it's not obvious, who are your parents?
My parents are Angie LaChance and Kyle Violette.
And so was there a time when Angela and Kyle moved to that address in Rochester that you just talked about?
Yes.
And in order not to switch schools, you stayed with your grandmother?
Yes.
And can I ask who else do you live with? Who else is in your family?
The only other person I live with is my brother.
Okay. And does he also do the same
He does,
gig
yes.
back and forth?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned you're doing this because of school.
Yes.
Are you still in school?
I am, yes.
What grade are you?
I'm a senior.
What age does that put you at?
I'm 18, so 12th grade.
How do you like school?
I love school. I have all A's and B's right now.
Nice. What do you love about it? What kinds of things do you study?
Probably just the education and friends.
And do you have any kind of plan? It sounds like you're graduating this year.
I do. I started early college classes for social working, and I'm going to continue that in the summer as well.
Is that the social work
Yes.
education? Is that local? Are you still going to be around?
Yes, I am. It's through Great Bay Community College.
Understood.
Yes.
Then if I could move attention and focus attention to the address in Rochester. It's 43 Summer Street?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe for us a little bit about the interior? You know, we went out there, took a look at the place from outside. We didn't go in. Can you just kind of give us a rough breakdown of how people are situated living in there?
Are you talking about like the living or like the layout of the house?
Let's start with living, and I'd like to do it from the time frame of April of last year.
Okay. So like what happened that day?
No, just before we get there, kind of fill in who lived there and where the rooming situation
Yeah,
was.
of course. So in that house at that time, it was my other grandmother living in the front studio apartment, and then there was a split house, and it was me, my mom, my dad, and my brother in there. And during that time, we all have different rooms upstairs. Downstairs is like the living room, just where everybody hangs out, but upstairs is where our rooms are.
And I don't want to bring up more sensitive issues for you, but I understand your grandmother who lived in the front unit has since passed away.
Yes.
And so, but at the time, when your grandmother lived out front, you on the weekends and other times would live and have a room at 43.
Yes.
Where was that room?
My room was upstairs. It was in the middle of my brother's and my parents' room.
And then let's again go back to April or last year. In addition to going to school and going back and forth, were you doing anything else? Were you working, for instance?
Yes, I have been working at Portsmouth Gaslight. It's a restaurant.
It's a restaurant?
Yes.
What do you do there?
I serve right now, but I used to host.
Anybody else work there that you know?
My mother.
What does she do
She
there?
bartends.
All right. And do you guys go in together?
Yes, we do.
What are your usual hours at the Gaslight when you're working?
Usually after school, it's like 4:30 to 9. Usually I do like 5 days a week. I have 2 days off.
And Kendra, I do now want to, I just don't want to, intrude unnecessarily into your life. So let's keep this focused. I want to talk about April 4th of last year. What was going on earlier in the day for you, if you recall?
I went to school that day, I believe. I had school, it was a Thursday, and I went to my parents' house because we didn't have school on Friday, nor the weekend, so it was like a longer vacation for us to be over there. So it was like 3, we just got out of school. We went home, I didn't have work that day, so we all kind of just hung out in our rooms. I believe we were going to watch a movie later on in the night, but we ended up not. We just made dinner instead.
And remember anything about the weather?
I don't. It was it was cold. It was snowing.
Did that snow affect your, now recalling that it was snowing, did that affect your school schedule at all? Do you know?
I don't recall. I do not.
Okay. And so it sounds like you have a memory of the evening, the
Yes.
plans with your family,
Yes.
watch a movie, dinner.
Yes.
Tell me about what you were doing later in the evening.
I ate dinner and I went up to my room and I was gonna watch my own movie, and I watched some TikToks on my phone, and my parents were in their room at the time and my brother was in his room. I believe he was sleeping. It was already like 8 or 9 at the time.
Tell us what happened later that is obviously unusual.
Yeah, I was laying in my bed and my mom came in my room and she was just like, "Your dad's going to talk to the neighbor about plowing snow in the driveway." And I was like, okay, and we both walked downstairs. We were messing around in the living room talking to each other, and I ended up looking out the window to see if anything was going on, and I saw my dad walking home to walk away, but I didn't see the prior situation of him going out there. I think when I was going down the stairs, he was about to go outside. So I just saw when he was walking away and when Jason pulled the gun out.
You saw the gun come out?
Yes.
Kendra, do you know whether or not your home, your parents utilized a home surveillance system?
Yes.
You said you were looking out a window to see some of these events. Can you describe that window for us if we were looking from the exterior of the building?
Yes, it's the window outside from our porch. It's like the huge window where you can see like the road and you can see some of the neighbors' houses across the street and the one across from us.
And that's the window you were looking out from?
Yes.
Is that also a window that utilizes a home security system?
It is, yes.
I feel like I interrupted you, and I don't want to necessarily have you talk or relive this, but can you describe to me again, I didn't quite follow what you saw when you looked out the window.
Yeah, when I looked out the window, I saw a truck open, the door open, and I saw Jason Levesque standing out of it. And I saw my dad walking to the house. He was just walking back on the side of the street, on the side of the road. And I saw Jason Levesque just pull the gun out. And that's when I yelled to my mom, he has a gun. And at the time, all I could do was just run out the door. So I ran out the door, and that's when my dad was already on the ground. And I looked at Jason and I said, you shot my dad like 3 times. He didn't say anything.
Do you need just a second? I want to ask you some
All right, all right, all right. So there is verdict on the Stacy Rodriguez case. So after 4 hours and 26 minutes, I have already written down. I need to take it off. I have official time for the verdict today. So altogether, we have a verdict of 5 hours 36 minutes, but we count the 4 hours. So I need to make sure after the the verdict is read, I need to just see who are the lucky winners. And absolutely amazing that I am looking that right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, no, 3, 4 people, 4, 5, sorry, 5 people in the game. Sorry, just looking at, yes, there is. Sorry, Samantha, I was gonna text you as well. There is a verdict. There is a verdict. I've already played the verdict music, but we can do it again because I like the music. And yes, Willow, we will go back to the new case exactly where we left off. I've paused it exactly where we were, and to swap to this one. So absolutely, we are going. So the people, I need to look at the proper paper that are still in the game. So that's Maria, Sandra, Lois, Robba, Cynthia, and that is it. So Maria, Sandra, Lois, Robert, and Cynthia are in the game right now. So yeah. So as is like, so verdict should be ready at any moment. What do you guys think? Do you think it's gonna be the guilty verdict? Are we gonna have a surprise and it's gonna be a not guilty verdict, or what is gonna happen? I am nervous. I am shaking. It's nail biting, but I can't bite my nails. I know. Pickles, I think you need to go somewhere where you cannot be disturbed for the foreseeable future. So we right now, oh, the count is still going, and I deleted the wrong thing. Yay. I need to do the F-bombs header again because I deleted the wrong thing. Right, I am so good at this. I am so nervous. I get so nervous on verdicts that I don't know why. Okay, there you go. The counter is gone. I can put the other counter back in the middle, and then I can do the text in a second. I am glad that you are off today, Paula, as well. Everyone takes guilty, and yes, Pickles, you did say guilty to 5 to 7. I need to DM you, girl, and I'll talk to you later. But I am nervous. Why am I so nervous for this? But Bab, you were where you are on my list. You were a little bit under. So you said 1 to 3. We were 426. I thought we are gonna go right about now. I think they were waiting for the verdict to finish, for the lunch to finish, to get their free lunch, and they were yeah. Oh yeah, I think she's gonna be guilty. I want to see her face, the smile dropping out of her face, and the attorneys realize that. Ooh, is that the dad of Christopher? Oh wow, I think that's the dad. In the gallery. Um, I know, I cannot wait. I hope they don't take too long to come back. I mean, we can always catch up to the trial at a bit of speed, more speed, or anything if you guys like, or we'll see what happens. But yeah, whew, verdict is reached on this. I want to see the face falling off of a face. I am so excited. I can amend the title of the stream to verdict, because yes, William, we need to her to be guilty. She is guilty. I cannot handle a not guilty a not guilty one. I can't. I absolutely cannot do a not guilty right now. But whew, absolutely. I think I've texted at everybody that that has been here. Everyone is here. Oh, Maria, hang on. Sorry, I need to text our friend Maria if she can. Let me 1 second. Just very quickly. Sorry, because normally, like, if people are not on in the stream, if they are busy or anything, I can, like, DM you privately on Discord or other platforms, Facebook, or other platforms you want me to be able to reach you at times to say the verdict is here. If you are busy and you cannot attend, I have the habit with friends in the channel that I do that. So I'm just letting people know that Samantha, please tell me your guesses as well. I love to hear your opinion, everyone's opinion. No, Blondie's gonna hug her. Blondie's gonna hug her. Oh no, Judge, no, she's innocent. Definitely. Oh yeah. Absolutely, because she did that in the other trial, the blonde lady. And guess what? I was talking to someone today. Where was it? I think it was on Discord that the attorney on the other case that she did as well, she hugged the person and she was also pregnant at that time. So it oh no, Denise is on a Denise is on a meeting, and I'm being mean and saying sneak out. Lol. Oh, my friend Denise is in a meeting. Oh no, so sad. Um, oh man. I told her to sneak out of the meeting. Her water broke. Lol. Can you imagine her being that her new excuse on a trial? Being, oh, my water broke. She probably would use that to her advantage. So I need to, while we are waiting on the verdict, I mean, I'm not say gonna say kind of. I'm glad that we on our new trial was getting a little bit emotional. So I was like, okay, please verdict, come now. It was very heartbreaking, her describing the whole situation, the daughter of the victim in our new case, describing the situation, definitely heartbreaking for sure. It was getting a little bit teary eyed. But I'm also glad that the verdict is coming in, so we can just focus now on Jason Levesque trial. And sorry, I'm trying to do two things at the same time because I've ruined our counter, and I don't want it to be ruined again. My perfectionism taking the best of me. So we are counting. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this different. Sorry. Can't do like this. What do you guys think of the counter being like this, the way it is at the moment, like side by side? Do you guys prefer that way? So then it's like you guys can understand which one is which in terms of the counter. Ooh, chicken grape salad. Nice. That is a snack. That is a great snack, Paula. I am coming to your house. So I was thinking of keeping the counters like this, and then the other one, because then we can identify which counter is which. And then on the other one, we can just put like the scares are, well, apply to me, or you can apply to you to use as well. If you want to participate, the scares can also be part of you. What do you guys think of the counters like this? Is it okay? Because that would be the best way possible. I think I can put the counters a little bit bigger to be bigger the numbers actually, because then that would be better seen. So yeah. Oh, there's more people. The paralegals are in. The investigator is in the courtroom, so people are getting back. I think there's a lot movement. Okay, I think that the size is better like that. Let me take the thingy out. Oh, where is it? Oh, here. Pickles. Look, Law Dad is here. Law Daddy is here to calm you down. It's all okay. Everything is gonna be okay. Yes, I know, my vamos. Hello, hi, friend. They need to hurry up, speed this up. Don't they know that we already have another trial to watch? That like we are done with Stacy. Hey, oh, Daddy Pickles. um, you. I believe you did. Why do I believe that's something that you do? That is definitely something you do, darling. But oh no, Lord Daddy went away. He is working. I can't read your comments straight after. I need to process them and read them fast, and then I can read them out loud. I'm joking. It's just you funny. You are very funny. I'm so glad to have you and every single one of you in chat. It's yeah. So I honestly hope after 4 hours and a half, 5 hours altogether, they absolutely be a better guilty verdict. Can you believe if it is a not guilty verdict right now? Because that would be a shock. I love that comment, Sherry. Love it. Can you guys imagine if it is not guilty? What would you do if he was not guilty? Would you? Well, I would be very upset. I think I would go there, from all the way over here and open someone's mind to. It's like, can how? I don't know. It is a possibility. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it is a possibility that is on the table of the verdict being not guilty. Well, not a big possibility, but it is. It is not zero, because there is people that might think differently than us. My feedback. I think you would see a very emotional reaction from me, because scream, yeah, okay, I get it. Storm with your feet, scream. Cause the Colin one was different. I kinda accept it, but this one I would not accept altogether. If this one, yeah. Steam coming from yours. Yeah, I think this one's in Nancy. I agree with you. Self-defense, it's ridiculous. It's this one. It's a bit more bluntly that they did it. That it's guilty. The Colin, I have to give it up and say that there was doubt. There is things. This one there isn't. There is. I think Pickles is still focused on Law Daddy. I don't think she cares about anything else right now. Ooh, I need more drink, Garden Bot. Garden Bot makes this drinks that it's like 7-Up with squash diluted juice, and it's so good. It makes it very well, and I am obsessed with it. Oh yeah, I would definitely not be happy either. I would be very, very upset. Upset to I think upset to the point of maybe I would have to turn off the camera. That I would be so upset. I think I would cry, cause squash is not squash the fruit. Zizzy is not the veggie. No, no, it's where is the bottle? Garden Bot of the diluted juice. Garden Bot. It's diluted juice. It's not the. Ow! So this is what the juice is. Well, it's empty because there's nothing. You're gonna call the authorities. Ooh, Jesse's in. Sorry, thank you very much, Wilda, for giving instructions. Yes, they got a verdict. They got a verdict, Sandra. Yes. So this is how they comes, and you dilute what comes in the bottle in water or whatever you want, and normally Garden Bot does on 7-Up. So yeah, it's that Robinsons. I don't know if you guys like diluted juice. We call it squash, but not like the squash, the fruit, the veggie, but the drink. So yeah, that's what we call squash. We call also squash to squash, but yes, we call it squash. It's a liquid that you dilute in water, that you put in water and makes the water taste like the flavor. Like this one is summer fruit, that one is summer fruit. So you put this in water, and then the water tastes like some summer fruit. So it's, yeah, gives taste to water basically. I think you call diluted juice. I don't know. I'm not sure. So that's basically what this is. Concentrate. Yes. This one is double. Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is, Pickles. It's as a UK thing. We drink this better than water. Oh no, I know what HMB is. Ha ha ha. I know what HMB is. I know. See, I watched just Stephanie Boyd too much to know what that shop is. I love that judge. So that's what if I say I want squash, that's what I meant. I don't want the veggie. Me vegetables. Yeah. The yeah. Oh, okay, nice. I would love to go to an American grocery store. Like supermarkets here, grocery stores here are boring. They They have only food. They don't have much more interesting things. Ooh, baby Yui comes here. Last time that she's probably wearing civilian clothes. Here we go. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. I'm not gonna start singing, sorry. My apologies. I need to tone down 500 levels. I know it's the same from yesterday, for sure we say that. I know, here you go, Samantha. I'm so excited. Ooh, spaghetti squash. I never had that, but it's veggie, so... So, I know, it's gonna be a forever thing now. She's gonna get used to it. Ooh. Oh, no. I have no popcorn either, Sandra, so I think I do have nuts, and I'm gonna say something, guys. I don't have candy either. I've eaten it all. I need to on the candy shop tomorrow. Okay, that sounded wrong. I need to go buy candy tomorrow. I just reminded me of that song, a 50 Cent song, very, very old candy shop, so, I don't know if he's gonna get there on time, Zizzy, sadly. Oh my days, this is nerve-wracking. What about the candy, Willow? Sorry. Sometimes I say the most random things, possible ever. And this is what I mean. I never ran out of things to say because I just say random things. And yeah. Ooh, Samantha, look, I did my nails. Samantha Terry, look, I did my nails. Sorry, I'm just, yeah. I am so sorry, everybody. Please don't go. I am rested. I have had a soda, and I think she is delusional. Yeah, Samantha, I think you are right. I think you. I'm sorry, you guys seeing this. This is how I am when I'm fully rested. And you guys told me to walk, and then I get even more rested because I was walking. Oh yeah, I don't think she's gonna be smiling for long. Oh, hang on. I have the wrong AirPod in. Need to make sure I have the correct one in because of the sound. Otherwise, I'm just gonna carry on talking. Ooh, pickles! Oh. Ooh, I want jerky, though. I don't want chips, I want jerky. Give me the jerky. Oh, here goes the water jug and more water. And she's still laughing. She's on the verdict to know what's gonna happen for the rest of her life. And she's still laughing and... Just breathe in and breathe out. I know. I would love some jerky right now. Okay. It's okay. Don't worry, Stephanie. Absolutely. One more fit. You can do it. Yes. Thank you, jerky. Pickles for the jerky. Not the other way around. I'm sorry. I need to stop drinking soda. I think she is. I think she poured once. There's no sound. Come on. Come on. I think she is, Sherry, for sure. I think she's definitely the most hydrated defendant ever. Come on. Blondie doesn't look very well. I think she might not have a good day today. Having a good day today. Oh, Bohemian garlic jerky. I've never heard about that one. About that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely, Sandra. I agree with you. They have done that immensely. She's been doing throughout all this trial. It's just crazy. The how they are catering to all her needs and everything all the time. It's just absolutely insane. Come on, Judge. We don't have all day, Judge. It's gonna be good because we can zoom through breaks and sidebars and objections. So, Pickles, don't make us jealous, please. I want some too. Well, probably. That could be true. That could be very true. Ooh, jalapeno. Nice. I love jalapeno. It's a little bit spicy for my taste, but it's good. Um. Oh, so just wait. Tax for the. I think so, Willow. For sure. I think Pickles should pay up. For sure. The tax for the class. I agree. So we're just waiting on the jury maybe to come in because I think Law Daddy and Bald Law Daddy, I think that's his name, are in the courtroom. And then the defense team is there, Hoey is there, judge is there. So I think we are waiting on the jury. Oh no, case one, no. That is not good. Well, I don't know where Pickles is. I think Pickles is at work. No, I'm joking. Sorry about that. That was Garden Bot doing a weird sound. Ooh, also, I was doing it. Yeah. I have the new Sandra! Oh, thank you so much for the sticker, girl. Oh my days, thank you. You're so kind. Thank you very much for the sticker. I like it. It's like a little pear, it's exercise pear. Let's call it the exercise pear. So kind of you. Thank you very much, Sandra, for the support. You're so kind. Thank you. So I was just gonna say, that I printed more of the things of the game prices things. So yeah. So I just need to paint them to look like this. Thank you, Sandra, again. I love it. Thank you. So this is the final product, right? And then I've printed, well, Garden Bot. I did not print it because I'm not allowed on the printer. Garden Bot printed some more. So they just need to be painted and put out on for the verdict. So they just need to be painted. So I need to convince Garden Bot to paint them because I am not good for DIY, for this kind of stuff. So yeah, just need Garden Bot. This is really cute. I love it. I really want to start doing something with them because I had an idea, but I don't know if we're gonna go ahead with, because I would need to see the cost of shipment and everything to send it over, but I really want to do something with them because we do this at home. Me and Garden Bot, we have a resin printer and we do this at home. So it's fully homemade. The resin is not homemade, but you guys know what I mean. I just need something for the back of them. I have like a QR code for the channel or something, or the channel logo for the back. Oh, here we go.
I'm sorry.
I was talking to
Why don't you reach out and see if there's somebody that can cover them last minute? I don't know if anybody's around. Also, reach out to Judge Esser. That's a possibility. Okay. Mr. Praley, is Mr. Dickerson's family now present?
They are.
All right. The court will go on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez appears today with counsel Ms. Devereaux and Ms. Trujillo. Mr. Praley and Mr. McCormick appear today for the state. It is the court's understanding that the victim representatives are present in court as well. The court has received word that the jury has reached a verdict in this matter. We will call the jury in and receive the verdict. If you'll bring the jury in, please.
Judge, are you okay with Ms. Rodriguez sitting for the verdict?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. She can remain seated and understand her preference.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. We just communicate with them and get it set. All right, thank you. And will you let her know about those misdemeanor dates?
Please rise for the jury.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who among you has been selected as foreperson of the jury? Juror number one. Juror number one, I have been informed that the jury has reached a verdict in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, if you'll please provide the verdict forms to my bailiff. All right, and Madam Foreperson, it appears that the jury verdict forms for count 5 and count 4 are incomplete. What I'm going to do, I'm going to provide those verdict forms back to the jury and ask the jury to retire just to ensure there wasn't any typographical errors, but it appears that the first 2 forms in this packet have not been completed by the jury. I'm going to have my staff bring that back to you. Yes, and please rise while the jury retires, and then as soon as those forms are complete, we'll bring the jury back up. I'm sorry. I am not. All right, thank you. Please be seated. And if the parties will remain, it appears they were just partially incomplete, so I anticipate they'll be able to rectify that quickly.
What in absolutely the heck is happening? What? So it's the burglary and the corpse. Are you absolutely? First of all, them holding hands. Where? What? Why? What? Yes, the verdict is the for Stacy is still not in yet because there's an error with the form, so we're still waiting on them. But what in absolutely? I can't swear. I can't swear. I can't swear. And them holding hands. What? Are you for real? How is that professional? How does the judge not see this?
That they're complete, you can bring them back out.
Sorry, the judge was just talking about the as soon as they are ready to bring the jury back out. But how can oh, it's can someone just type in chat, please, for Maria, what's going on with the forms and everything? I absolutely crazy that this is happening right now. It's I can't, I don't have words for this. It's crazy. Ooh, so we're still waiting on the verdict. This is crazy. Absolutely. They probably are Nancy now, cause well, after the verdict, they can do whatever they want. You do? Pickles, you crazy! Well done, Pickles. I have never seen such an unprofessional team of lawyers happening this. This is absolutely madness. This is crazy. There's still nothing happening. And is she really laughing? Oh my days. This girl is crazy. I'm losing my marbles. I think the jury's coming in. Are you kidding me? I'm laughing right now. And I'm sorry. I hope that when the judge sentences this girl to life in prison.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, thank you. Please
he
rise.
mentioned something about this because this is absolutely crazy. And I know he saw it. Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Mr. Clark, who's handling AWARS? Is it Miss Akers?
Miss Akers.
Okay. Do you know what she's gonna do? Sorry, she's gonna do on Monday.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Madam Foreperson, was the jury able to complete the incomplete forms?
Yes.
All right, thank you. If you'll please provide those to my bailiff. All right, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, the verdict of the jury reads as follows, dispensing with the caption, jury verdict count 1, murder in the first degree. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of murder in the first degree, signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 2, first degree arson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of first degree arson, signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 3, tampering with a deceased human body. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of tampering with a deceased body, signed by the foreperson. And then, I'm sorry, to go back to count 2, jury verdict count 2, first degree arson, verdict question form. We further find with respect to the verdict question for this count as follows. Did the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the arson was of an occupied structure? The jury has marked yes, and that is signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 4, excuse me. second-degree burglary, arson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of second-degree burglary, arson, and that verdict is signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 4, burglary, arson, verdict question form. We further find with respect to the verdict question for this count as follows. Did the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the structure burglarized by the defendant was a dwelling? The jury has selected yes, and that is signed by the foreperson. And then finally, jury verdict count 5, second-degree burglary theft. We, the jury, find the defendant, Stacy Marie Rodriguez, guilty of second-degree burglary theft. That verdict is signed by the foreperson. Jury verdict count 5, burglary theft, verdict question form. We further find with respect to the verdict question for this count as follows. Did the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the structure burglarized by the defendant was a dwelling? The jury has selected yes, and that verdict form is signed by the foreperson. Madam Foreperson, is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. All right, thank you. Does either side wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Juror number 1, is this your verdict and the verdict of the juries? Yes. And juror number 2, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury? Yes. Juror number 4, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury? Yes. Juror number 14, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Judgments of guilty are now entered in this matter as to counts 1 through 5, and we will address setting the matter for sentencing in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have now completed your duties as jurors in this case and are discharged with the thanks of the court. The question may arise whether you may discuss this case with the lawyers, defendants, or other persons. For your guidance, the court instructs you that whether you talk to anyone is entirely your own decision. It is proper for others to discuss the case with you, and you may talk with them, but you need not. If you talk to them, you may tell them as much or as little as you like about your deliberations or the facts that influenced your decision. If any person persists in discussing the case over your objection or becomes critical of your service, either before or after any discussion has begun, please report it to me at once. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to add my own personal comments. I know that jury duty is not something that people often looking forward to, and it's something that people often look to actively avoid. But it is my experience when someone has been selected to be on a jury and they go through this process, even if it was a difficult and long experience for them, they at least come away with some positive view of our justice system and the important work that we do here in the 19th Judicial District. I genuinely hope that was your experience with your service in this trial. With that, you are released. I would also like to go back to the jury room and give you my own personal thanks, as well as I have some certificates regarding your jury service to give to you. Now, I know it's been a very, very long 2.5 weeks, so if you all would like to get out of here, please do. It's not going to hurt my feelings if you decide to go on, but for those of you who would like to wait, I should be back in the jury room in just a few minutes. All right, thank you again for your service, and with that, you are discharged. Please rise for the jury. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, judgments as to counts 1 through 5 will now enter. Judgment as to count 1 by statute dictates that the court should take every effort to proceed to sentencing as soon as possible. The court's intending on setting this matter out for sentencing at 3 p.m. Mr. McCormick and Mr. Pralia, can you make that work?
Yes.
And it looks like that does work for Mr. Dickerson and his family?
Correct.
Your Honor, I cannot do that. I'm sorry.
All right. Can you do 2:30?
Your Honor, Ms. Rodriguez is requesting, her brothers aren't here, they are at work. I know the court's preference is to do it as soon as possible, but if it's possible to do another day, that's what our request is.
All right, I appreciate that that's the defendant's request. However, I do need to, by statute, proceed to sentencing quickly in this matter. So I am going to set sentencing to 3 p.m. today.
I'm sorry, so there was two different issues.
Sure.
I have a personal issue, so if we could do it sooner this afternoon, I'd appreciate it.
Can we do 2:30?
If we can do 2 o'clock, that'd even be better.
Judge Esther said she could do her 2 o'clock.
Let's do 2:15. I think that might be the best I could do. I will need to make some other arrangements with my docket this afternoon, but we'll reconvene for sentencing at 2:15. Mr. Praley and Mr. McCormick, does that also work for the victim representative?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then we'll be in recess in this matter until 2:15.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think
They're not going, it's easier. So, yeah, we should be able to, I think Judge Esther might be able to, I don't know. I gotta check the judge. Yeah, but the hearings are not going.
Oh, the hearings are not going? It's about half an hour. About half an hour. So, they're just talking in hot mic moments. So, guilty across the board. Every single charge, she got the charge as guilty. No lessons, no nothing. It is right now 1:40 p.m. in Colorado. That means in about half an hour they will start the sentencing phase. About half an hour. It's okay. I have the word clock in front of me. That's why I'm good. So in about half an hour, that would be at 8:15 p.m. in the UK time, my time, and Erica time. And then that would be as well 4:15 p.m. in Eastern side. 3:15 in Chicago area, and 1:15 p.m. in Los Angeles time, that time zone. So I'm not surprised. I am not gonna lie, I'm not surprised that she got guilty across the board. I'm so very happy that the jury saw that it was guilty across the board. Absolutely great. And I want to address this. And I agree. Sherry says, I have never seen a lawyer cry for the client. Holy cow. Sorry, I am a couple minutes behind. It's all right. It's fine. I have never, ever seen an attorney cry that their client got a guilty verdict. Ever. So... Oh, okay. All right. It's okay, Erica. I mean, that's the decisions we need to make. So, either we can watch the sentencing in about half an hour. We can chit-chat and everything. I'm in Newcastle, Sunderland area, just the northeast. So it is true, but not just crying, sobbing, absolutely crazy. I have never, ever seen an attorney crying about their attorney getting a guilty or any verdict whatsoever, not just guilty or not guilty. That I think it's the most unprofessional reaction you can get, because that means you got your feelings involved. That was and it was not just the fact that she, oh Nice, Manchester. Awesome. Thank you very much. I really want to go to Manchester. There is a Portuguese market in Manchester that I really, really want to visit. That is awesome. It's nice to meet you, Erica. Hello. Thank you very much. I do try. It is sometimes a bit chaotic, but you know, it's court cases. Oh yeah. Oh, Stacy was like, "Oh, okay, I got guilty. She's gonna run the prison. She has no problem whatsoever in that." Uh, I do love grocery shopping. I love food. I love Costco. Definitely, that is one of the things that I love the most is food and shopping. um, so it's just absolutely wild how she was. And the thing is, and Bapi brought that up. It's not like she was shedding a tear or two. She was sobbing. She was literally sobbing throughout, and while her client was there emotionless, like nothing is happening, but she got mad as well. She literally got mad. She was angry. She at one point she was like doing that face that she did when she got angry in the first few days of the trial. She's gonna literally run the prison. Absolutely. Oh, it's all right. Okay, no worries. See you very soon, my friend. But it's absolutely crazy that she thought that she was gonna get away with this. It's not. Absolutely insane. Absolutely ludicrous. I'm sorry, but it is. Oh yeah. I don't know. Bap. She has that personality that she's a manipulative B word, and she's gonna never might be a target on my help her. And her flirtiness. I mean, she put two lawyers. They are very smart into a coma throughout the trial in terms of lovey-dovey coma. So I don't know. We'll see. And I also want to see now the outcome for Hosanna. I'll try to see if I can find any information on her. Maybe in a couple of days or something to let like the dust settle of the case and everything and documents being filed and everything. So she's definitely gonna charm her way in for sure. So now what we're gonna do, guys? What you guys want to do? Do you want to wait half an hour? Well, it's gonna be more than half an hour. It's Discord, so it's gonna be probably more than half an hour. Do you want to wait the time until the sentencing is done, or or you guys want to wait, watch the sentence, and then we speed watch our new trial? Because I think probably by now they will be almost finished for the day. Because I think they said about 4 o'clock. So, um, I know, it is. She's testifying. I don't know if she's still on it. That's where we stopped, Pickles. On the new trial, we stopped on Kendra testifying. Yeah, and watching the video. So, she's still testifying though. Are you watching ahead, Pickles? We watch everything together here. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, my friend. So we might have to speed watch that. Um, the new trial. We can put at 1.25 or something. Well, I know it is on the Pickles, but what are you doing there, my friend? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Really? You serious? It's what you know what? Because you could say to your boss to put our channel. No, I'm joking. No, don't. I am absolutely joking. Do not. Because no. No, I was joking, okay? I was absolutely joking. Do not say anything. I was just joking. I was just being funny. Which I'm not funny. But the thing is, I understand case one, but the judge cannot be too emotional about that. He has to be realistic. It's ooh, it's either Court v Dateline. I think both of them are pretty good. So I was gonna say, guys, one is like the judge might understand that it might be a cause for appeal, but the judge can't like take too long with the sentencings. He does has guidelines to follow, so we have to follow those, and I think he's gonna follow. And I am sorry, they knew that sadly could be a possibility that she would get a guilty verdict. Were there that confidence that she wasn't? Well, they're lost now because she was. Um, it's so I kind of understand. I now also kind of understand it's her right to have people speaking on her behalf, but they should be known by now. They should be ready by now. That known that that's a possibility. And why is it only the brothers? Where's her mom or grandma or the family? It's like they should be present. She never had anyone in a courtroom, has she? I've never heard of any of her family being in a courtroom. True that we very rarely saw the gallery. We did see Hosanna's family there, but where is the rest of her family? You know, it's quite interesting. Now I am wondering that. So it's just rather interesting. So guilty across the board. So now it's official. I am gonna update the spreadsheet tonight, and then I'll send to those who already told me that they want the spreadsheet. If you haven't, let me know if you want the spreadsheet of the cases, and I'll share with you the spreadsheet, and yeah, and then we can go from there. I went looking for my bottle. Oh, 1 second, I need some water. I need a drink. Sorry, just asking for oh, is it? Oh no, I am so sorry. Ooh, is it? Which one, Erica? I do know. We do sometimes cover UK cases in this channel. I actually went to court recently. Well, recently, I think it was about a month ago. To see a sentence of a case that happened in the area where I live, and I did a day out of it to go to the court, and I know that there's that News channel on YouTube that has the sentencings on the UK case, and sometimes we do streams about it. Oh, I hope she does get better though, Travelong. Hello, good to see you, my friend. Hi. So it's case. Oh, Erica as well, and everybody. I am still working on the Lucy Let Me deep dive case on it, and oh, Erica, I might need to talk to you, girl. And Willow, don't worry, I will get you the spreadsheet. I'll definitely send you that for sure. And I think we all need to get popcorn ready. Sandra, you have time to go get popcorn. Everybody, you all have time to get popcorn ready. So I'm doing a very big deep dive on Lucy Letby's first case. I am still working on that, but I keep getting in myself into rabbit holes, where I go into very big, massive rabbit holes about that case and about that trial. That trial was very, very long, and it actually was done in the area of where Erica is from, Manchester in the UK, which I found rather interesting. That so. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope she can get better though. That is very sad to know. It is very very sad. I hope that that Stacy's mom gets better soon. Definitely, because that's the majority, and I do feel bad that Stacy now is gonna go to prison for a very long time and probably sadly won't see her mom again, and that is very sad, and her brothers and her family and friends and everything. Ooh, Paula, where's my share? I want some too. I want some salad. Well, salad and crackers sounds nice, but hey, it's healthy. So I do hope she somehow she improves her health. Oh, sorry, garden pot just scared me. My days. That doesn't count for the counter, okay? That's you shut up. He just wants to say hello. Yeah. Oh, my trial will already happened. There's a video on the channel about it. It's called My Day in Court, Erica, and I was a case. So it's a video on the channel that I spoke about. I think so. I think so, case one. I mean, she did her part. She spoke the truth. She got a conviction. I think she definitely did her part, and she brought, testified, did what she had to do of a end of a bargain, and I think they should honor it. And if they don't, they are very, very not good people. Sorry, but I think she should get a deal. Oh yeah, thank you. I'll check it out. Hang on, my phone is buzzing with the verdict coming through. Ooh, that sounds very healthy, Pauline. Indeed, garden bot. You'll look after, but definitely that looks nice. I would have some of. Ooh, it has olives. Is that olives, Paula? I want some. Yeah, garden bot one have now because he doesn't like olives. So it sounds very, very nice. Court should be back in about 20 minutes now. I got something stuck underneath the. Oh, is it grapes? Oh, sorry. It looked olives. Oops. Sorry about that. It's grapes. That is better. Garden bot will eat it now. Because he doesn't like olives. It's I know, Zizzy. I did not know this when we got married, and now I regret my decision. No, I'm joking. I did not. It is.
You can have all the olives.
Yeah. Oh, can I? It. Can I show it, Paula? Ooh, apples. I've never had apples in the chicken salad. That sounds nice. Thank you.
It's gonna be a bit strong.
I've got my drink. Give me 1 second. I just need the sip.
Slurp.
So it's perfect to drink. So I'm gonna show the picture. I'll put myself a little bit bigger on the screen so you guys can see. Hang on, let me update. Yes, I want to update. There we go. So that's what Paula is having right now, which looks. Let me put a little bit closer. Which is the grape salad thing here, and then the crackers. It looks very, very nice, very yummy. So, it looks. Whoop, someone passed through the camera. It looks very, very yummy indeed. I want some. I think I'm just hungry in general. I'm always hungry. I always can eat. Food is one of those things that you can always eat at any time. At least for me. Sorry. So, oh, judge is already back. We are early. Wow, if this court is early on the sentencing hearing, that it is hilarious. So, what do you guys think? Do you think that because I think she gets life automatically, right? I think that's the only thing I think we will see. It's the possibility of parole, or maybe just not parole or whatever. Because I think it's automatic life. What do you guys think? Or do you think that she's gonna get a range of years, considering that she is 23 right now? So no parole. Yeah. Huh? So sorry, Erica, I don't understand. Is that for me or for someone else? Sorry, just got confused. Sorry, friend. I think it is. I think it's life in prison, but I think it's just the choosing parole or not parole. Which, yes, for me, I am not Alyssa. My name is Katya. My name is Katya. The channel is TCA. You can call me Katya, TCA. Yeah, it's Katya. It's okay. It's all right. Katya with the C. I can spell it in chat. Or someone can spell it for me. Katya. It's Portuguese name. I am originally from Portugal, but I have been in UK for 10 plus years. It's gonna be 11 years this year. But the channel is called True Crime Addict because I am an addict of true crime. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. It is actually, it's fun. Not funny enough. It's not funny, but it's actually a Russian name. Apparently, my name. Which it's rather interesting considering everything. Uh, so apparently I have a Russian name, but I don't have any descendants from Russia. I have from all over the place, but Russia. But yeah, my dad was actually the one that chose my name because my mom had another completely different idea for my name, but my dad decided no. I know it is, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, my dad. My dad literally. So my dad is Brazilian. My mom is from Angola, Africa. My granddad from China, and I was technically born in Spain, but brought up in Portugal. So Portuguese, I've got nothing. I have the fact that I grew up there in Portugal, so it's a bit of a crazy mix. So I am a little bit of everything in the same bag. It's just a crazy. I know it's all over. I know. Well, definitely we're gonna need a spreadsheet. Oh, I can definitely make a spreadsheet for that. Um. ah. Oh wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, Alicia. Oh, okay. No, it is not my name. It's okay. It's fine. You can definitely always ask questions. I love when people ask questions. So absolutely no worries. Alyssa next. I don't remember that. Maybe maybe we were listening to paroles, or when we were on court thing. Um, yeah, when we were watching a court or anything that had the name next to it. Yeah. So I love traveling, Susie. So up until the time that I met Gardenbot is my husband, if you guys don't know. And up until then, I literally used to travel quite a lot. I absolutely travel not almost throughout all Europe, but I went to a few places. So oh, okay. So probably I was next to her, next to where her name was, and that's the confusion. But that's absolutely fine. You can call me Katya. You can call me TCA. You can just say hey. Yes, thank you very much, Paula. I do need to start actually. Start posting the link for our Facebook group. I need, first of all, I need to figure it out how to use it. I don't know how to use it. I created it, but I don't know how to use it. I absolutely don't know. I need to, because what I want to do is for those who want to use it, we can create a group chat where, for example, when there's verdicts, when there's a change in live streams or something going on, I can use that as an announcement thing, because not everyone uses the community tab side of YouTube, so we could use that as to chat. But yeah, you can post pictures. I need to get the link. Let me get the link, and I will share it out. For the YouTube group, you can post pictures. Obviously, there's small little rules. Obviously, be respectful and everything, like everything in life. But absolutely, you are encouraged of post pictures, ask questions, and doing everything. Let me get the link for that. But oh, you did. Oh, I don't think. Yeah. If you can send me the link to myself, because it's not on the chat. I don't see anything. Can you guys see anything? No, it's not showing. So, you know what I mean, my friend. You know what I mean. So yeah, so hang on one second, I've got it. Um, I've got it. I'll post in the chat. Oh, um, I can copy and I can go to. Hang on one second. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm trying to get this done as quick as I can. So now, first of all, I need to take the timeout. See, okay, it is there. It's posted. There you go. So that's our Facebook group. Yes, you do. I think you do, Paula. I think it's a right about time for you to be a mod. Would you like to be? I know you're in the middle of everybody. Don't feel pressure. Would you like to? I can make you. I would love you to. I actually was talking to Garden Bot about it. So, let's do that then. So, there you go. Welcome to the mod family. So awesome. I need to create group to sort set it out. I will. It does not accept you, I think, automatically, and do that. And yes, Paula now is a mod. I've been wanting to do that for ages. I was just, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, my drinky, no, oh, oh no, oh no, my drink. 1 second. Ah. Oh, Garden Bot, help. Sorry guys, it's been a leak. Oops. Well, the windowsill is all leaked. Oops. 1 second. Guys, 1 second, one good. Sorry about that. Crisis a verdict. So yes. Oh, okay. All right. I'll have a look, Erica. I appreciate that. Timestamp 131 on, and I will get it. Yeah. I'll absolutely check that out. Sorry about that. Crisis averted. I've cleaned it, most of it. And I drank some of it as well. Awesome. Awesome. I'll go and approve everybody. And then we can start chatting. If anyone knows how to create a group, like a Messenger Facebook group, within that group, let me know, because I cannot figure it out. I've been trying to rack my brain around, but sometimes being a one-man band, it is it's okay, Pickles, don't worry. I understand. Sometimes it can get a bit too much. It's I know it's okay. I've cleaned it up a bit. I'll clean it up the rest in a second. Absolutely fine. So let me just do this. Awesome. Okay, I have approved all. It's everyone is on there. Thank you very much, Erica, for that. I will definitely check it out. So if anyone knows how to do the chat, let me know. Because I definitely need help on that. So everyone is. Oh, I have not. I've clicked approve. Okay, why is it not doing it? See, this is why I'm too old for Facebook. Oh, yes, Robba. There's been a verdict. Well, sentencing is coming in 5 minutes. I guilty across the board. every single charge, 5 charges, 5 guilty verdicts. We are waiting for the verdict for the sentencing now, and then we'll jump back and catch up on the new trial after this, which is absolutely fine. Erica, if you're on Facebook, just join our group. The link is above. Can I copy it again and paste it? I can go on my phone and do it on my phone again. I'll post once more the Facebook group. Give me a second. So that's the Facebook group again. If you want to join, you are more welcome to. If you have any, if you know how to create a group, please reach out, because I am trying and I'm struggling. So sorry, just laughing. Denise is being funny as always. She's a lovely friend. So we're just waiting now on a verdict, on a sentencing, and probably they will actually be on time because the judge is already on the bench. Because I mean, I saw the judge going into that. So it would be great to get the group going, which is awesome. Thank you very much, Paula. And I do need to break the news to my other mods that I've made a new mod. All of a sudden, well, Willow I've already seen, but yay! I am so glad, because that will be a lot easier. Because then, if there's a verdict or anything, I can just text in one place, and then everyone knows, and then we can keep each other's, check in on each other, to making sure everyone is doing okay as well, and share stuff. So yes, awesome. I will open the page again and I'll approve it. And yeah, so that would be amazing. And guys can suggest me trials there, share news about the current trial or even past trials that we have seen, and that applies for both countries. It can be UK case, US case, any case that you guys are interested. You can share there, and we can I think the choices for sentencing is life with the possibility of parole, or life without the possibility of parole. I don't think there is any other possibility of choices. This for the first degree and enlivening charge. For the others, could be less, but well, you know what I mean. UK cases not see live streams because we then, but maybe a case that if we have a sentencing, you could be interested in doing, or for example, we can do always, Erica, and I would love to get started on those deep dive UK cases. We can do a small Saturday stream once a month, for example, on a UK case, and you can suggest that as well, that you see the sentencing for. So that could be an idea. We could start doing that. Once a month we could do a Saturday stream and do a UK case then, or something like that, because I do want to bring the UK side as well into the channel as well, back up again, because I love covering the trials that we cover, absolutely, but I also want to show the UK side. But that obviously has to be the sentencings that we have on available, that we have. So that is my idea, and that's my hopes, trying to do a Saturday stream on that. Oh yeah, she will act up in prison. She's gonna get without the possibility of parole. I don't think so, Nancy, because it's a very heavy case, and she could be a very big danger for the community if she ever gets out. But the thing is, possibility of parole doesn't mean she's gonna get, because so doesn't mean absolutely anything, and she will have to serve a minimum first. Oh, there she is, back in her orange clothes, like she is comfortable now. Well, yeah, it is. Sometimes it is, Eric. Absolutely agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree. There she is. She's in gray. Now she her Arab, and uh sorry, I'm getting live reactions of our friend Denise about the, cause she's Yeah, she's in orange. Hey, she is a convicted felon now. She's not presumed innocent anymore. So she's still laughing and prison soon. Absolutely, Erica. Amazing, yeah. She's still laughing. She's still flirting. Absolutely crazy. Case one, I can imagine that. Yep, she's already in orange. Well, oh, she's on the screen, isn't she? Yes. Yeah, she is in orange. Bright orange with her nice bracelets as well done. Obviously, by presume of innocence, you are not innocent anymore. You are guilty. So, she's still crying. Are you for real? Oh, yeah, she's also... You guys can see, right? Right. Yeah. I know. They are lovers for sure. There's no possibility that they are not. Come on. You not be crying like this for your client. Never in the world would you. No. Mm-mm. I believe very strongly that they are lovers. How can she... I hope the judge say something about this laughingness and the attitude that she's having in court. He can't not to, because that's how she's been the whole trial. I'm sorry, but I hope in his remarks that he does say that. I honestly hope, because it's too weird, case one. Too weird and too invested. There is invested and there's too invested, and I think she's too invested. It's Erica, I think she might realize, but for her it might be natural, just flirting. I'm sorry, but this is so weird. Ooh, it's giving goosebumps, guys. That's alright, Paula, it's fine. Oh, I love seeing you in blue, Paula. Absolutely. Man, it's... Yeah, I know, Pickles. Probably as soon as she got out in the bike, it's zip, goodbye, and orange clothes. It kind of suits her though. It makes her cheeks pop. I think. Don't you think? I think she's like, sorry, my eyes. Absolutely. Yeah, their sound. Yeah. Oh. Sorry, I forgot that I had that off. I am a professional streamer. Yeah. So she will go off to prison. Yeah. She definitely will go to prison. About like a couple weeks maybe after the sentence. Well, now today after a couple days, she's gonna go off to prison. Bye bye. Baby Huey is going to her forever home.
Can you put us on FTR, please? And Mr. Pralia, are you ready to proceed?
We are.
Here we go.
All right, thank you. We are back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. The parties are present as previously captioned. We come on for sentencing after the verdicts of the jury. Mr. Pralia, before you begin your sentencing argument, are there any statements that the state wishes to present for the court's consideration?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and proceed prior to your sentencing argument?
Mr. Alan Dickerson wishes to make a statement.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dickerson, will you please come to the podium, sir? And Mr. Dickerson, before you again, will you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record? And then I'm happy to consider anything that you'd like to tell me.
My name is Alan Charles Dickerson, Dickerson. I'm Christopher's father, and this time I would like to set the record straight about Christopher and the character of that young man. Christopher was a loving and giving child. He overcame many difficulties growing up. When he was 10, he had a bad accident on a bike and broke both wrists. He overcame that and was able to purchase a dirt bike and continue to enjoy the outdoors, riding dirt bikes with his friends. He was always interested in tinkering with things. He was a kind and generous young man. He was friendly to all he met. He was an extrovert in nature. He never saw anything bad in the people that he met, although he was able to overlook other people's troubles and be giving and generous. One time when he was going to school in Laramie, Wyoming, we were buying a meal for Chris, and he purchased a meal for someone that was having extreme difficulty that most of us would just overlook, but not Chris, because his character was giving and generous. He bought that man a meal. He saw him in need. Chris achieved his dream of getting a higher education. He graduated Wildtech in Laramie, Wyoming with a degree in diesel mechanics and a bachelor's degree, an associate degree in business administration. Christopher got his first break when he interviewed for Noosa Yogurt. He was a shift manager for Noosa Yogurt. And I'd like to set the record straight. Chris did have difficulty at Noosa at the last 30 days because he was a whistleblower. Chris was a stand-up individual, and when Noosa was going through a buyout from Sosa Brands, he would not go along with management, even at the risk of losing his job. Chris stood up for a contractor that was a snow removal contractor for them, and he eventually lost his job because of that retaliation. He was a whistleblower. Chris did not deserve to die that day when he befriended those two young women. Chris deserved so much more in his life. He had overcome so much more in his life. He overcame more than most people would be able to accomplish. I was very proud of him. He had his difficulties as a young man. He suffered addictions. He overcame them. And as he was growing and learning about how to become a better man, to help himself achieve a better life, he was able to accomplish his dreams. He bought a home. He saved. He lived with us for at least 3 years while he was saving for a home. He had a serious relationship with a young woman, and it didn't work out. That was a hardship for him. But he had a loving companion in his dog, Juna, and he adored her, and she adored him. We now have Juna, and it's the only thing we have left of Christopher to remember him by. All his earthly possessions were consumed in a fire meant to conceal a horrible death inflicted on him by two individuals. Again, Chris did not deserve the outcome that he received. He did not deserve to have his body mutilated, moved, tampered with. He did not deserve to leave nothing for his family and friends to remember him by. All his childhood mementos gone. I ask this court to do justice today for Christopher and his family and his friends and the community at large that were put at risk by the arson to conceal a horrible death of a loving, giving young man. I ask for the maximum sentence allowed by law. This person has victimized us again over this last 2.5 weeks by dragging us through a painful accounting that is totally based in fiction. I ask for the jury to not let this person hurt or harm any other person or family. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dickerson. I appreciate your presence throughout this process. Mr. Pralia, does the state have any additional witness statements for the court's consideration?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Dickerson, and I'm Christopher's mother.
And ma'am, I'm so sorry. Can you speak up just a little bit? I think I heard you say that you were Ann Dickerson and that you were Christopher's mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for this chance to talk about Christopher. It is so good to hear people saying his name and speaking of him well. When we lost Chris, I didn't feel that I could bear it, that things could go on. He was our firstborn. He was his brother's only sibling. He was blessed with a good sense of humor, an adventurous kind of curiosity, and good nature and generosity. He did struggle. He did struggle, but he didn't give up, and there were people who helped him not give up, and I want to thank them, including his brother Matthew, my family, Ellen's family, our friends, his teachers, his counselors, the people that he ran into in the courts, in the system, in his friends. He just never gave up trying to make it better for all of us. I just want to thank you. We have been so fortunate to have a team of people that are shielding and protecting Christopher when we can't and when he can't. I am just so grateful. I can't tell you how grateful I am that his name was spoken and spoken of well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dickerson. I appreciate you being here today. Mr. Pralia, does the state have any other witness statements that they wish to present?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. From the state, any sentencing argument, please go ahead.
Justice delayed is not justice denied. This court has seen this family in this courtroom at nearly every appearance since this occurred. As of today, that is 1,257 days. 3 years, 5 months, and 10 days of them coming to court and hearing about this horrific death. And I can't imagine what that's like for a family. I can't imagine what that's like as a parent to have what has happened to them from the very outset. That on October 3rd, that the Weld County coroner comes to your door asking where your son goes to the dentist so they can help identify a body that was found in his house. And there needs to be some recognition of how we get to where we're at today. And the first person that deserves recognition is Detective Jerry Burrows. Because after that tragedy struck, he sacrificed his own family and everything else in order to provide this closure today for that family. Without sleeping, to investigate, to come up with who did these horrific crimes. And it morphed from simply an arson to a first-degree murder the minute that autopsy took place. And he did everything for them, and he should be applauded for that, along with other members of the Greeley Police Department and their investigative work. And that was all because these two individuals did nothing to help, did nothing to care about Chris, the person, who he was, or anything about him. They cared about themselves. And then I would submit you've watched it on November 11th, based on all of that hard investigative work. You saw the arrests on the body-worn camera, and it was obvious right then, to me and anyone else in law enforcement or the jury, who did what. I can say personally, I never doubted once who took Chris's life. In large part, that's why we agreed to a proffer with Hosanna Varela. There was never a doubt that this defendant took his life because of her violent and antisocial character, her behavior. And candidly, Judge, I never entertained any possibility of a plea in this case. And the reasoning was simple, that I couldn't have any confidence that she would not kill again and put another victim's family in the position that the Dickersons are today. I don't know what the court's been able to view or not. I know you have a very difficult job during trial. But this entire process has seemed like a game to her. She jokes, she laughs, she demeans the victim in the very setting where she stabbed him, and she's going through a trial for it. Her true character and true actions throughout this process, throughout this case, throughout her notes, are diabolical and despicable. She is a threat to society, and there is no place for her in it. For the Dickersons, I hope this verdict brings some peace, maybe some closure in this journey, provides some help with the grief, hopefully some healing. I just want to say I appreciate their constant motivational factors for us and this team, which should include Lily Parker, who worked countless hours on this case as well from my office. And them just coming gave us the strength to keep going in these 3.5 years. I'm asking the court to provide the only sentence that you can as to murder in the first degree, life without the possibility of parole, with consecutive sentences on each of the other counts that this jury found. They saw her true character. They saw her true actions. Your sentence should reflect that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Devereaux, Ms. Trujillo, prior to any sentencing argument, does the defense have any witness statements they wish to present to the court?
No, and we're not making any statements at this time.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Devereaux, I assume the answer is the same for Ms. Rodriguez, but for the record, I'm just going to inquire with her briefly. Do you need a moment to speak with her before I do?
A moment, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, is there anything that you would like to tell me before I impose sentence in this case? You certainly don't have to if you don't want to.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Ms. Rodriguez, as to count one, the only sentence that the law provides for is life in prison without the possibility of parole. Under the circumstances of this case, that is the only sentence the court legally can provide. It's also the only sentence the court can provide if there is to be any sense of justice out of these proceedings. Ms. Rodriguez, your actions were horrible. Your decisions were horrible, both in the commission of this act and the choices that you made after this act. It is a struggle for this court to understand how you can go from meeting a person to viciously stabbing them in the neck until they are dead in the course of a few hours. It's one of the most disturbing cases that I think has been before this court since I've had this job. Because everything that I've heard about Mr. Dickerson indicates that he is blameless in this whole scenario. The man that I saw on the surveillance video in downtown Greeley didn't appear to me to be a creepy man, a disturbed man, a dangerous man. If anything, he seemed to me to be a slightly lonely man, just at the bars, attempting to make some contact with other people that evening. One of the hardest things about my job is that I am forced to meet wonderful and caring parents like Mr. and Ms. Dickerson in the back of the courtroom under the most tragic circumstances that they've unfortunately had to go through in their lives. It is the loss of a life under any circumstances and tragic, but when parents have to bury a child, even if that child is grown, Mr. Dickerson and Ms. Dickerson, I can't even imagine the pain that you have gone through. And I wanted to say to both of you, I very much appreciate the respectful way that you have carried yourself throughout the course of these years as this case has progressed. I don't know that very many people would have the capacity to carry themselves in such a respectful way under such horrible circumstances, but I am very much appreciative for the participation that you've shown throughout this process and your willingness to be here every day to ensure that your son's memory is not forgotten by anyone and that your loss is not forgotten by anyone. Ms. Rodriguez, there's nothing that I can say about this act that in any way paints it in any sort of justifiable or excusable light. There's no context to this matter that makes it less horrible. So as I've stated, the sentence in this matter is just, it is deserved, it is necessary, and it is appropriate under these circumstances. Ms. Rodriguez, what I need you to consider is what you do tomorrow, what you do a year from now, and what you do 10 years from now, and what you do the rest of your life. Ms. Rodriguez, you're going to spend the rest of your natural life in the Department of Corrections, but you will still be alive. And Ms. Rodriguez, you're very young. I would imagine that the person that you are 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, probably has a very different perspective on the actions that caused you to be before the court today. As you spend the rest of your life in the Department of Corrections, I imagine that you're going to have interactions with many young women coming into prison, women who are lost, women who are broken, women who are scared. You're going to have to make a decision if you're going to have any meaning in your life going forward on who the person you want to be to those people you interact with. You will have an opportunity to take these hard lessons and perhaps convey some knowledge and perhaps present some comfort to the many people that I imagine that you'll interact with over the years. And you're going to have an influence on them, and that influence is either going to be positive or negative. If you're going to find any peace with your existence going forward, I hope that you give that some consideration. I hope you consider what you can do in the time that you have in the environment that you'll be in to have some sort of positive impact in this world. You will never be able to make it up to the Dickersons for the harm that you caused their son. But with time, you might be able to demonstrate to them that you should not be completely and totally defined by the most horrible choice that you've ever made in your life. I don't know what you are going to do from this point forward, but I hope that whatever your choices are going forward, that they are thoughtful choices, they're considerate choices, and I hope that you find some peace in the rest of your existence. With that, the court, regarding the charges for which the jury has reached a verdict, is going to issue the following sentence. As to count 1, murder in the first degree, the court will sentence you to serve the rest of your natural life in prison without the possibility of parole. With respect to count 2, first degree arson, the court is going to sentence you to 32 years in the Department of Corrections. That sentence will run consecutively with count 1. With respect to count 3, tampering with a deceased human body, the court is going to sentence you to 12 years in the Department of Corrections. That count will run consecutively with the other counts. As to counts 4 and 5, the court on each count is going to sentence you to 12 years in the Department of Corrections. Counts 4 and 5 will run concurrently with each other, but consecutively with counts 1, 2, and 3. Ms. Devereaux, the state had mentioned indication of pre-sentence confinement of 1,257 days. Do you believe that is accurate? All right. The court will note for the record that you have been in custody 1,257 days in this matter. Mr. Paralia, Mr. McCormick, I don't think you mentioned it in your sentencing argument, but does the state wish to make any record regarding restitution?
We do, Judge. In this particular case, we're requesting $2,505.21 payable to the Crime Victims Compensation. We're asking for $286,527.34 to Farmers Insurance.
And let me make sure I have that last number, $286,527 and
34 cents.
34 cents.
So that total would be $286,000 or $286,032.55.
I'm sorry, Mr. McCormick.
I know.
I want to make sure that I have this correctly because I think I heard two different amounts. So the first amount that I heard was $2,505.21 that is payable to Crime Victim Compensation.
Correct.
And then the second payee was to Farmers Insurance. Was there only two payees?
Just those two.
And then can you repeat the amount for the farmer's
So-
insurance? Because I think.
Yes, that was 286, comma 527.34.
34, okay.
So the grand total would be 286, comma 032.55.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that may have been where I misunderstood you. Okay.
And we're asking that that be joint and several with the co-defendant in this case, Hosanna Varela, and that case number is 21CR2250.
2250. And Mr. McCormick, will the state be able to follow up with a written motion today?
I believe it's in the process and will be filed shortly.
All right, thank you. Ms. Devereaux, what I am going to do, I am going to conditionally order that restitution amount pending any requests for a hearing by the defendant. I'll give you 30 days to file any request for a hearing if you choose to do so. It will be a condition of this sentence, Ms. Rodriguez, that you be liable for the payment of restitution in the amount of $2,505.21 payable to the Crime Victim Compensation Board and liable for restitution in the amount of $286,527.34 payable to Farmers Insurance. And I will review the motion filed by the state once that is provided to the court. Ms. Rodriguez, given your sentence, I do find that you are currently indigent and lack the current financial ability to pay some of these fees. I am going to waive any waivable costs and fees that are associated with this case. You will remain liable for any mandatory fees that I must impose, as well as the restitution judgment that I've entered today, pending any future hearings on the matter. Ms. Rodriguez, for what it's worth, I genuinely hope that you do find some peace in your existence after you leave this courtroom. I don't expect that it will happen tomorrow, and it may not happen a year from now or 10 years from now. But just as Mr. Dickerson deserved to live a life unmolested by this sort of pain and agony and hurt, we all deserve to live a life where we have some peace and some type of fulfillment in our existence. So I hope you consider that in the choices that you make after you leave this courtroom. With that, that will be the decision of the court. Mr. Pralia, is there any other record the state needs to make today?
Judge, we also will be filing a cost of prosecution. We just need to get those numbers together as well.
All right. And Ms. Devereaux, for the purposes of any future appeal, I will find that the defendant is indigent and lacking funds to pay for either counsel or any transcripts on appeal. I just ask that you follow up with any written motions you believe are necessary to document that issue. Ms. Devereaux, is there any other record the defense needs to make today? No. All right. That will be the order of the court, and the court will be in recess until 3 p.m.
Everyone wave to baby Huey. This will be the last time we will see her. Bye. Enjoy your existence in prison for the rest of your life. Enjoy the orange. Everybody wave. See ya. Hey. That's it. She's gone. She is gone. We've done her sentence. We've done everything. She's gone. And justice was served for Christopher. Judge couldn't have not said better. She looks like a basketball. These crack me up. Absolutely. Steph, you are hilarious. You cracked me up. Absolutely hilarious. Sorry. Oh my days, that's hilarious. I feel that the justice was served in that trial for Christopher. I loved the judge's remarks on it. Absolutely amazing. He said exactly what he has to said. Well, yeah, I understand, but at least everybody will be safe out of her hands. She literally yeah, everyone will be safe. I would even contribute to the taxes of Colorado if I could, just to keep her there for the rest of her life. Absolutely, 100% I would. So, volleyball, basketball, love it. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love that. So now, let's breathe in. Oh, we're still gonna carry on, Nancy, because we need to catch up on our trial. Let's take a breather. Let's forget about Stacy, because she's done and dusted. But see you tomorrow, Nancy. Love you lots. Have a good day, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. But we're gonna carry on with our new trial, the Jason Levesque trial. Work getting in the way again, but I absolutely understand. We're gonna carry on with the Jason Levesque trial. We were on day 1 of this trial. We have at the moment, yes, now we'll be crying. Get your tissues ready, because we are listening to Kendra Violette, the daughter of the victim in the case. She was testifying about the incident. I am sure there's going to be some video. We are going to put at 1.25 to catch up with the day. The day might have already finished, but we're going to catch up with the day, and then tomorrow we start live on day 2. So without further ado, I'm going to put on 1.25 first, and then we can start catching up with the day.
More questions?
Of course.
You said you saw a truck.
Yes.
Can you describe generally where you saw that truck?
It was parked on the side of the street. It was more on his side of the property, Jason Levesque, but it was also kind of hitting in the middle.
Oh, sorry about this. So they must have gone right on, literally finished the feed right on when I was trying to talk, when we were just getting back, and then be transformed into a video. So I just need to find exactly where we were again. Give me a second. Oh, wow. Hang on, where were we? We were, okay, here you go. I think we were kind of like here.
And does he also do the same?
Okay, I think we gonna be around the area where we were. So this is the Jason Levesque trial. Is the snow plowing, pee-pewing incident. Is accused of pee-pewing this guy 6 times over snow plowing issue. So yeah, crazy one. Let's hear it.
Yes. Back and forth.
Yes.
All right. You mentioned you're doing this because of school.
Yes.
Are you still in school?
I am, yes.
What grade are you?
I'm a senior.
What age does it have?
I'm 18, so 12th grade.
How do you like school?
I love school. I have all A's and B's right now.
Nice. What do you love about it? What kinds of things do you study?
Probably just the education and friends.
And do you have any kind of plan? It sounds like you're graduating this year.
I do. I started early college classes for social working, and I'm going to continue that in the summer as well.
Is that the social work
Yes.
education, is that local? Are you still going to be around?
Yes, I am. It's through Great Bay Community College.
Understood.
Yes.
Then if I could move attention and focus attention to the address in Rochester. It's 43 Summer Street?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe for us a little bit about the interior? You know, we went out there, took a look at the place from outside. We didn't go in. Can you just kind of give us a rough breakdown of how people are situated living in there?
Are you talking about like the living or like the layout of the house?
Let's start with living, and I'd like to do it from the time frame of April of last year.
Okay. So like what happened that day?
No, just before we get there, kind of fill in who lived there and where the rooming situation
Yeah, of course. So in that house at that time, it was my other grandmother living in the front studio apartment, and then there was a split house, and it was me, my mom, my dad, and my brother in there. And during that time, we all have different rooms upstairs. Downstairs is like the living room, just where everybody hangs out, but upstairs is where our rooms are.
And I don't want to bring up more sensitive issues for you, but I understand your grandmother lived in the front unit has since passed away.
Yes.
And so, but at the time, when grandmother lived out front, you on the weekends and other times would live and have a room at 43.
Yes.
Where was that room?
My room was upstairs. It was in the middle of my brother's and my parents' room.
And then let's again go back to April or last year. In addition to going to school and going back and forth, were you doing anything else? Were you working, Chris?
Yes, I have been working at Portsmouth Gaslight. It's a restaurant.
It's a restaurant?
Yes.
What do you do there?
I serve right now, but I used to host.
Anybody else work there that you know?
My mother.
What does she do
She
there?
bartends.
All right. And do you guys go in together?
Yes, we do.
What are your usual hours at the Gaslight when you're working?
Usually after school, it's like 4:30 to 9. Usually I do like 5 days a week. I have 2 days off.
And I do now want to, I just don't want to, intrude unnecessarily into your life, so let's keep this focused. I want to talk about April 4th of last year. What was going on earlier in the day for you, if you recall?
I went to school that day, I believe. I had school, it was a Thursday, and I went to my parents' house because we didn't have school on Friday, nor the weekend, so it was like a longer vacation for us to be over there. So it was like 3, we just got out of school. We went home, I didn't have work that day, so we all kind of just hung out in our rooms. I believe we were going to watch a movie later on in the night, but we ended up not. We just made dinner instead.
And remember anything about the weather?
I don't. It was it was cold. It was snowing.
Did that snow affect your, now recalling that it was snowing, did that affect your school schedule at all, do you know?
I don't recall. I do not.
Okay. And so it sounds like you have a memory of the evening,
Yes.
plans with your family,
Yes.
watch a movie, dinner.
Yes.
Tell me about what you were doing later in the evening.
I ate dinner and I went up to my room and I was gonna watch my own movie, and I watched some TikToks on my phone, and my parents were in their room at the time and my brother was in his room. I believe he was sleeping. It was already like 8 or 9 at the time.
Tell us what happened later that is obviously unusual.
Yeah, I was laying in my bed and my mom came in my room and she was just like, "Your dad's going to talk to the neighbor about plowing snow in the driveway." And I was like, okay. And we both walked downstairs. We were messing around in the living room, talking to each other. And I ended up looking out the window to see if anything was going on. And I saw my dad walking home to walk away. But I didn't see the prior situation of him going out there. I think when I was going down the stairs, he was about to go outside. So I just saw when he was walking away and when Jason pulled the gun out.
You saw the gun coming?
Yes.
Kendra, do you know whether or not your home, your parents utilized a home surveillance system?
Yes.
You said you were looking out a window to see some of these events. Can you describe that window for us if we were looking from the exterior of the building?
Yes, it's the window outside from our porch. It's like the huge window where you can see like the road and you can see some of the neighbors' houses across the street and the one across from us.
And that's the window you were looking out from?
Yes.
Is that also a window that utilizes a...
Sorry about this, the interruption a little bit. Sorry about everybody, but I completely forgot with the excitement of baby Huey going forever to jail. I forgot. So, Maria, Lois, Robert, and Cynthia, congratulations on winning the verdict game. Please reach out to me to claim your prize if you are interested in it. The prize is our new channel. I don't know, logo thingy keychain thing that I've made. So if you want, just reach out to me and I will promptly send it to you and we can talk about that outside. But congratulations, thank you very much for everyone playing and good luck for the next one. Let's carry on with the trial.
home security system?
It is, yes.
I feel like I interrupted you and I don't want to necessarily have you talk or relive this, but can you describe to me again, I didn't quite follow what you saw when you looked out the window.
Yeah, when I looked out the window, I saw a truck open, the door open, and I saw Jason Levesque standing out of it. And I saw my dad walking to the house. He was just walking back on the side of the street, on the side of the road. And I saw Jason Levesque just pull the gun out. And that's when I yelled to my mom, he has a gun. And at the time, all I could do was just run out the door. So I ran out the door, and that's when my dad was already on the ground. And I looked at Jason, and I said, "You shot my dad," like 3 times. He didn't say anything.
you need just a second? I want to ask you some more questions.
Of course.
You said you saw a truck.
Yes.
Can you describe generally where you saw that truck?
It was parked on the side of the street. It was more on his side of the property, Jason Levesque, but it was also kind of hitting in the middle of ours. So it was kind of in between of his steps, but also in the middle of entrancing our driveway.
You said you kind of have a memory of some of these events, the actions, the moments, and then going out to see your dad.
Yes.
Can you describe your father when you went out outside of your home?
He was laying there. He was laying on the ground. He was just like curled up in a ball.
And how did he appear to you?
Hurt.
How?
He was just bleeding everywhere. And he didn't say anything. And I was just holding him. And then I went to go get towels in the house because I didn't know what to do.
Did anybody else come outside?
My mom. She
Your mother?
came out after, yes.
Your mother, Angela?
Yes.
And while your mother was outside, is that when you went to get towels?
That is, yes.
And then what did you do? What other actions, if any, did you take?
My mom was outside yelling, called the cops when I brought the towels back out. And I believe she was already on the phone with them, but that's when I started to dial 911 as well.
Did you complete that call?
I did, yes.
And share with me what happens after both you and your mother call 911.
I stayed on the call because the officer wanted me to stay on the call until the ambulance and the other police got there. So they came, I would probably say at least 2 minutes after the call.
And during that time, from when you came out and the 2 minutes, did your dad move, change locations?
No, he was just facing the snowbank and just curled up in a ball still.
On the ground?
Yes.
And you said that the police arrived some 2 minutes later
Yes.
by your estimate. Can you just briefly describe for us what happens next?
Yeah, my dad was laying there and that's when one of the cops came up and they took off his shirt, ripped it off, and the ambulance were putting him on one of those chairs to put him in the ambulance.
Did you observe for a period of time officers and EMTs attempting to treat your dad?
No, not much afterwards.
And then after you were outside, can you tell us what other contact you may have had with police officers or law enforcement investigating this?
I don't think I had contact other than when one cop came in my house to ask, like, questions about what happened and asked if we had camera footage and all that.
Do you know whether or not you viewed or officers viewed the footage and whether that was turned over to?
Yes, it was turned over that night. My mother handed over my dad's phone.
Some of the events that you have described, do you believe they were captured on the video of the home surveillance system?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we'd like to reorient and perhaps Attorney Sistian and Mr. Levesque would like to reorient. Do you have a few minutes? I'll say that this is the bane of my existence. We'll move it forward, and if the court can inquire whether there are any issues with the view of it, we'll try and accommodate it. You give us a minute. Yes. With the court's permission, I'm going to ask that the witness step into the well, Your Honor. Thank you. I am. Well, Your Honor, we'll pause it at the first image and reconfirm. Oh, sorry, Mike? I could bring him like that. Yeah.
All right, so let's start with that.
Okay. Kendra, I'm going to ask you to step down with the judge's permission away from the witness stand.
Is that members of the jury? Can you all, down the end, can you all see that? Very good.
And it's possible, it's best if you kind of move forward into the well but not block jurors. And I am showing you, Your Honor, this has been pre-marked for identification as states number 2.
Thank you.
Kendra, you've described your view outside a window that's consistent with surveillance video from your home. Do you recognize this image? can you explain for the record what you are seeing?
I'm seeing the same house.
And is this, inquiring with the court reporter whether or not the witness needs a mic? Yes, Mike? I'm going to move this and try and keep my voice up. I think you just identified this as that bay window in your house that's adjacent to the porch from outside if you were looking at the house. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And is this then not only consistent with the view, but with what you understand to be the surveillance video from your home?
Yes, that is the only one I've seen.
Ask counsel, co-counsel, would you proceed?
Well, at this point, Your Honor, let me just, it's for ID, and I don't mind us doing stricken all the way. I want this as a full exhibit.
Great.
So the agreement is now a full exhibit, yes? Very good. This will be marked as State Exhibit 2 as a full exhibit.
Can we play?
You will not play it.
Start at the beginning.
Thank you for that.
You recognize that vehicle that just came into view from right below?
I do, yes.
What is that vehicle?
I believe that is Jason's truck.
Can you identify the house on the far side of this driveway in the foreground?
Yes, I can.
So is that
That is Jason's house.
at 41?
Yes.
Peter, is this lighting consistent with what you recall?
Yes.
Do you recognize that as the same vehicle?
I do.
Yeah, can you pause? You had said that earlier that you were able to see essentially Jason get out of his truck. Are you able to identify his door opening in this image?
I do not. When I was watching further to the right-hand side of the window, so I was seeing the very...
Can you play? Can you stop it? And who is this who just left, apparently, your home? And now in the left-hand image, and it may require you to move forward, are you able to identify Mr. Levesque in the far left next to the porch?
I was not out at that time, so no.
Okay. You said you were able to see him from the window.
Yes.
Can we keep playing?
Yep, there it goes. I don't know, it's all the way up there. You better not do anything stupid. Oh, you better not do anything fucking dumb. No, he's gonna stop! He hasn't got out of the cat! Ah! He's just showing him! He's just showing him! Hey!
Can you rewind that to... Yeah, right there. Were you able to see, Kendra, your dad and Jason in the far image when you were inside?
I was watching that.
Yeah. Okay. And whose voice is that in the, I guess, background or the overlay of this video?
My mom.
Was fair to say your mom was also with you watching out this window?
She was not watching. She was just in the living room.
Okay. And can we advance it forward again? What's that? Yeah. Back from when they were at the truck, though.
You better not do anything stupid.
Can you identify who that is? And now?
My mom.
Is this when you came back into the home to get the towels?
I need to call you. Call 911.
And are you in fact calling 911 at this time? Okay. Your Honor, I believe by agreement the ID is struck and this is now owned as a full exhibit.
Correct.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So we're done showing this at this point? Do we all need to go back where we are, or is there more?
We can. I am good.
Good. Thank you. Go back.
I'd like it available for cross-examination.
It'll be available.
So we can light back up.
If I may, Your Honor. If I may. So you had testified earlier that the police arrived in short order. What happened to your dad afterwards?
He got taken to Frisbee Hospital, I believe, and my mom went to go see my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
And I assume your brother was at home?
Yes.
And did you stay with your brother?
Yes.
Is that, parts of that video a fair representation of what you saw and experienced that night?
No, I believe it's correct.
Thank you. I got a moment there. Attorney Sisti has some questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, Sisti, how are you?
I'm okay.
Thank you.
Everybody loves me. Hey, let me ask you something, okay? We never met before.
Yes.
Okay. But that was horrific to watch, right?
Yes.
I mean, seeing your dad get shots is got to be about the most terrible thing.
Yes, it is.
Especially, I mean, a daughter and a father.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, I mean, you're dedicated to him, right?
I love him, yes.
And he loves you like crazy.
I like crazy, yes.
And it's kind of a special bond, right?
Yes.
We were talking, you were calling Jason, but prior to the 4th of April, you didn't really know Jason, right?
I didn't know him too much, no.
No, I mean, there wasn't any real connection there between your family and his family, right?
No, not much, no.
Right. But you live next door.
Yes.
He never bothered you.
No, I have not had contact with him ever.
Let me ask you something straight up, okay? On that particular day, the 4th of April, at that particular time, there was a voice that the jury heard on that video, and it wasn't yours, was it?
What voice was it, sir?
Yeah, it would have said, I hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Did you recall hearing that?
I did, but that was not my voice, no.
No, do you know whose voice that was?
That was my mother.
And again, I'm going to say this, and I don't want to offend you with words,
Okay.
but there was also a comment that was, I hope he doesn't do anything fucking dumb.
Yeah.
And who would that have been?
Who would that be towards?
Yeah.
I do not know.
This was after your father left the house.
This was, yes.
And you saw the video.
I did.
It's absolutely terrible, I'm sure, for you to see. I may have to ask you to see it again, is that okay?
That is, all right.
Okay, all right. But I'm going to ask you a few things about it, and then I think I'm going to ask that it be played again, just so everybody understands what's going on here, okay?
That is okay.
Okay. We're looking out the window, and it does show your driveway, right?
Yes, it does.
And the driveway is not plowed in any way, shape, or form.
No, it is not. We were going to have my friend's dad come plow it.
Right.
Yes.
And the Department of Public Works in Rochester had plowed that day.
Yes.
And you could see where they plowed because there was a ridge of snow at the end of your driveway.
Yes.
Okay. And that was there prior to Jason and the truck ever showing up, right?
Yes, we did have snow.
Yes. A great deal of snow.
Yes, we did.
And as you're watching that particular video, would it be fair to say you couldn't hear what was going on outside, right?
Yes, of course.
You don't know what your father said to Jason?
I do not know.
You don't know what Jason, if anything, would have said to your father, right?
You are right.
Hey, let me ask you something else. Did you ever meet Jason's daughter?
I have never.
Never.
No.
So what we saw in the video, and I'm probably going to have it rubbed up again. I hate to do this to you, you understand? I really do. Okay. But what we saw was that your driveway wasn't plowed, and we saw Jason operating his plow truck out in the road, right?
Yes.
And there's that telephone pole, light pole, that's pretty visible in that video.
Yes, sir.
And you may not know this, but the jury went out with us this morning to that scene so we could all see it together.
Okay.
So now we're all talking about the same thing.
Of course.
And we know that that telephone pole, light pole, is on the other side of your driveway, the Levesque side of the driveway.
It is. It's at the end of our driveway, yes.
And we saw the plow truck plowing snow, and it only went up to the telephone pole, correct?
It did go a little past the telephone.
It wasn't blocking your driveway.
No, it wasn't, no.
And then what we see, did you actually see Jason get out of the truck?
I did not. I just saw them outside of the car together.
All right. So you saw your father approaching Jason, right?
No, I saw when my dad was walking away from Jason.
Okay, so you never even saw the initial contact.
No, I was upstairs in my room.
So you don't know how any of that started at all that evening, right?
I do not know. I just know it was obviously over snow.
Yeah, something was going on.
Yes.
And obviously, there was a shooting at the end of it, right?
Yes.
But you don't know what started it, right?
I do not know.
And you don't know how it got to the point where a firearm was used, right?
No, I do not, sir.
I'm going to, just for clarification, just so we make sure we know where the positions are and what took place, I'm going to ask to have that re-shown if I could. Thank you. I may ask you a couple questions as it's going, so you may want to take.
That is totally okay.
Okay, thank you. can run it to the spot, or a little before the spot where you had to get. I just need the graphics up to that spot. You gotta go all the way back
I apologize, to the beginning or to?
to the beginning.
Beginning, or you want the?
No, beginning. The beginning's good. Okay, it takes a little time before we get to the action here. So. And again, this is your driveway, right? And it's unplowed. And it doesn't look like much action there. Some little tire tracks, but nothing out to the road, right? Okay. Not a lot of coming and going that day. Here we go. This would have been Jason's truck. Okay.
George, can you move to the answer? Yes, okay, very good.
And again, you didn't see any of this either, did you?
I didn't know.
But it certainly shows that night, doesn't it? Where's your bedroom relative to this location?
Mine is upstairs, and you have a window on top that points out that way.
Okay. Okay, so you're actually looking out the window too.
At this time? No, I was in.
You're in bed.
Yes.
Tell me when you started to look out the window.
I am on my own. It's just a fact.
Okay. Is this about where you get to see it?
No, they were already talking.
They were already talking.
Yes.
Can you agree with me that Jason's truck is not obstructing anything on your property?
At the moment, yes.
And again, just to keep it up to speed, you still didn't see this part either, right? Good. Okay, now were you situated a little bit more to the right at this point? Okay, you saw your dad here? Okay, can we stop it right there for a second? Thank you. Jason's truck, you can hardly even see, right?
You can hardly even see from the corner that it's not. I was at the other corner.
I get it, but it would have been entirely away from your property.
What do you mean?
It wasn't near your driveway at that point.
You backed up, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was
So, yeah.
quite a bit of,
It
yeah.
wasn't our property now.
No, it wasn't. And you'd agree with me that throughout the entire playing of this video that we've all been watching, that truck wasn't obstructing your driveway at all.
You can tell that the snow being pushed that end of our driveway.
It was pushed at the telephone pole, correct?
A little past the telephone.
Well, I mean, the jury sees it. Where's the telephone pole?
It's right there.
Right, it's on the other side of your driveway.
Yes. But it's still our driveway because there's two lanes of our driveway.
The jury was out looking at it today.
We have two different parking spaces. We have a car with 4 cars parked and we have a car with 3 cars parked. We have two different.
Okay. We got it. You understand we were out there today, right?
I do.
Okay, good. Okay, so we can't see Jason's truck at this point. We see your father approaching the truck, right?
Yes.
You don't see Jason approaching your father at all, right? Okay, if you could continue playing.
Not very good. I don't know where
Can we stop it right there?
I don't do anything stupid.
Thank you. You better not do anything stupid now. Who said that? Your mom. Can you see? I know it's tough to see, but can you see that little bit in the corner where your father would have approached Jason?
I can right now, yes.
And it's your father going to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your father going right up to him, right?
Yes, I can't see too many things.
A conversation. Okay. Do you know if he threatened him? Did you hear anything? So you don't know what was actually said?
I didn't.
All right, we can continue playing. Thank you. Okay, can we stop? You don't know what's going on there, do you? Right. You don't know if there was an exchange or if there was just a one-way conversation, right? And certainly you don't know what your father would have been saying to Jason's dad. That is correct. Yeah. All right, we can continue. I don't want to put you through that again, okay? Okay, why don't you grab a seat? Thank you. Thank you. So you'd agree with me, it was a fairly quick interchange there.
Yes, it was.
And unfortunately, you got to see something that was absolutely horrific.
It was, yes.
And you don't know what the exchange was between your father and Jason.
I don't.
So it's difficult for you to actually come to an actual conclusion as to what happened, right?
Of course, yes.
I appreciate you coming up there.
Of course.
You're brave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, just briefly. You had mentioned that there was a plan for, sounds like a friend's father to come plow.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to that plan?
We had it planned since like 5 in the afternoon, and he had work until like very late, and he planned on coming around 10 when we needed him to plow, and he got there 10 minutes later, and he called us to tell us he was here, and my mom was like, you need to leave, like something just went on. So.
And so he was supposed to come at about 5 o'clock is what you just said,
Yes.
and he hadn't come.
Yes.
Did you know the communications between your mom and your dad concerning?
I don't, I just know during that time, we didn't know if he was gonna end up coming, so we knew that we were gonna have to probably hand shovel it.
Okay.
So it was.
That was going to be my question. If he didn't show up, and he didn't show up at 5, how is that driveway going to be clear?
Yeah, we had work the next morning at 11, so we needed to clear it by that night or the next morning. So it was just more of, there's more snow in the driveway.
I understand that your living situation had you there some days and not there other days.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you know anything about the first snowstorm of the season and any issues between Jason and your dad.
I do not.
Okay. And so Attorney Sisti asked you some questions about, what you observed with the plow going up to the pile, kind of up to maybe beyond the pole.
Yes, of course.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Levesque was actually finished plowing? Had he back pulled, for instance, all the snow out of his driveway?
No, it looked like he was still plowing because in the end of the video, when my dad went to go out, he was backing up to plow again.
And it doesn't sound like, given the circumstances, you went over and made any observations of Mr. Levesque's driveway.
I did not.
And how far advanced he was in finishing this task.
Of course.
Have any idea where the snow is ultimately going to end up?
You're right.
Look, the attorney assistant asked you some questions about, what happened out there between your dad and Mr. Levesque. And it sounds like you're straight up front, you couldn't hear that conversation. But you saw your dad putting on his, you said, you confirmed with attorney assistant at the moment, you kind of start making observations as he's putting on his hoodie.
Yes.
You see him with any weapons?
He does not know.
Did you see him with, I don't know, a screwdriver or anything on his person?
He didn't even have his phone on him.
Did you see him during the times that you observed him, walking away, walking back towards Mr. Levesque, brandishing anything in his hands? That was.
Not at all, no.
Thank you. Those are the questions.
This is the governor. Actually, you don't know what was on your father.
I do not.
And certainly, from what we saw, and we just saw it briefly from a tough angle, it didn't appear as though Jason would be able to see what was on your father either.
Objection, speculation.
If you can answer it from what you saw on the video.
What are you asking?
You can't tell whether or not Jason saw what was inside your father's pockets, for instance.
I feel like you can, yes. If you're throwing over a hoodie and there's nothing in the pockets, there's nothing fell out, so. He doesn't have pockets in his sweatpants, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm going to try to clarify. Did it appear to you as though Jason was watching your father put a hoodie on?
I do not know.
Right. So the whole hoodie thing really doesn't mean anything.
I believe it does, yes.
If you saw him putting on a hoodie, maybe that would mean something.
I have no clue if he didn't or did see. He was in his truck.
Okay. So you don't even know if Jason was observing your father when he came out toward him, correct?
No, he was in his truck.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Cal. Thank you, Your Honor. Angela Violette.
I keep forgetting that we are not counting sidebars anymore and objections, and we're counting F-bombs. So, wow.
We're stopped a little early today. Just scheduling reasons, it just makes sense for us here in the late hour. Rather than start another witness at this point, we're just going to suspend for the rest of the day. We'll start again tomorrow morning. No worries though. We are told by the parties that we are well on track to finish this case on time. So we're going to stop today. I will tell you, I do try my best not to waste your time ever. So I do always try to start when I say we're going to start and take a break when I say we're going to, and we're going to try to do that for the rest of this trial. So I'm going to be back here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can get here a few minutes early, not too much early, but 10:05 is before that would be best. And that way we can try to get started right at 10 o'clock. If by chance we can't start at 10 o'clock, as sometimes happens, that's not the fault of the parties, that's the fault of the court, because sometimes things come up unexpectedly, because I have to do on other cases. But we'll do our best to start right. All right? All of my prior instructions to you remain in place. The most important one, do not talk amongst yourselves or with anyone else about this trial, about the facts of this case. Don't do any independent research. So no internet research. Don't go back to the scene of this location. Those are the main things. And otherwise, have a good night. Thank you.
Please rise.
Wow. we did not lose a lot then. I thought that we had lost a lot, but no, we only lost the rest of the testimony of the daughter of the victim, because she saw everything happening. She saw the incident happening from the bedroom window. I am gonna work on that video, and hopefully tomorrow I can show you guys a little bit better, because I had an idea how to get it better, and hopefully we can see a little bit, but I need to work on it outside of the stream, so I can get the internet and everything. So yes, this case is a Eastern case, so it's gonna be 10 a.m. Eastern. It might be, it's different for me, but because, yeah. Thank you very much, Lois. I really appreciate that. So I am going to be working on the video, because I know a way of clearing up and doing so we can watch the video better. So I'm gonna get that ready for tomorrow. So before the, I know, time zones. I know we keep moving around time zones. We are a yo-yo that we keep moving between states and time zones. I know it gets confusing. Believe me, I know. So I'm gonna upload the new stream. Put the new stream from tomorrow for tomorrow after the stream. Anyways, but yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be going live a little bit earlier, probably about 9:30 we go live Eastern, just so we can chat and everything. See, hopefully I will get that video sorted and done tonight, to clear it up a little bit so we can see the footage, because I don't know if we're gonna get any angle, but anyway, I want to watch it. I know you guys want to watch it, and I want to do that, so I am gonna do that. And yeah, so it's been a crazy day. It's been an awesome day. See you tomorrow, Pickles. We finally finished the case of Stacy Rodriguez. She got exactly what she deserved. She's going to be away for life because of the unaliving of Christopher Dickerson. And now we started our new case of Jason Levesque. And hopefully this one will also go away for a very long time, because so far I think he is guilty. I am on a guilty side, but we'll see. We'll carry on. We still have plenty of the case to run, and we'll see again. But thank you very much for everything. Definitely, I agree with you. I might have one myself too, Sherry. But thank you very much for hanging out with me. And once again, have a great day, have a great night, evening, wherever you guys are in the world. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.